Hello, everyone. Hope we had a good weekend. I ended up having a long weekend because I didn't stream Friday. But I was worried because that stream takedown for, I don't even know what it was. And I'm so fucking annoyed, you guys, because that stream's at, like, the stream keeps going in and out when I'm reacting to the Jubilee video with Smugbug. And then on top of it, like, I can't even, like, it said, the screen is saying, oh, there's policy violations or whatever. That's the issue. And then it goes back up and it goes back down. It goes back up. I don't even know why, because I'm looking at the back from, what is it? Like, I'm looking at the back end of my stream, and it's saying that that there's no copyright issues. But then I go to my email and it says, oh, your stream has been taken down because you're not monitoring copyright claims enough. And then I'm going through like this stupid test thinking that it's going to make it go away. But I got a warning because I'd never had any issue with the channel. But then I don't get, what is it? It doesn't make the warning fall off. It's just like, oh, well, you can't actually appeal this because I deleted the VOD because I launched from Restream. And so when I like launch from Restream, there's no way to shut off just the YouTube stream. I had to delete the VOD. And I guess you can't do that when you're like, it's saying, oh, you're in a violation of a terms of service or something. So my own fault, whatever. But I actually don't want to, I was going to finish the Pete Buttigieg thing first, but I kind of want to go to the, to PBD first. I don't know why they got Eric Trump of all people on here. And this doesn't even have that many views. This has been out for 3 days, and their regular podcast gets more views than this. So this is 351,000 views. Eric Trump Live, Hamas Peace Deal, Charlie Kirk Assassination, Trump 2028, and Comey. This is the 660th episode of the PBD podcast. So let's see.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed to take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever
World's
signed.
best intro.
You are one of one.
My son's right about
I think I've ever said this before. All right, so we are officially live with the one and only Eric Trump. How you doing?
It's good to be here, my friend.
It's great to make some noise, everybody. The audience.
Not even Don Jr., Eric Trump. Like the Trump son nobody gives a fuck about.
Yes.
So I have some presents for
Oh, really? Oh, we like presents.
Yeah.
Eric, I want a red one, Eric!
Let's go.
So the main man has to get the first present. If the Trump was right about everything,
There we go. There we go.
Eric, one red one?
Oh, dark MAGA.
Dark. Thank you, sir.
Dark.
One last one?
There you go.
Yeah.
How you doing? How you feeling?
Man, it's been a hell of a year.
Yes, it has been.
We're on a roll. We're on a roll.
I see it.
Life is good, my friend.
So
Life is good.
do everybody in the Trump family, do you guys talk to each other? I mean, I'm sure everybody's busy right now. How does everybody stay in contact with each other?
Honestly, we've got to really, guys, they did everything they possibly could to try and destroy our family, to try and break us up, and they couldn't do it. It's actually like the great American story in a certain way, right? We had a family that was unbreakable. I adore Don, as much as wise ass as he is. I think everybody knows that Don's kind of like the wise ass of our family, right? Ivanka's the absolute greatest. Barron is like kind of coming into his own.
Mobius636, thank you so much for resubscribing. Or subscribing at, are you resubscribing? I don't know. For subscribing at tier 1. Appreciate it.
He's a young kid. Phenomenal guy. Tiffany's a great girl. My father's my best friend in the world. Love the man.
Tiffany, the hidden Trump daughter that they never talk about.
The backbone and balls and tenacity of this guy is unbelievable. And we're doing great as a family.
That's great. And that's what it looks like from the outset. It looks like you guys, because the first term was a lot of turmoil. This time around, it's almost like there's a little bit of poise. Now we know who's who. Now we know what games these guys play. Now we know who you can trust. And you kind of have it a little bit more momentum going on right now.
Well, you know what? The mainstream media's dead. And by the way, you can thank this incredible guy for that. If you went back to 2014, 2015, never would you have said that NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN was irrelevant. I mean, you look at independent voices like this, right? And like Rogan and all these other guys. they are the hearts and minds of America right now. Everybody else is totally irrelevant, right? So in 2016, we went in. They made up this whole Russia scandal. I was the guy that was getting the calls about Russiagate. You know, Eric, I hear you have a secret server in the basement of Trump Tower that communicates directly with the Kremlin. That's bullshit. I mean, first of all, we didn't have any secret servers in Trump
Great summary of what the Russia indictments and accusations were.
Tower. You know, basements flood, so you wouldn't put a server in the basement. We're like a cloud-based computing company, so none of this made any sense. But because they had the entire mainstream media, they were able to feed, you know, the American public this nonsense for a 3-year period of time and practically destroy our country by doing it. And now all of a sudden, no one listens to the outlets because there's only so many times you can cry wolf before people just stop believing them. And that's why your voice has become as powerful as it's been. And that's why the podcast, I mean, people are just consuming media totally differently. And so that and the fact that DJT is throwing so much lead in the air that the Democrats like can't counter narrative, right? I mean, every single day, and he's having the greatest time. I mean, he's got Hakeem Jeffries, you see that in there? I mean, he's wearing he threw him the Trump 2028 hat, and, you know, come on, Hakeem, wear this hat. I mean, he's just having a great time in there, and he's doing so good. And by the way, he just got Peace of the Middle.
Dunking on Hakeem Jeffries, a guy that, like, most people don't even know about.
At least about, 30 minutes ago. I'm not sure if you saw that. You know, Hamas just agreed to the terms, and that means this conflict is over.
I don't think that's what happened. There was a counter proposal. So Trump had put a deal on the table. He said, take it or leave it by Sunday. He said, you can accept or decline it by Sunday. Then they sent over a different proposal, and Trump didn't immediately dismiss it out of hand. So they engaged in negotiations at this point. But I can't remember. No, this conflict's not over.
That's big.
Let's see.
That is math. Now, obviously, there's one side that's like, we'll agree to giving up the hostages, we'll agree to this. But I think they're asking about whether Tony Blair, whether they're comfortable with some of the... They don't have a choice right now because it seems like this is the first time.
The remaining terms would need to be discussed anyway because they're still bombing them. Yeah, it's like there's not... they're not done with this.
I was talking to a guy yesterday. He says, Pat, you don't understand how big of a deal this is. When the president kept saying, this may be one of the single biggest events ever, and we're thinking, he's very good at building things up. And he says the president was able to get Qatar and Israel essentially to both agree against Hamas, which... Qatar normally wouldn't do that, but we're doing something that's never happened before. This is the part when he's able to broker some of these deals that nobody could do in the past.
By the way, it's not exactly easy. I mean, Israel was also dropping bombs in the middle of Qatar, and I mean, they have to obviously protect themselves, and it was a tough situation. But he wrote a tweet about 4 hours ago. I'm not sure if any of you in here. He goes, if Hamas doesn't give back the hostages by 6 p.m. on Sunday, all hell will break loose. And I say that in the most aggressive way I can possibly say that. And then,
wow, if they don't give back the hostages, the genocide is going to continue.
Just for Donald Trump, it's pretty damn aggressive, right? And exactly 3 hours later, Hamas writes a nice letter saying, "We're done, we're good. Let's
They said that already, so they just said that.
Yeah, they just said that about 4 hours ago, and then they just gave up. So it's great. And guys, I've personally seen my father solve wars all over the place.
No, they did not surrender. That would be like front page news if Hamas just unilaterally surrendered.
And Cambodia, you probably saw that, and you saw everything that was happening with Thailand, and he is fundamentally anti-war. And what drove me crazy is for years
I
got
to pan to the one woman in the audience.
Listen to these people. Donald Trump can't. Hillary Clinton, do you remember this? Donald Trump can't be trusted with a nuclear trigger. He doesn't have the stability. This is like the one guy who doesn't want to go to war. He wants to have the greatest military in the world. So if you ever had to go to war, you end it so damn quickly that their heads spin. But he's the one guy who just never wants to bring America to war. He believes in life. He believes in, not having young kids killed for no reason whatsoever. He doesn't want to spend trillions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer dollars, rebuilding countries on the other side of the globe. And I'm proud of him for that.
Yeah, Rob, if you want to pull up the tweet, this is literally from the White House. Peace in the Middle East, based on the statement just issued by Hamas.
Oh my God, reading directly from a White House press release instead of any news outlet talking about the terms of the deal.
I believe they are ready to for lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop bombing of Gaza so that we can have the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. We're already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. It's about long-sought peace in the Middle East. That is powerful. That is absolutely powerful. And it's amazing what you're saying. So I guess one
he sure is saying words.
Questions I got for you when we're getting started with this is, when you guys are in it, Adam to your left, first time him and I spoke when he wanted to come to be with us at the great beaches of Addison, Texas. Okay? He leaves Miami. He says, I want to leave Miami. He had a life-changing event. His father passed away. He had a relationship that didn't work out because she had some health issues. So he said, I just want to come to Addison. Comes to Addison. We're doing the first interview. I said, so tell me where you stand politically. He says, what do you mean? I said, so how do you feel about Trump? He says, what does that have to do with anything? I said, I want to know where you stand with Trump. You remember this phone call, right?
We have a good ending, buddy.
At least he's on the team now.
We're back, baby. Don't get
on the train.
So better late than never.
Yeah. So he said, well, and all of a sudden I noticed by the way he's reacting, I already know the answer. I know where the guy stands. Well, I just don't like this, and I don't want Russia, and I think there's. I said, what Russia? So even with the Russia stuff that said Russia, all this stuff, how does it now feel that when you're seeing all of these stories coming out, the 274 FBI for January 6th, insurrection, when you're seeing, and then Kash Patel today says, our job is not to go out there and monitor and see what's going on. That's not our job to go out there and we'll play the clip here in a minute. You got Russia collusion, the dossier. You got all this stuff that's coming out. How does it feel for you guys? How does redemption feel now?
Well, it's total vindication. I mean, it's the whole point. I know we're talking about it in a little while, but it's the whole point of my book, right?
It's total vindication when Tulsi Gabbard announced that Obama had basically engaged in an act of treason, but nonetheless he would not be charged. All of that happened a few months ago just to distract from the fact that Trump could not stop mentioning the Epstein files, even though he obviously had no intention to release them.
I wrote a book, Under Siege. Think about this. They impeached my father twice over absolutely nothing. They made up Russiagate, right? I mean, they made up the dirty dossier where they claimed that he did unthinkably disgusting and lewd things, right? And that was all paid for by Hillary Clinton. They raided our home. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They raided Melania's room. They raided Barron's room. I became the most subpoenaed person in American history for doing absolutely nothing wrong, for being an honest, good person, right? Unlike Hunter Biden, by the way, who's finger painting all day long and selling it to Chinese nationals. I mean, they weaponized every DA and every AG, 91 felony indictments, right? I mean, Maine pulled him off the ballot. Colorado.
I love how he started off the sentence with no one did anything. Certainly not me. I'm the goodest boy ever. And then he's and then they secured 91 indictments.
Pulled him off the ballot. We were deplatformed. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. They ripped us off like we were dogs. They left Boko Haram. They left the Ayatollah. They left Al Qaeda on there, but they ripped the 45th president off. Guys, they tried to bankrupt us. They tried to take the name off of Trump Tower and every building that we have around New York State and around the globe. They wanted us done. They deplatformed us. They debanked us. They did everything they could to possibly destroy us. And when none of that worked, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him first in Butler, Pennsylvania. Then they tried to kill him again at a golf course. They put our family and they put this country under siege, right? And so it is like the greatest vindication. I mean, I was sitting there. I sat next to my father in those disgusting courtrooms in New York City every single day as they read. And we've overturned every one of the cases. We've won every single one of these cases.
If I won, I have to assume that it's your billionaire daddy launches these lawsuits and then all of these companies fold after and settle out of court because they don't want to have to deal with a prolonged legal battle with a billionaire.
And I always tell the story. We hop in a car. So, it was that horrible Mershon trial. The daughter worked for the Democratic Party, right? 34 felony convictions were read out. He stands up, turns around, shakes my hand. We hop in the car. We're leaving the courthouse. He goes, honey, I don't know how right now, but we're going to win this thing. And when he said win it, he meant win the White House. He meant win the entire trial. And I said, it's either the White House or jail, because that's how bad it was at the time. Meaning, you either win the entire thing, or that they're going to throw you in jail for. And now all of a sudden you're sitting there and
who Merrick Garland, who is going to throw any of these people in jail?
Hakeem is wearing the Trump.
Who is going to throw the guy who, again, Merrick Garland, just dragging his feet intentionally, going easy on Trump, even though they're not complying with the investigation related to January 6th, the documents, all of that. Who is running on this? I mean, your dad ran on lock her up. Hillary Clinton didn't get locked up.
28 had, and he's doing these
back to memes.
He's doing these sombrero memes with Chuck Schumer wearing and having the greatest time of his life, and just dismantling the whole system that was so corrupt, dismantling DEI, USAID, which was literally a terrorist organization toward the United States. And you see the stock market today. You see everything that
they just say amazing things just casually like that.
Is happening. You see energy prices falling, the biggest tax breaks in the history of the country.
USAID, honestly, in the grand scheme of the federal budget, a relatively small program, talking about how it's a terrorist org, but for the United States.
Peace in the Middle East. My man over here is a crypto guy like I am. Bitcoin hit 124 a little while ago, so I'm very proud of that, and he's doing awesome, and it's the greatest redemption.
How do you see the redemption side, but you don't see the vengeance side? So that's the part. And because you essentially could if you wanted to, and you're having fun with it.
Oh my God.
But some people may say, why aren't you going a little bit harder after your enemies? You're not, but it doesn't seem.
They're going to mention the preemptive pardons because Donald Trump is corrupt, and Trump is definitely not one offering to basically sell pardons so long as you invest in Jared or his son's business. So that's one example. The other thing is so that's what he's going to say, we're not retaliatory like that. We're just going to completely ignore the fact that you have Kilmar Abrego Garcia being deported to CCOT on a flimsy basis, Supreme Court saying you need to bring him back, them dragging their feet for several months before they actually comply with that. Then when he gets back, he's charged randomly. Then you have Mahmoud Khalil and Ozturk, the co-author of that op-ed that was not even critical of Israel, it was critical of her college's relationship with Israel. And then you also have this new executive order that has already come out at this point. Hold on. that basically makes anyone disagreeing with the administration a fucking criminal. But yeah, Donald Trump's not retaliatory. Let's see, where the hell is this Substack?
Seemed like even what happened with him, you know, with the earlier we're talking about the shooting, we're talking one at Palm Beach, but you got the other one at Butler. He's just moving on. So what's his mindset when you're saying, hey, we'd like to know who went after, we'd like to know who tried to kill you, we'd like to know what happened here? No, we got business to do. Why is he doing that? What's he thinking when he's making?
Okay, this. So this is reported by Ken Klippenstein on September 27th of this year. Trump's NSPM 7 labels common beliefs as terrorism, quote unquote, indicators. With the mainstream media distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey's indictments, Trump has signed a little notice national security directive identifying anti-Christian and anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence, calling National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. It's being referred to as NSPM 7 by administration insiders. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, Trump's Homeland Security advisor Stephen Miller said, referring to the issuance. To the extent that the major media noticed the directive at all, they, even C-SPAN, incorrectly labeled it as an executive order, like this week's designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. It's hard to overstate how much different NSPM 7 is from the over 200 executive orders Trump has. That's insane. Like, even just reading that for a second, I stumbled. I was like, wait, had he already exceeded this many at this point in the first year? But yeah, I guess so. Over 200 executive orders Trump has frantically signed since coming back into office. An executive order publicly lays out the course of day-to-day federal government operations, whereas the National Security Directive is a sweeping policy decree for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. National security directives are often secret, but in this case, the Trump admin chose to publish NSPM 7, only the seventh since he's come into office. Where is it? So in other words, they're targeting pre-crime, reference to Minority Report. The Trump admin isn't only targeting orgs or groups, but even individuals and entities whom NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, which has been found legal by the Supreme Court, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, American views on religion, and American views on morality. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts, the directive states, emphasis mine. Pre-crime endeavor, preventing attacks before they happen, is core to the post-9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush admin adopted preemption, overseas that led to aerial assassination by drones and special ops kill missions. Domestically, it led to a counterterrorism campaign whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and the use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. Now, with Donald Trump's directive retooling the counterterror apparatus to go after Americans at home, this means monitoring political activity or speech as an investigative method to discover quote-unquote radicalism. Contrary to other national security documents, all during the post-Watergate era, NSPM 7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment of the fundamental right of Americans to organize and protest. So, but this is PBD going like, why is it that your father is just so moral and so benevolent to his enemies? You would never see him be retaliatory. You would never see them use state power to target individuals on an unjust basis. You would never. Democrats, Hunter Biden laptop, dick pics, he smokes crack. End of discussion.
Making those moves.
Listen, I think he has a different calculus than all of us.
Early after your enemies. You are
like 124 a little while ago, so I'm very proud of that, and he's doing awesome, and it's like the greatest redemption.
How do you see the redemption side, but you don't see the vengeance side? So that's the part, and because you essentially could if you wanted to, and you're having fun with it. But some people may say, why aren't you going a little bit harder after your enemies? You're not, but it doesn't seem like even what happened with him. With earlier we're talking about the shooting, we're talking one at Palm Beach, but you got the other one at Butler. He's just moving on. So what's his mindset when you're saying, hey, we'd like to know who went after, we'd like to know who tried to kill you, we'd like to know what happened here? No, we got business to do. Why is he doing that? What's he thinking when he's making those moves?
Listen, I think he has a different calculus than all of us. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm wholly unsatisfied about what happened at Butler, right? I'm wholly... Listen, they got into the phones of every January 6th grandmother who was...
What happened at Butler?
Walking through the Capitol taking selfies, but you couldn't figure out who a 21-year-old kid who had 4 cell phones was,
Oh my God, that woman wasn't even at January 6th. That woman was literally at like a state house in a different state. And he probably doesn't even I don't even think he's lying. He probably doesn't even realize that.
that's sitting on he has a different calculus than all of us. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm wholly unsatisfied about what happened at Butler, right? I'm wholly... Listen, they got to the phones of every January 6th grandmother who was walking through the Capitol taking selfies, but you couldn't figure out...
Yeah, like, okay, he didn't say holding a flag. He said, like, holding a cell phone, but old woman at Capitol riots, January 6th, AP. Let me see. Yeah, this photo shows woman at Kansas State House rally, not Capitol riot. This image, this lady, this queen. Like, this is the image that he's like trying to conjure up when he talks about how ridiculous it is that Democrats bothered to go after January 6th insurrectionists in any capacity. But this woman was not actually at January 6th. She was at a peaceful rally at the Kansas State House in Topeka.
Who a 21-year-old kid who had 4 cell phones was, that's sitting on a roof at Butler, Pennsylvania with a sniper rifle, right? No, nothing to see over here, but we're going to go after this, 75-year-old grandmother who loves America, who was singing the Pledge of Allegiance 3 minutes before and took a selfie in the Capitol.
Oh my God. Joe Biden literally suggested that if Iran or any foreign nation assassinated or injured Trump, that it would be war, like a hot war. But the Biden administration didn't take threats against Trump seriously enough, even though this same administration has stripped Kamala Harris and other previous Biden administration administrative officials of their Secret Service.
Give me a break. I don't think anybody buys it, but I think he's
not
playing
retaliatory with BTW.
Different calculus, right? There's national security concerns there, right? He does, and obviously he knows what they are. And so, I think he's been a total gentleman about it. I think as a son, it's very hard for me to be a gentleman about it, right? I'm still pissed off. I think a lot of America's still pissed off about this, and I can say that. Listen, he has to be the commander-in-chief of the country, and he has to do so being cool and collected, and I just think he has a different calculus than probably all of us collectively do, and there's a sense of maturity there that I think is actually, pretty special and unique.
That's a good word to use, maturity, right? Because it's how to use maturity with a 2-term president who had a show that was #1 for 15 years, who's a multi-billionaire, raised kids that are very good kids, all independent, doing their own thing.
Oh my God. PBD actually thinks that Donald Trump raised his own kids.
The part about maturity, so for you, from the lens, because the first time I think we did the podcast was 2 days after you guys won, right? I think it was 1 or 2, it was 2 days or 3 days. It was right after he won, right? But now, so we couldn't measure on...
It was so mature of Trump to have sex with Stormy Daniels, a porn star, while Melania was pregnant with Barron.
How he's
so
managing
dignified.
the second term that he's in. What do you notice, and as you're like, my son looks at me, my kids look at me, right? And they're watching what dad's doing, and you're going through your process. How do you see what's changed with your dad in the second term versus the first term?
Well, he's Donald Trump first term on steroids, right? I mean, it's amazing. And he's the Energizer Bunny, right? He's the Energizer Bunny that wears a suit, a red tie, and probably has more energy than the Energizer Bunny. I mean, listen, the guy's remarkable. He's having fun. And guys, I remember how painful it was
so
in
little
2020.
in his brain.
Right?
The fact that he had to reiterate that twice because he doesn't even know what words to reach for to describe his dad.
I thought we won. I think we did win, right? I really do believe that. I don't think anybody really believes that Joe Biden got 16 million more votes than Barack Obama did. Listen, you might not like the guy, but he was charismatic as hell, right? And he was young. He had some shtick and everything else. Does anybody really believe that Joe Biden got 16 million more votes than Barack Obama? I personally do.
Yeah. Because there was an unprecedented amount of mail-in ballots because people were home.
Right? And we know everything else that went into that. And I remember sitting in the White House that night as the vote tallies, and we were winning until 1 o'clock in the morning, and then everything reversed, right? And it reversed in a way that statistically, to the numbers guys over here, doesn't even make sense. And yet, kind of looking back, it was the greatest thing that ever happened. I mean, today we have the House, we have the Senate. Obviously we have the executive branch. We have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. We have a media that's all but dead. We won the popular vote. We won every single swing state.
We have a media that's all but dead. But Eric Trump is being given this uncritical, no pushback, propaganda, puff piece interview on one of the largest online independent, quote unquote, podcasts.
We won Miami-Dade by 11 points. Guys, that hasn't happened in 37 years. No Republicans won Miami-Dade. Every state has tacked over to the right massively. It was one of the greatest defeats of a person ever, by the way. Despite the fact in this book tour of hers, she's going out and saying that was very, very close. I mean, it was one of the greatest butt kickings in history, right? It was rather phenomenal. And now all of a sudden, he's got a cabinet of just killers in there that are having fun, that are kicking butt, taking names. You could have never had that in 2020. And so it's kind of interesting that God works in mysterious ways. And again, it hurts so bad at the time. And yet looking back in retrospect, it's the greatest thing that ever happened.
Who are some of the people, Eric, that on first term who are Congress or Senate or political folks or guys who are insiders, names that maybe we know, maybe some that we don't know, power players behind closed doors, who some of them were like, when you guys lost that one term, they would try to say, you see, you guys got lucky with your first term. See what happened over here? That are now very respectful. And it's like, oh my God, Eric, how are you? Oh, Donald, yes, have you noticed that evolution with some of these guys that try to punk you guys and now they're begging for forgiveness?
Oh, there's no question about it, guys. I mean, there's 1,000 of them. When my father went through the financial stuff in kind of, the early 90s, he always talked about a time where the phone stopped ringing. And you better believe that was the beginning of 2021. Right after that, there's a time where the phones just went quiet. The people that you thought would have otherwise been your life, they just disappeared completely. And it's actually a great lesson for life, right? People want to be there when you're winning, and your true friends are actually found in the lowest times. Like, know who they are, remember them, grab onto them, hold onto them, dismiss everybody else. And
this guy's talking about the importance of loyalty when not a single, almost no single member of Trump's previous cabinet ended up endorsing him for his 2024 run. And he didn't even run with Mike Pence because of January 6th.
And by the way, it's so funny. Now, 2024, all of a sudden, everybody comes back. Oh, hey, buddy, I'm so sorry I haven't reached out in 3 years. I was with you the entire time, but I know how busy you were. And you're like,
yeah.
Are you allowed to curse on this podcast? I'm like, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And honestly, just X those people from your life. But that's also in business, right? Like the people who weren't there when you had that crappy time where your business was suffering, when you were, emboldened in debt, just forget those people. Turn them off. Never go back to them. And remember who helped you in the worst times. Those are the people you want with you.
Shouldn't you just help yourself, pull yourself up by your bootstraps? If things are getting rough, that's probably somehow your fault, right? Isn't that what these people all believe?
Branches.
Who are those people that stuck
Or that
by
you need to stop being so lazy and work harder?
Trump's side no matter what? January 6th, no what? Who are the people that are still there to this day that were there from day one?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's start with family, right? I mean, and I think that's maybe...
You have to start with family. Who the fuck else is still sticking around Trump that he hasn't beefed with?
The greatest testament to a father. I think if, going back, if I wanted one thing for my child or my children, right, it's the fact that, they never deserted me. They were there.
Don't get me wrong. The MAGA cult is strong. But as far as people personally interacting with Trump, in his first term, he had to have how many different press secretaries because they all kept quitting or he kept firing them?
They took more bullets than you can possibly imagine, and they just weren't able to break that family unit because you mentioned coming up on stage to, have 20 kids. 100%. There's nothing more beautiful than family, and there's nothing more beautiful than, cohesive family that fights together, that loves each other, and that they just can't break. I mean, I think that's kind of like the great American, dream. So you've got a lot of people. You've got a lot of people that were truly amazing. One of them is Dan Scavino. I mean, you know Dan very well, and kind of runs all social media. He's been absolutely phenomenal. He was there by my father's side, nonstop, 24/7, and they tried to get these guys. They tried to break these guys, and they just wouldn't. And yet there's a lot of people that did break, right? I'd argue that Pence broke, and I would argue that Scaramucci broke, and I mean listen, I could go down the list of people who...
Okay, why did Pence break? Care to go into detail about that, Eric? Care to elaborate?
Who otherwise deserted. I mean, 3/4 of the White House became very, very quiet in 2020, right? And they just kind of quietly slipped out the door. Many of them actually didn't even make it to the final day. I remember sitting there at Andrews Air Force Base.
But he's trying to frame this all as Trump didn't fire them. They left him. They abandoned him.
So when we were departing to go back down to Florida for the last time, and you had this great group of friends around him, and then a lot of that White House staff that you otherwise would have thought would have been there that were begging in the best of times were noticeably quiet or noticeably absent. And so it's just, listen, I think it's how life works. It's unfortunate. It's rather sad. But again, you go back into 2024, embracing the people who were there in the lowest times, which means that they can survive any war, any battle. They're the ones you want in those trenches.
So 2028, a hat came out. I don't know if you've seen this hat. Maybe you've worn this hat in the past before. I don't know if you guys have seen this hat or not.
It's a really good
hat.
It
says Trump 2028, right? And when you put it on, it's like, hey, president wants to be a king, third term, all this other stuff. You're hearing from a lot of people. So they do probably one of the worst campaigns ever. The No Kings that nobody showed up. I don't know if you guys know. They spent tens of millions of dollars, lasted a few.
The No Kings protests were some of the largest assemblies and demonstrations that have taken place. I'm not kidding. They weren't the most bombastic or fiery, and they were mostly it was a lot of old white people and boomers, retirees, but they weren't small. How large were the No Kings protests? New data shows No Kings was one of the largest days of protests in U.S. history. The historic number of No Kings Day protesters and their expansive geographic spread are signs of a growing and durable pro-democracy movement. This was reported August 12th of this year. League of Conservation Voters. No Kings rallies draw record-breaking crowds protesting Trump's assaults on democracy. June 20th, 2025. Let's see. The scale of last weekend's No Kings protest is now becoming clearer, with one estimate suggesting that Saturday was among the biggest ever single-day protests in U.S. history. Working out exactly where the protest ranks compared with similar recent events has been a project of G. Elliot Morris, a data journalist who runs the Substack Strength in Numbers, calculated turnout between 4 million and 6 million, which would be 1.2% to 1.8% of the U.S. population. This could exceed the previous record in recent history, when between 3.3 million and 5.6 million people showed up at the 2017 Women's March to rally against Trump's misogynistic rhetoric.
Few hours, right? Then you have this term, all this other stuff. You hear from a lot of people. So they do
What was that?
probably one of the worst campaigns ever. The No Kings that nobody showed up. I don't know if you guys know. They spent tens of millions of dollars, lasted a few hours, right? Then you have this hat. Rob, do you have the clip of the president handing over Hakeem Jeffries the hat, and it perfectly falls on his head? It's definitely not AI. It's real. Don't let anybody tell you it's AI. This is a very real video, folks. I don't know if you have this clip or not. That's the one, but is that the video? It's just such a picture-perfect video when you throw it and it lands. I mean, it's almost as if he's playing baseball. Watch it. Go from the big. Let's watch it one more time. Look at the
that
landing.
toss. Wow.
How do you do that? And the smile on his face. So this 20 hilarious. So Rob, if you want to pass it.
So real.
So which Trump is running in 2028?
Oh, God. So I have to give somebody credit in the audience. So there's Kim, stand up. So she is actually the one that came up with the Trump 2028
Let's go,
hat.
Kim!
And Kim is a warrior who's never left my side over the last 10 years. And she goes, we just got to trigger them. We have to trigger them. Let's do a Trump 2028 hat. Let's say nothing. And let's just post a picture of you behind your desk wearing this hat. And guys, I put it on and immediately Elon tweets it 2 seconds later. I mean, everybody, the whole world retweets this picture, right? It's got millions of follows. And the media starts melting down, right? I start getting
triggering is when you flirt with the idea of a third-term president, even though he's historically unpopular.
things from Bloomberg and from NBC. Does this mean that your father is going to subvert the will of the Constitution? And I'm snapshotting these emails and I'm posting them on my Instagram reels just to screw with them. Like I'm circling them. It's so great. And so they melt down. The media loses their mind. And a couple hours later, it kind of quieted down, right? And she comes up to me. She's like, we need to just take this up one more time. So it's Trump 2028 with the hashtag rewrite the rules. and so we posted that. The media melts down again. We sold like 50,000 hats in 24 hours. You'd be very, very impressed from a business.
50,000?
Oh my God, it was great. By the way, all for $47 a piece. I'm not sure where we came up with that number, But, you know, isn't it nice once in a while that you can bring a little levity to things, right? And, like, the media in this country, they're such stiffs. They take everything so seriously. But, I don't know. I mean, listen.
Can you believe they actually take the things that my father says literally and seriously? Can you believe they actually try to hold him accountable for the things that he says and does and the actions that he takes and the people that he surrounds himself with and the things that he refuses to disavow and the weird shit that he promotes?
And the honest question is politics is brutal, guys, and the whole family better be ready. We were lucky. We had a little bit of a cocoon. We had a little bit of an aura. We had, I did 7 seasons on The Apprentice. We came out of the business world. We had a confident voice. We were comfortable on TV. But man, they will try and destroy you. You know, and that's why the number one rule in politics is keep your family the hell out of politics. Keep them off the stage. I think we were the first family in history, in political history, where we were all standing on that stage. Normally you do the exact same thing, the exact opposite thing. You keep your kids. I mean, you didn't exactly see Hunter on that stage, right? For obvious reasons, because he'd be tweaking out on that stage. And, so the rule there was keep the family off the stage, right? So they kept him to the side. We didn't have any friends. In 2016, we literally had no friends. We had no endorsements. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. We didn't know what delegate was. We didn't know what caucus site was. I'm really good at building hotels and golf courses and other things, but we got in there. We spoke from the heart.
Does anybody actually think this is a guy who's ever worked a full day in his life?
Somehow we made this whole thing work.
So you haven't answered it yet. Who's running in 2028? That's the question.
I'll nominate anybody other than me, all right? It's like, let's nominate Don right now. No, listen, it's probably the same answer that my father gave, 20 years ago to Oprah, 30 years ago to Oprah. You've all seen that clip. If it got so bad that you had no other choice, maybe you do it. I think we have the voices for it. We're clearly passionate about it. Believe me, it's not a fun job, right? I mean, my father's life would have been, all of our lives would have been a hell of a lot easier focusing on the business, not taking the thousands of arrows, being loved by both sides, making a hell of a lot more money, living the greatest life. He could have flown around on Trump Force One all day long. He could have been Mar-a-Lago. He could have been with his grandkids. Instead, we're fighting it out in corrupt courtrooms in New York City and Fulton County, Georgia, and in Washington, D.C. But man, is the country a better place because he did what he did, because he stood up. I mean, man, is the country a better place.
But Eric, if it comes, like, if it, God forbid, comes down to that moment, because we know what they're about, what they're going to do, because I talked to them about this, the moment if a Democrat came into power right now, what would they do? They don't do everything that your father did. Open the border, stop the tariffs. They would try to destroy the country.
These people, the view that they have of Democrats, like, apparently, Crystal and Sagar and Jetty had a debate earlier today on Breaking Points where Sagar was making the same point that the Democrats are just going to have this, like, Nuremberg style, like, trials if they are able to, like, make some headway in the midterms and then in 2028 capture the presidency, or, like, the Senate or the House or something like that. Like, the idea that Democrats are going to be that aggressive when the Biden administration shows that no, they're probably not going to be that aggressive whatsoever. A lot of the shit will be to stay, unfortunately. And like they're talking about like a party that like I almost wish existed.
So if it came down to it, remember in The Godfather where, you know, Michael now is becoming the boss and he has his father to go to for counsel. If it did come down to it, would you step up and be like, all right, for the country, I got to do it?
I think we'd seriously consider it. I think one of us would seriously consider it.
You did not need to reference The Godfather to make that point.
But here's a little bit of the difference in calculus, and I hope this lasts long term. My father was the greatest rhino hunter in the history of hunters, right? I mean, he killed more rhinos in Washington, D.C. than anybody in history. Like, all of them are gone. All of a sudden, we actually have a Republican Party that has some backbone, has a little spunk, and has youth to it, and you know, they're all out there. They're fighters. Like, we didn't have that first term. I mean, go back and think about Ben Sass.
Youth?
I mean, Mitt Romney. You know, give me a break, right? Like, you know, McCain. Like, give me a break. These people didn't. And now all of a sudden, you see a Republican Party and they're fighting together, and you've got guys like JD. JD is like one of the greatest guys in the world. I think his mantle is gonna be long. But just look at the cabinet and look at what they're doing. I mean, they cleaned up all crime in Washington D.C. in 12 days. I mean,
JD Vance repeated this on Laura Ingraham the second that the White House generated this bullshit statistic. They were like, once we did martial law in DC, you saw like 52% reduction in violent crime or whatever, which one we all know violent crime is at like a 30-year all-time low in Washington, DC. This is just done in response to like that Big Balls kid who was part of Doge or something like that being assaulted or like getting carjacked by like two teenagers or something like that. Then on top of it, like they're touting the stat like, oh, you have this huge reduction, but it's like, you have in 12 days. That doesn't measure anything. All you're seeing is an acute drop because, yeah, you've like you've like militarized DC. So people briefly are like very intimidated and don't want to go out into the streets, but it's not going to actually lead to long-term security or crime reduction.
They would have 9, 10, 11 murders on a Saturday,
but of
Sunday.
course, it's the bullshit stat that exists to perpetually justify the need to like occupy DC with the National Guard forever and ever and ever, because no matter what, as soon as they if they ever reverse the martial law, then they're just going to point to the increase in crime and be like, see, this is why you need it.
And now you have zero. I mean, doesn't that show that it works? Like, doesn't it actually show that government can be effective as opposed to just, you know.
Okay, like literally took the words out of my mouth. Like, look how effective this is.
Monotonous over a long period of time. Look at Chicago. I mean, Chicago hasn't changed in 100 years. You know, same crime, same this, same that, same problems, right? They've done the same thing over and over and over. They always promise change. He didn't promise change. He actually implemented change. And to all the business people out here, I mean, isn't that exactly what you want of a commander-in-chief? And I think that's what the Republican Party is kind of getting, not indoctrinated, but they're seeing it works. And so I think the Republican Party's playbook is very...
Why did he bring up indoctrination? Why did he just say that out of nowhere? Like, just because somebody is learning something doesn't mean they're being indoctrinated. I mean, it's ironic because, yeah, like, Trump's base is just a cult. But why would he say that?
Implemented change. And to all the business people out here, I mean, isn't that exactly what you want of a commander-in-chief? And I think that's what the Republican Party is kind of getting, not indoctrinated, but they're seeing it works. And so I think the Republican Party's playbook is very, very different now and will not revert back.
Eric, you can almost make the case that not only did he disrupt the Republican Party, rhinos now more MAGA, he completely broke the Democratic Party. I mean, this is the most, there's the chart that Elon Musk showed where the uniparty used to be here, Democrat, Republican. And then Trump came in, Republicans maybe moved this way a little bit, right?
He loves bringing this stat up, but it literally demonstrates the opposite of what he's saying, that broadly Americans are more liberal, more progressive on some issues even, in general, and that it wasn't until around 2016 that you actually started to see polarization start to foment, and the Republicans, like, either to the extent that they stayed, there was also some drift to the right, but they stayed mostly the same, but Democrats, and there was far more, like, bipartisan consensus when it came to things like crime, when it came to things like tax bills and stuff like that. So he's acting like, oh, it was the Democrats that moved further left, or like just, you know, but like both parties used to be kind of like sane, but like he always leaves out that like the Republicans moved right and that they were just really, really conservative to begin with.
Party, bro, they're out the door. And common sense took over and people were just like, dude, maybe I wasn't a Trump guy before.
It's stuff like the far left positions that they're like adopting is stuff like, oh, more people care about climate change. More people think that taxation should be higher.
But I'm not a trans, woke, progressive, BLM, gays for Gaza activist. I'm going with Trump. So what do you think?
This is stupid drama bullshit, mainly. Did you see Contrapoints posted an LSF clip to shit on Hassan for saying that? No, I saw that she ran to Blue Sky to do that, and then I saw that he called her Hasbara Points. I'll probably take a look at that later.
How like he broke like TDS is real, and half the country literally is not the same as 10 years ago. Trump 2028. God, sorry.
Welcome to the party, my friend. Welcome to the party.
God, Adam's so desperate to be like, so desperate to pander to this audience. He just like needs to have the most attention on himself at all times. Like hooting and hollering like a fucking moronic ape.
I think there's a lot of common sense men and women who just looked at the two options. They're like, give me Trump. What do you think he's done to the Democratic Party?
The radical left position is open borders. Zanapper in Twitch chat, name a single Democrat in office in either Congress or the Senate that is advocating for open borders. Go.
This chart right here.
Oh, so good.
I mean,
he's
break this
destroyed
down.
Guys, I can't tell you how much time, how many thousands of events I did in every swing state. Right, I go to Pennsylvania. You know, I'd hear from these young guys. They worked in steel plants. They worked in the car factories and in manufacturing. A lot of union guys. My grandfather would kill me if he knew I was voting for a Republican. I go, let me ask you a question. I just know who you are, but based on talking to you for 2 seconds, would your grandfather have voted for, a guy like me, my size, 6'5", 215, to swim in collegiate women's sports? No, he would go in there, he'd kill the guy, he'd shoot every single one, he'd grab his hunting rifle.
That's what the Democrats want to do.
The point is, you're not actually, like, he wasn't actually a Democrat in today's Democratic Party, right? As Elon showed right there, they kept on going further and further and further to the left. I mean, people want sanity in this world.
We're literally pointing to a meme, by the way.
People want family. There's been a war on religion. There's been a war on the Constitution. 5 years ago, you had Colin Kaepernick making $50 million a year, kneeling for the national anthem, kneeling for the Pledge of Allegiance. You had the female soccer team, women's soccer team, Olympic soccer team, turning their back as they were raising the American flag. And here we are. Everything that was woke has died. All of DEI, for the most part, is gone. Right? I mean, we've totally changed as a society. Like, it's cool to love this country again. And our good friend Charlie, I know you knew him very well, and all of us, but I mean, just look at the youth generation.
I mean, again, there is so much emphasis on the fact that the only understanding of DEI they have is DEI is when, like, racial quotas, DEI is when, like, additional women, DEI, or just, like, the existence of women in the government or in the boardroom or something like that. This must be the product of DEI. But there's no discussion about ideological DEI. The big, beautiful bill, as far as, the data that we have, literally one of the most unpopular bills that has ever been passed in the United States history. It had, every single policy proposal, the cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, these are some of the most unpopular policies with the American government, with the American populace and voting populace. When you look at their support for, Israel, Republicans still support Israel, but, in general, Americans are moving further and further away from it. And for the first time, you're even seeing that over 52% of Americans have a negative view of Israel. That's for the first time ever. So they have RFK Jr., we're obviously seeing a worrying increase in vaccine skepticism, hesitancy, and anti-vax sentiments. But nonetheless, that's still a fringe position in the United States. It's still mostly a fringe position in the United States. Most people, thankfully, are vaccinated. It doesn't take much to undo the protections afforded because you still need herd immunity. But you have ideological DEI in the Trump administration because all of these viewpoints, even though they're ridiculously unpopular, are represented, are overrepresented within the Trump administration.
I've known Charlie since he was 21 years old. He came into my office. He's like, I'm going to change the attitude on college campuses. We're not going to allow these kids to be indoctrinated anymore. And you see these rallies on the college campuses. You see
it's not
kids
a fringe position. It's not a fringe position in the sense that, unfortunately, those sentiments have reached the mainstream. But as far as, if we look at data of, how many people are willing to get vaccinated, it is still the overwhelming majority of people. It's just dangerous because it doesn't take much to cut into herd immunity.
Have voice. You see kids stand up to their professors who are otherwise teaching revisionist history and indoctrinating their young minds. What a difference we've done a 180 in the period of 3-4 years. It's really incredible.
Yeah, so you're talking about Charlie Kirk. So for you, do you remember where you were when you heard the news that Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
I was walking to my office. I was literally...
it's 9/11 to them.
Walking to my office.
Where were you when Charlie Kirk was shot? I don't fucking know.
Person that I just mentioned a second ago, Kim, came running up to me. She goes, Charlie was just shot. And it literally, for me, it was deja vu to Butler, right? It was like I was watching that exact same TV at the exact same time, watching, the same thing almost happened to somebody I love dearly. And I love Charlie dearly. Charlie was a dear friend. I was on the stage with him all the time. And, he was, he's an amazing person. In fact, I was just speaking to Erica last night. But no, listen, they want to take away our voice. That was our whole plan, guys. if you take away the voice, the movement doesn't continue to happen. What actually happened was the exact opposite of that. They thought they could cut the head off of kind of the tiger, but the tiger actually got bigger and it got stronger and it got louder.
Oh, geez, this is worse than I thought then. Holy fuck. Look at this. Far fewer in U.S. regard childhood vaccinations as important. Decline among Republicans and Republican-leaning independents. That, no surprise there as far as Republican declines, but that it's staggering for even the Republican numbers that they're reporting. A slim majority of Republicans and Republican leaders, 52%, now say it is either extremely or very important for parents to get their children vaccinated. That compares with 93% of Democrats and Democratic leaners. 11% of Republicans and Republican leaders do not think it is important at all for children to be vaccinated. Fewer Americans today consider childhood vaccines important, with 40% saying it is extremely important for parents to have their children vaccinated, down from 58% in 2019 and 64% in 2011. There has been a similar decline in combined extremely and very important percentage, which was 94% in 2001, but sits at 69% today. Good natural selection. If it didn't impact everybody else, that would be true. But unfortunately, the shit, like, you think that any of these viruses give a fuck if you have a D or a Republican next to your name, it will impact all of us.
And it went from being a movement of youth in this country to being a movement of everybody all around the world who saw them for not being the tolerant people that they had always claimed to be, saw them for actually being incredibly intolerant, as we've seen over and over and over again. They didn't want me on the stage. You think they want you on that stage? They don't want you on that stage. They don't want any independent voice that...
correct. I don't want you on the stage.
Can't be controlled using big corporate kind of, they don't want us out there because they can't control you and they can't control me and they can't control any of you guys. Right? And that's why they take the shots. They call us fascists, yet they dress in black. And they stand on roofs with sniper rifles and shoot over the...
As opposed to Erica Kirk, who wears white to a memorial service for her husband, even though the universal color for mourning in the United States is black.
The heads of...
And then also has like a fireworks display as she's coming out.
College kids who are out there talking about the greatness of America. We're the fascists? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
How do you process today when you're hearing the online narrative, right? Where people are sitting there saying, what happened here? Who took him out? All these questions, the shot, you're somebody that's gone hunting before. This doesn't look like an entry wound. It looks like a exit wound. Where's
you put very strange things happening with Contra? Not really, because I don't know if anybody remembers Kristi Winters. Kristi Winters is like a liberal feminist, right? And she debated, let me see, Kristi Winters, Sargon of Akkad. She debated Sargon of Akkad 2016, completely embarrasses him on literally every single topic that they talk about related to feminism, the rape culture. And she looks like a far leftist compared to him, but in reality, these are just standard lib fem talking points, explanations, talking about why feminism is important. And then a few years later, she was saying why I will never vote for Bernie in the Dem primary. To be clear, Contrapoints supported and endorsed Bernie Sanders, right? It's only recently on Israel and stuff like that she's been more fence city and trepidatious than you would expect her to be. But her reasons for why Bernie shouldn't be included were bizarre, and it reminded, when I read Contrapoints' statement on Israel-Palestine nearly 2 years into this genocide, it was so fence city, it reminded me of this, all of these kind of weird misdirections.
I'm gonna get so much hate for this video. Hey guys, it's Kristi. It's good to be in a recorded video again. Usually I do live shows. It's been a while since I've done one of these, but there is something that I wanted to put out there that was suitable for a short video. It's a question that people do roll up into my mentions and ask me from time to time, so I am going to explain to you guys why I will never vote for Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary. Most of my interactions with Sanders supporters, when they ask me why I don't support their candidate, they're not really interested in hearing why I don't support their candidate. What they're waiting for is for me to give any reason at all that they will then turn around and tell me that I'm stupid or uninformed or I'm a neoliberal or I'm a Republican. So basically my interactions with 90% of Sanders supporters are really, really negative, disingenuous experiences of people who are looking to bully me or intimidate me or judge me or shame me into voting for their candidate.
Just a great start where it's the Bernie bros. The Bernie bros are mean to me.
rather than having a conversation. I'm expecting that from this video too. I am fully expecting a bunch of Sanders supporters to come into my comments and tell me why.
Contrapoints has faced no, we don't need to whitewash anyone or like downplay anything. She has faced real online harassment, abuse, probably one of the worst like harassment campaigns over like Buck Angel being a voice or whatever. But like to like form your entire worldview around that, is not something that you want to do, not only because it's just not the right way to arrive, or like not a good or the correct way to arrive at any position, because you'll just stray from principles immediately. You're just thrown like left to the whims of whatever social interactions you happen to be fielding any week on social media. Same way Anna Kasparian, like, the left on Twitter got too mean in my replies, so I changed all my views on everything. Like this woman was like reminding me of that.
I'm stupid and wrong.
And like Contrapoints is kind of like, familiarity with these like internet hate mobs or whatever. Like I knew that she would be like reticent to I think internalize and accept kind of criticism from the pro-Palestine side. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing as this.
Why I'm really a Republican, why I'm a neoliberal shill, why I'm whatever insult they want to throw at me for not supporting their candidate. And that's fine. I'm going to ignore their comments. Most importantly, it will never change my mind. You guys go ahead, burn your bros, knock yourselves out in the comments. You're just going to make my point for me. In advance, thank you. First thing I want to say a little bit about my background is I'm an American, so I get to vote in the Democratic primary, and I have been a Democrat for my entire life. I started out, my first time voting was for a Democrat. First president I voted for was Bill Clinton. I have voted for a Democrat in every election I've ever been able to have the opportunity to vote in. I have never voted for a Republican. The closest I've come to voting for a Republican is voting for people who are running for nonpartisan office who leaned Republican. I have been a Democratic supporter in the polling booth. I was actually hired by the Democratic Party of Wisconsin to do events and help them raise money, along with partnering with county Democratic Party events. So I worked for the party, and I've also worked for people elected to represent Democratic values.
Wasn't the Bernie bro narrative proven to be way overblown? Yeah, but what they'll always point to is the fact that Bernie Sanders kept being like hectored about, will you disavow like people on Twitter that are being really, really toxic? And he was like, yeah, they need to cut it out, and then moved on. And they took that as like him admitting that like his fan base is like more, or not fan base, but his voter base and most enthusiastic supporters are like endemically toxic, racist, etc.
I worked for State Senator Fred Risser. I worked for Representative Tom Springer as his office manager in the minority. And then I worked for State Senator Kevin Shabilsky, who worked on the Appropriations Committee, trying to advance Democratic policy platform ideas on the Finance Committee in the Senate for Wisconsin appropriations. I have spent my weekends doing get out the vote calls for special elections, general elections in the states. I have spent my vacation time knocking on doors. So I am a Democrat through and through. Don't try to tell me I'm not a Democrat, Sanders supporters. First and foremost, I want a Democrat to be president, and that means having a history with the party and having a commitment to the party's values, because I don't vote for a person. Like, yes, I vote for Barack Obama, but I don't keep following Barack Obama after he left office. He took up the mantle of the party and carried that forward, and he strengthened the party and carried that forward, and he lifted up other Democrats.
Like,
and
this is, like, literally her argument was just like, it started and finished with like, he's not a Democrat, and the reason why he like, can't be a Democrat is because he doesn't have this like long track record with the Democrat. Like, she even admits it's really not about like the individual candidate. It's just about like, I just default to whoever, like whichever person has a D next to their name and toes whatever party line at any given point, which is like, that is officially adopted by the DNC, I suppose. It was just a bizarre criteria to decide like which primary candidate you're going to support, because by this, like, it's not about whether the candidate is actually good or proposing anything. It's just how partisan have they been.
That forward, and that's what I'm looking for in the leader of my party, is someone who is actually committed to and knows the people in my party.
But like, the parallel that I see to the like Contrapoints' statement was like, of course she's more explicit than Contrapoints was, obviously, about, I'm a partisan Democrat, I'm looking for this, and like candidate, I'm not really looking to like change up the status quo too much, which is the Democratic Party mantle. But like Contrapoints was effectively like, yeah, I want the genocide to end, but also like it can't end, because that would mean upending all of these years of democratic or like a bipartisan strategy when it comes with respect to Israel and foreign policy and all of that. And it's like, there's no discussion anymore about whether or not the policy was right, whether we should be like reevaluating that policy. It's just, oh, well, that's not what we've done in the past. So I guess the implication is like, you're not supposed to change it, or you couldn't want something different or want something else in the future. It's just intractable. You would just always have to do the same thing.
We've all seen the clip that we don't want.
You're seeing a lot of this sort of justification for like why Democrats don't need to endorse Zoran Mamdani, which is that like this was never a standard before, so Therefore, it should not be a standard now, I guess.
See, how do you process it yourself? Wanting to get to the bottom of it. Do you think Tyler was the shooter?
Listen, here's what I can tell you. I know Dan Bongino. I've known Dan Bongino for 20 years.
Oh my God.
And man, is he a good American, right? And a guy who does not put up with nonsense.
Okay,
right?
so he's about to like flirt with conspiracism, but like he has to do all of this throat clearing, saying how much he loves Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, 2 podcast co-hosts that Trump personally picked to head his FBI as the director and deputy director. But I guess that's not good enough. I mean, they didn't even find this guy. His father was the one who turned them in.
Right? Like, I've known Kash for a very long time. I've been on the same stage as Kash 1,000 times, and Kash has a heart of gold, and he's a good American, and he does not put up with nonsense, right? It's very different than last, administration where every single person in the administration was some DEI pick, right? You had Pete Buttigieg who would, run a small town. All of a sudden, he happened to be transportation secretary, and, during COVID, when none of the ships are coming into our ports and there's no 2x4 at Home Depot, guess what the guy does? He takes paternity leave, right? Like that's not this administration. It's the exact opposite of who these people are. And so I think I'd be asking probably a lot of questions if I didn't know the individuals at the tip of the spear incredibly well and have tremendous, tremendous faith. There's a lot of questions that people are asking. There's no question about it. But
what are the right questions?
Those guys are the greatest people you'll ever meet. And I'm telling you, if there is funny business, they'll get to the bottom of it, and they'll be honest and transparent about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the funny part of it. But do you like this is what people are saying? I'm curious how you process it because you probably watch what the market is saying. So the other day we're just doing a regular podcast, and then I'm asking the guys a question. I said, so how long did it take for them to make sure the site's protected so nobody can come in? You can study things. You can see what's going on. Just a couple days. And you go look at some of the other sites that took place in the past, whether it was an assassination, different events, boom. 1 month, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months, some of them. So there's a part of it where like, this was very quick. And we didn't, then you hear the school that's doing construction on that side. Everybody online is asking what happened here. Do you yourself, I know you're on the inside, you're part of the family. Do you sit there and say, I'm actually curious to know what happened here?
What's kind of interesting about life is a lot of the conspiracy theories, right? And they've labeled all of us conspiracy theorists. And then so oftentimes they come true, right? I mean.
Okay, like who is they? These people, like Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, were willingly and openly self-identifying themselves as QAnon supporters. QAnon is a fucking conspiracy. That's not what they were slandered as or labeled. That is just true.
I mean, how often through the course did we say something was bogus, and then all of a sudden we were fringe right, and all of a sudden it worked. I mean, like COVID was the greatest example of that. My father went out and said, "Hey, maybe hydroxychloroquine works." How dare you? How dare you? He's a radical. He doesn't know anything about medicine. Then sure enough, hydroxychloroquine works. Right? There's 1,000 of those that.
Not for treating COVID. Also, that wouldn't change the fact that your father is not a fucking doctor. He is just a billionaire who happened to become president.
I think the greatest thing about us as a party is we're willing to question, and we're willing to do so pretty viciously, and we've been proven right about a lot of things. Again, knowing the corruption of the other side, I would be asking a hell of a lot more questions if I didn't know the people involved, because I'm telling you, Bongino will not lie to the American people, and I'm telling you, Kash Patel will not lie to the American people. And the other thing I'll tell you, Kash was like best friends with Charlie. He knew Charlie extremely well. He knew Charlie as well as I knew Charlie. And you better believe if there was something off there, he will get to the bottom of it out of respect for a friend who took a bullet to the neck.
To a lot of people, there's something fishy going on. And I'm the least conspiratorial person. I'm like, it was the trans-loving kid on the roof, right? Oh, maybe not. There was a what?
Oh, so you're not conspiratorial, you're just uninformed. And to be fair, Adam really is not that conspiratorial. He just repeats a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and like propagates disinformation. But he is actually, surprisingly, of all the PBD people, the least conspiratorial, which again, like that's not really saying much, but like, let me see if I can find PBD podcast. Tucker Carlson, Obama, is it Sinclair? Like there was an episode where Tucker Carlson revives allegations about Barack Obama's past. Like,
let me read this properly on page 8, folks. If you got kids listening, tell them to go have ice cream and step away for a few minutes. Okay, all right, here we go. Tucker Carlson, during an interview with Dave Portnoy, revived Larry Sinclair's claim, stating in 2008 it became clear that Barack Obama had been having sex with men and smoking crack. Let me read this properly on page 8, folks. If you got kids listening, tell them to go.
No, I just want to see the actual thing. They talk about like Obama saying that men need gay friends, but where did he talk about Hidden Secret on like live TV? This fucking PBD clip channel. I need to find like the actual segment. And these are all recent uploads of this, even though it's old. I'll have to find it.
It didn't sound like you were entirely comfortable with the.
But like Adam was like the only one that was skeptical of it, and he was like, "This guy is not a reliable source. Why is Tucker even talking to him?"
Or the final decision of what happened with your father in Butler. It doesn't sound like you're even 100% comfortable with that decision. What makes you think that we're going to be comfortable with the Charlie Kirk decision?
Yeah, well, first of all, the incident with my father happened under Joe Biden. You had a director
who watches this with their kids. Don't you know that PBD is the new PBS now that it's been defunded?
But Kimberly Cheadle, does everybody remember her? Who was an absolute DEI incompetent human being who said that the roof was so sloped that the counter sniper teams, and I know these guys, I shoot with them. I've shot with them a lot. I know a bunch of the guys there. Some of the guys over there are good friends of mine. Was too steep. Yeah, her. I mean, show the roof. Show the Butler roof.
It was like this.
She testified to Congress that the roof was too steep to climb over. I mean, it was all BS, guys. So
yeah, there it is.
And then by the way, you had these like old congressmen and senators who were walking up and down that roof like it was absolutely nothing. Like my 47-pound daughter could scale that roof without even thinking about it, and and ride her bike on that roof. And so I think there's a difference between that administration and the trust I had for that administration versus the trust I have for this administration. I mean, this is just an administration that spent their 4 years weaponizing government against absolutely everything, right? So and then the fact that they couldn't get to the guy's phone, give me a break, So I think there's a big difference. I think there's a really big difference
because of who's there. So for me, what it makes me think about is, let's say Cash is somebody that a lot of people trust, let's just say, okay, but he's the guy that came in, fine, he's going to be doing the things. But FBI's got 38,000 employees. And those 38,000 employees, the last four, it's not like Trump was 448 combined. So there's momentum being built and you're getting rid of people. So yes, Cash is at the top, Bongino's at the top, but those 38,000, how many of the 38,000 are for what you're for, what we're for? So somebody can sit there and say, look, I get what you're saying. You've ran an operation for a long time. When we were sitting down, that you were telling me about how many people that knew you when you were 12 years old, 10 years old, now you're there and they respect the fact that you were working with them. Your dad would always bring you on the work side. So you're running a company, you've earned moral authority, right? They've seen how hard you work.
He's not sped up and he's just on cocaine. This is at 1.25, is it? Oh, wait. Yeah, 1.25 states, so just sped up a little bit.
And they're comfortable you going in there. Now imagine if all of a sudden I come in and there's a big falling out and we bring a different CEO who can't stand you and your family. Let's just say they buy the company. I'm just making it up. And most of the employees that are there, they're like, who the hell is this guy? We like him. So to a lot of people that are questioning things, they may say, well, look, I get Cash, I get Bongino, yes. But what makes us think everybody in there is going to want to get to the bottom of this? Can we trust everybody? I think that's what a lot of people are questioning.
Yeah, listen, I think they clearly need to publish a report. I mean, I think there's a lot of good questions that have been answered, right, without going down a rabbit hole of conspiracy, because that's not at all my intention at all. And again, I truly trust the people at the top of that.
But what happened to, they want to call us conspiracy theorists, but then all of us turn out to be proven correct. So I thought conspiracy was fine. Now he doesn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
But
even though, please, Eric, share what information that you think you have or whatever. You say you'll be vindicated.
For when you jumped off the roof, right? I mean, that's a good question. I'm a very big shooter. I mean, Mausers typically aren't chambered. They're not chambered in 30-06, right? They're normally chambered in 8mm Mauser. Most of the time, 30-06 is in stripper clips, right? All of a sudden, they show a picture of a stripper clip with. I mean, you could geek out on a lot of things that didn't feel and seem right. There could be answers to all those things that I'm not aware of. Again, all I know is I trust Bongino wholeheartedly. Has he been on the show with you?
He has, yeah.
He's a good man.
I wouldn't mind talking to Cash, by the way. If you talk to Cash, if Cash is open, I'd love to have a conversation with Cash.
Yeah, Cash is a good man. So listen, I truly do believe that they'll get to the
God, the sucking off that they have to do. Like he's all of this, like, I love Dan Bongino. I've known him forever. Cash is a good man. It's their version of the like Hutch is my boy shit. They have to button every single, like, just the most minor criticism or disagreement with, but Cash Patel's my boy. This is what it is. Heated debate. Are the Obama gay allegations true?
A lot of people are infuriated with Tucker Carlson interviewing this guy. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Barack Obama has not.
So this was 2 years ago. In this short clip, Patrick Bet-David and the home team I didn't realize that's what they were called. And I've been watching a lot of PBD. Discussed Tucker Carlson's interview with Barack Obama's alleged gay partner from the past, Larry Sinclair. Larry Sinclair is like not a reliable source. This was literally a guy who was like making these claims to like Fox News back in like 2007, 2008. I don't know. Like even Fox News, like really, I don't think really listened to him because he was so insane. But of course, to them, they actually listened.
Not been a president for this many years. Shame on you, Tucker.
But Adam was like the only one pushing back. Like, you guys, is this person actually reliable?
You're just doing it for eyeballs. I think I heard Jon Stewart. If you can pull up Jon Stewart, it wasn't even Jon Stewart. I think I saw another person that said his failed propaganda show on Twitter. His failed propaganda show on Twitter after getting fired from Fox. So that's the storyline on what they're saying, right? But anyways, he interviews this guy. Bit risky. Rob, I think you brought him up to us like a month ago. Didn't you bring this up a month?
I did.
2 months
I pitched
ago?
it in a meeting.
He actually did.
What, Larry Sinclair?
He brought him up like a couple months
love
ago,
you, Rob.
right?
And what did you say?
I said, not right now. I'm like, not right now, Rob. Okay, so, but the story comes out that Obama, that Tucker Carlson claims Obama smoked crack and had gay sex. Okay.
So smoked crack, had gay sex. So just keep up, you guys.
Let me read this properly on page 8, folks. If you got kids listening, tell them to go have ice cream and step away for a few minutes. Okay, all right, here we go. Tucker Carlson, during an interview with Dave Portnoy, revived Larry Sinclair's claim, stating in 2008 it became clear that Barack Obama had been having sex with men and smoking crack. Carlson noted that Sinclair signed an affidavit and then underwent a lie detector test saying, I smoked crack with Barack Obama and had sex, and that was obviously true.
I mean, I don't doubt that Larry Sinclair believes what he is saying. I think he's that much of a fucking lunatic that he has genuinely come to, like, drink his own Kool-Aid. It doesn't mean it's true, though.
Carlson criticized the media's handling of the
That
allegation.
just means he can either lie with a straight face or he has internalized this lie to the point that he's able to propagate it and sound convincing has convinced himself of it.
Saying that the Obama campaign threatened to deny access to anyone reporting on the claims. He emphasized nobody reported on it because they were squeamish about sex or drugs, but because the Obama campaign said anyone who reports on this gets no access to Obama's campaign. So no one talked about it. And this guy was seen as a cuckoo, crazy,
no one talked about it because there was no evidence to back it up, not because they were scared of touching it.
Drug addict. He's got a big criminal.
Although obviously no president's going to be enthusiastic about touching like a scandal related to sucking dick and smoking crack.
Record, and if you go back look at his criminal record, it's between 1980 to 1986, and he does have some things, but it's mainly during that era, so they have to undermine him. Now here's the thing, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm purely going based on speculation. One question I have is, why is Tucker doing it now? Is it because he's now free and he's able to do whatever he wants to do, and he wanted to do this at Fox and Fox wouldn't allow him to interview this guy and report him? That could be one reason. Two, what other motive does he have to want to get under Obama's skin today? And it's a trending topic all over Twitter.
Yeah, one, he didn't barely start making these claims. Two, what motive could somebody have to lie about the president of the United States?
Twitter, okay, when you see something like this. What are your thoughts on this story?
Well, first of all, Barack's he's a little rascal. That guy, besides the drugs and all that stuff, let's just really break down.
Let me be clear.
Yeah, first of all, that the night in question, the Larry
Got him. Epic Obama impression.
Sinclair, Pat, he's visiting his godson. He's graduating from the military naval thing. He gets a limo. He leaves. He asks the limo driver, hey, I want to hook up with dudes and I want to do drugs. The limo driver goes, I have the spot and I know some people. So this is like, he's delivering gay guys to Barack almost like Uber Eats, but for gay men. It's like Uber gay. So
this is in
like
Chicago?
Chicago.
What is this?
In Chicago. So, in Chicago. So guys, he brings him there, Pat. He gets Barack. They have some drinks. He's doing cocaine with him on a CD thing. Barack pulls out a pipe and he smokes it. And even Larry Sinclair's like, to each his own, whatever. They start getting down in the limo. But here's the thing where people are like, why do you care? And listen, I'll get to that point. But let's go. I did a timeline, Pat, of suspect activity. And first of all, yesterday, Michelle Obama, knowing that this interview was coming out, she traveled to Mallorca, Spain, and spent time with her close friends, Jamie Costa and his husband, Michael Smith, a gay couple, without Barack. Barack stayed back, all right? Let's go do the timeline. 1999, he smokes crack with Larry Sinclair, who, mind you, Pat, signed the affidavit and passed the lie detector test. I don't know if any of you guys have taken lie detector tests.
No way. He was willing to actually go before, sign an affidavit over a thing that's literally just he said, she said. Also, that's supposed to contribute to it.
I have in the military. You're not
still no evidence has been presented other than this person's word and testimony, who is not reliable.
Some random dude that's gay and does drugs, and he's not passing it, Pat. CIA operatives know how to pass it because they train to pass it, okay? So I think his claim is legit. Let's go 2007. Choir director at Barack Obama's church, Donald Young, who allegedly knew about Obama and his homosexuality lifestyle.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Chomsky's brain. Thank you so much for the $30. Just a question mark? You don't have anything else to put? What's confusing about this? We are simply doing a foray into Obama's past where he smoked crack and got his dick sucked or sucked dick with a random guy who's never been able to corroborate the story with anyone else. What's up? What's the big deal? Thank you so much for the $30.
style, was murdered in Chicago in his apartment. He was shot multiple times at close range, twice in the head. No signs of forced entry. The door was unlocked, but the neighbor said they didn't hear a gunshot. All right. Fast forward, 2014, Joan Rivers, TMZ asked her on camera if the country was ready for the first gay president. And what did she say? We already have one with Obama, and Michelle Obama's a transgender. 2 weeks later, she dies on an operating table on a routine medical procedure. Fast forward.
Dude, Joan Rivers was old. Like, this idea that, like, what? She was taken out by who? Because she openly talked about and joked about Michelle Obama being a man, a thing that was literally openly talked about on like Fox News and by every Republican podcaster and like radio host. They were saying that like Michelle Obama is secretly a man shit for like years and years and years. Like this idea that Joan Rivers would be taken out or like killed because she said that. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
July 2023, Obama's personal chef, Tafari Campbell, a self-proclaimed trained swimmer, was found dead at Martha's Vineyard, right by the Obama estate. Allegedly, he was paddleboarding in 8 feet of water and he drowned. He was found naked and his clothes were like a far distance away, and they won't let us know who he was paddleboarding with. Oh, and by the way, Michelle and Barack, initially they said that they weren't on the island. They were there. And photos surfaced, Pat, where Barack had a black eye, but nobody got into that situation.
Brokeback Vineyard.
Exactly. And lastly, just recently, old love letters from 1982 resurfaced that Barack wrote to his then college sweetheart, Alexandra
This one is real.
McNair. And in one of those letters, he wrote, and I quote, "In regard to homosexuality, I must say that I believe this is an attempt to remove oneself from the present, a refusal perhaps to perpetrate the endless farce of earthly life." You see, I make love to men daily in my imagination. He tells her this. And here's my thing, Pat. I can care less that if you're gay, if you're not, I don't care. But if you're holding on to that secret and you've been lying to us all this time, because technically, if this is all true, which I believe in this guy has no, why is Larry Sinclair, he's been saying this, Pat, mind you.
These people, again, you could say this of any single woman that has ever Me Too'd a powerful man ever. Oh, they have no incentive to lie. There's no reason. Like, they would never apply this to any woman that was accusing any of these, not just the men in this room, but literally any male celebrity, even if they didn't like them, of sexual assault, rape, impropriety, domestic violence. You could use all of these same points. They will say, no, that's like, they have every incentive to lie. And this is just for attention. They just want money. They're trying to get back at them. They're trying to like settle scores. Like, she's scorned. Every single excuse in the but they won't apply it in this situation.
Since the early 80s, he went in front of in Washington. He told everybody he's broke. He doesn't give a damn if they're lying about that. What else are you lying about? What about those emails that WikiLeaks, Julian Assange leaked with John Podesta and Hillary and all these guys, where Barack and them are talking about pizza, Pat? Let's deliver $65,000 worth of pizza at 1:00 in the morning, and then they call us conspiracy theorists. Just be out and open, because guess what? Congratulations, you'd be the first gay president. Do it. Come out. Say it. What?
Anyway.
Anyway, like, Adam, you already that anyway. You're like, you don't believe any of it. That anyway.
Listen, like that the letter is like the one thing that they've shown that's verified to have been Obama's official correspondence between himself and like a girlfriend or a college like acquaintance, roommate, friend, something like that. Everything else has just been total conjecture or lies.
I don't believe it.
I believe that everyone should have.
This is old, you guys. So the people that just came in, this is September 7th, 2023. So this was like 2 years ago, practically. 1.4 million views. Heated debate. Are the Obama gay allegations true? This is when Tucker Carlson had just moved from I don't know what it was. Like, he had just been fired from Fox and he'd moved to X or something like that. And he brought Larry Sinclair on to talk about like how that guy has like always been accusing Obama of like sucking his dick and smoking crack. With him.
The ability to speak. Nobody should be canceled.
Yes.
Including wild conspiracy theorists.
Who's a conspiracy?
Okay,
so all those things I listed are conspiracies?
I'm just saying everyone is entitled to what they, their opinion.
Yeah.
I love that we have, conspiracy.
Hey, oh wait, wrong thing. Sorry. God, I just noticed. Thank you so much for the $10. This is my petition to have a roller coaster tycoon / rhythm heaven stream and just chat shit. Everyone would love it. We would all stand that. Okay, I will keep this under consideration, you guys. If you guys really want the roller coaster tycoon stream, you can watch me get frustrated watching every single guest start to get lost past a certain point because they can't follow a fucking walkway if you build it too complicated, or a rhythm heaven stream where I could try to figure out how to like connect it. I don't know what it would be like to try to play it on like a desktop computer, but I was really good at that game, so we'll see. Or Neopets. Neopets stream, maybe.
Conspiracy theorists on the show.
Who's a conspiracy?
We've had Alex Jones. We've had
how much of his theories that you would say?
Well, there was that one thing that he kind of screwed up on.
So he can't mess up ever.
No, but
a lot of them are right.
Some of them have been right.
Oh my God, this guy like making up total lies, total fabrications. Oh, what? So we're not entitled to mistakes, huh?
Water turns the frogs gay. Adam.
Obviously, but then there was that one thing.
Okay, all right.
It cost him $1 billion.
Yeah,
but,
go ahead.
But all right, so. It seems like you're taking the stance that Obama is definitely gay.
I would put all my money on the.
It's like, you know how cooked this panel is when like Adam was like the voice of reason on this one particular segment.
So what are the chances? You just said 100%.
I would put all my money.
I don't know how to play Roller Coaster Tycoon on PC. That's not what I was saying. I have Roller Coaster Tycoon on my PC right now. I'm saying I don't know how to hook up how I would play Rhythm Heaven on desktop PC.
Is there smoke, Adam?
This is the problem that I have. I wouldn't put 100, and I wouldn't put 0. Anytime that you're like, definitely 100%,
yep.
There's no question,
yeah.
I'll put every amount of money on it. Okay, let's just back up a second because we're talking about this guy, Larry Sinclair.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we all of a sudden now believe a gay crackhead Obama blowing.
That Whitney's like, yeah, haven't you been listening? Yes, correct.
Drug dealer, criminal.
He's not a dealer. He wasn't a dealer. Drug user. He used
My bad, Vinny.
Correction. He wasn't a drug. He wasn't a dealer. He was a user.
Dealing.
Believe a gay crackhead, Obama blowing drug dealer, criminal.
He's not a dealer. He wasn't a dealer. Drug user.
That's actually worse. If he was a drug dealer, he might not have been abusing the drugs. But no, he was like, actually, he did crack himself.
Bad, Vinny.
Dealing is whatever.
Who is a known Satanist.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. That's where we're gonna throw in the allegedly.
Who has a 27-year criminal history.
Not 27.
He's been in. Oh, so now you're Larry Sinclair's lawyer, Vinny?
Did you watch the video last night? Did you watch the video, the whole hour?
No, I'm not going to spend an hour on Larry Sinclair. I was studying the economy. I was studying Trump.
But that's the problem, Adam. You didn't see any of it.
That's true.
You didn't hear anything.
You know what I did do? I did spend some time reviewing his rap sheet. So he spent time in jail. In Colorado, South Carolina, Florida, Arizona. He did spend 16 years in jail. He's had 97 run-ins with the law. He's been arrested. Hold on.
They're making him sound cool. I mean, this guy has quite the rap sheet.
16 years? No, he wasn't.
He's been arrested for forgery, fraud, disorderly conduct, and larceny. By the way, there's now rumors saying that he's terminally ill. So he's going out with a bang. He's got nothing to lose. So listen,
I think he has died since then.
I literally am saying this with all sincerity. Yeah. Go there, all good.
Okay.
I'm just inclined not to believe this guy.
So here's my question, Adam.
Yeah.
If let's just say I saw something happen, okay, just because I've been to jail doesn't take away the fact, and I want you to explain something.
Okay, he is actually correct. Just because somebody has abused drugs, just because somebody has gone to jail, just because somebody has been arrested, that does not mean that they are lying. That does not you would have to demonstrate or prove it or whatever. The difference, though, is that Larry Sinclair has never presented any evidence for his story. It's always literally just been his word versus Obama's. He doesn't have anybody else to corroborate the story, and that's why the story fails, not just because he doesn't have really the credibility. Obviously, the things that they're talking about, if you try to present the story publicly and you have that rap sheet, it's going to cut into your credibility as far as trying to get the public on board with it. But it's not actually something that is dispositive or means that you're lying necessarily. But again, they would never accept this argument for anybody else making an allegation like this.
To me, Adam.
97 run-ins with the law? That might smoke. You said
Vinny soft admitted he's been to jail. I've been sent that Vinny has gotten high and gotten into car crashes and been sent the a local news reporting on it. I'll see if I can't find it.
There's fire, Vinny. It works both ways.
But here's the thing, Adam. How can that guy pass a lie detector test? I don't know if you've ever.
Well, I actually read about that, and allegedly, let's use the word allegedly.
Go ahead.
The polygraph test is what it's called. Came back as it indicated deception. So do some more research, find out what actually happened.
He passed and signed an affidavit, Adam.
Okay, I'm just saying.
So wait,
Listen, I don't have an agenda.
Adam, he signed an affidavit. Adam, he signed an affidavit. Why would he lie?
I love you, brother. You clearly have an agenda.
No, I don't.
But you want to convince the world that Obama is gay.
I just want to say
there's no indication of that.
Okay,
I love how they keep in between all this. They're like, who cares? Who cares if he's gay? Also, he's gay. They'll go back and forth between nobody really cares about this. No one has a stake in this. But also, it's really, really important, Adam, that you believe that he's gay.
A cold plunge.
Well, can I take one thing? Don't forget your thing, Patrick. If you had $10,000 cash right now and somebody said you have to bet one way or the other, you can't take the money, whatever you win, you win.
Oh.
Do you think Obama's gay or not?
I would love to hear Pat's answer. Go ahead.
If you hold on, because I love this smirk. Hold on. Hey,
Rob, can you DoorDash some
popcorn? By the way, I'm asking everybody this question. Tom, be ready for this. Patrick, 10 grand. You are not leaving this room unless you make a decision, and if you win, you get to take the money and you go.
You know what you just remind me? You ever seen the movie Couples Retreat?
Yeah.
If a guy had a gun to your head, is this marriage going to work out or no?
Yeah.
Tell me right now. You don't put a gun to your
What movie is this? What? Hold on. What kind of shit is PBD watching? Oh my god! Of course, it's like a Vince Vaughn movie. I like seeing this covered, and it's like coming back to you. I've never seen this movie though. It's 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. Fantastic.
here. If your therapist had on the first time.
Yeah. If you had
are
to
the
guess,
jackass.
if you had to guess,
I once hit a guy
I
in Detroit.
already know his
bounced off the
answer,
hood
but
of
go
my car.
ahead.
Don't ever
Go
know
ahead,
what happened to
TBD.
him.
I don't know. I will give you ratio. I won't give you a bet like that. 10 grand is not going to do anything. But if I give you a percentage of these guys having this experience together, I don't know, 30%. I would say it
You're
happened.
even that high,
Yeah,
Pat?
30%.
30%, dude?
But hear me out.
Yeah, go
hear
ahead.
me out on why I'm saying 30% is not actually that high. What's confusing for me is the following. Why are people on the left so worried if he's gay?
that's what I'm.
Before we get into that, this was what I was sent. Apparently, is this Vinny, you guys? Does it look like Vinny to y'all? 3 found overdosed on heroin in cars sitting in the middle of the road. This was Thursday, April 11th, 2019. The Albany County Sheriff has a serious warning. Don't do drugs while you're driving. A 41-year-old man charged for driving after taking heroin. His car was found sitting in the middle of the road. The driver and both passengers inside the car had overdosed. It's very odd to have 3 go down at the same time like that, Apple said. If it weren't for the first responder who was carrying Narcan Thursday, the 3 people may not have survived. We received a 911 call from 911, sorry guys. 911 call from a car passing by that said there's a car parked in the middle of the roadway on Route 156 in the town of Bern, and the 3 individuals in the car are unconscious, Apple said. Albany County Sheriff Craig Apple says a sheriff's deputy responded around 4 p.m., found the car sitting in the middle of a busy road, car still running. He says all 3 people inside were unconscious, overdosed on heroin. Very faint pulse on driver, very faint pulse on the female in the back seat, and no pulse on the other male in the back seat. So at that point, she had 2 doses of Narcan on her person. She hit the driver, hit the girl, then dragged the other person out to resuscitate him, Apple said. But like, I don't know. It looks like Vinny, but then it also doesn't. Hold on. Show Vinny again. Like, is that him? I'm screwing this up. Hold on. Oh my god. It doesn't want to let me do this. It's like trying to keep the truth from me. Of course, this is over it. Like, he looks skinnier here, but his face looks more bloated. I don't know. I think it's a different guy. I don't know, you guys. People can change their look so much. Here's the thing is like, his hairline looks more full now, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Vinny got a hair transplant. I have no clue.
There's no...
Leading no. You ready to take the money and you go.
You know what you just reminded me? You ever seen the movie Couples Retreat?
Yeah.
If a guy had a gun to your head, is this marriage going to work out or no? Tell me right now. You don't put a gun to your therapist had on the first time.
If you
are the jackass.
If you had to guess.
That guy isn't red enough. Yeah, no throbbing vein. Must not be him.
I already know his answer, but go ahead. Go ahead, TBD.
I don't know. I will give you ratio. I won't give you a bet like that. 10 grand is not going to do anything. But if I give you a percentage of these guys having this experience together, I don't know, 30%. I would say it
You're
happened.
even that high?
Yeah. 30%, like practically a plurality, even though there's no evidence for this.
30%.
30%, dude.
But hear me out.
Yeah, go
hear
ahead.
me out on why I'm saying 30% is not actually that high. What's confusing for me is the following. Why are people on the left so worried if he's gay?
That's what I'm asking.
Why are people on the left so like, what is wrong with being gay, leftists? Huh? Mr.
Checkmate, got him.
Democrats?
Yeah,
aren't you guys LGBTQ? Aren't you guys like, what is wrong with being
I thought
gay?
it was okay to be
I'm
whatever.
sorry.
There's also gay Republicans.
Shouldn't Democrats come out in support of saying, hell yeah, we got a gay president?
Congratulations.
Why are you all of a sudden anti-gay? Why are Democrats all of a sudden?
Oh, it's so much for the tolerant left. You're actually the homophobe by being skeptical of this story about Obama doing crack and sucking dick.
So concerned about the president being gay? Everything you're doing in California with all the schooling, all the indoctrination, you want more people to be gay. So guess what? You finally have a guy that's, stories are coming out saying that he may be.
Yeah, and also if you don't believe, would it be so wrong if Michelle Obama was trans? I thought you love trans people.
Just
my guy, you have a flag carrier.
Oh, you gay?
So and then for the other part on stories, this is the part that's just this is why BMW and Mercedes are trying to compete with Tesla and all this stuff. The left doesn't want to hear this story. If this person, the lady came out saying, rape is not about physical, rape is about thought. And Anderson Cooper's like, we got to go to story. I'm really enjoying this conversation. Let me get this straight. You will give that person, the psycho lady, you'll give that person airtime to interview them, but you're not going to be interviewing this guy. Yeah. Got it. Good point. You already lost a lot of credibility with me, so you're full of shit. What is the difference between those two people? That person's got credibility?
If you will not platform just anyone, including Larry Sinclair, zero credibility from PBD.
This person's got credibility? Yeah. No, or you pick and choose your stories. You're not journalists.
The actual fuck is he? I have no clue what woman he is talking about.
Campaign managers. For a person you like that's part of your political party, they lose credibility there. With this guy, I watched him. Here's what he looked like. I mean, I'm just going to give you I watched the entire interview, by the way, just to kind of get a feel on whether I believe him or not. Like when I watched Karen McDougal, okay, and she said, I'm convinced we loved each other. I don't know if you've seen the interview with Karen McDougal. That one you watched.
Supermodel Playboy girl who allegedly had sex. Allegedly.
By the way, what did I say when Karen McDougal came out? What was my ratio?
You believed her.
I believed her.
Yep. Yeah.
I said, yeah,
Who
I
is this
believe.
woman? Karen McDougal?
She loved him, and I actually believe.
If I put how would I even spell that? McDougal accused her? Who is Karen McDougal and how is she connected to Donald Trump's hush money case? The former Playboy model may testify at Trump's hush money trial. Alleged she had a 10-month affair with Donald Trump in 2006, a story that the tabloid National Enquirer allegedly brought as part of a catch-and-kill arrangement to protect the then presidential candidate, according to the publisher's chief executive. Trump has denied having a sexual relationship with McDougal. McDougal may testify in Trump's Manhattan hush money trial. The weeks-long trial began in mid-April. Oh my God. So we're talking about thank God for safe search. I probably should have searched that off screen. But yeah, this is so different though. Because Donald Trump actually does have a history of sexual impropriety. It was Ivana or Ivanka, one of his previous wives alleged and then retracted later that she had been essayed by him, maybe even raped. And then on top of it, Trump surrounded himself with these types. So her testimony means something more than that. Is it that crazy to think that Trump could have had a potentially a 10-month affair with a Playboy model? It was Ivana.
I believe she still loves him, okay? Because I'm going based on what I saw.
As opposed to Obama, you don't have any sort of history like this, and this guy doesn't have any evidence outside of just his word.
Percentage on that one is 70%, okay, where I saw that. I'm saying on this one, 30%. I watched the guy, and when you're running an insurance company or a sales company with a bunch of sales guys, your job is to know which one of your salespeople are full of shit and which one's not. Yep. No, I didn't sign that forgery. I would never do that. You're yeah, bro, I don't believe you. Okay, I don't believe you. And you take the paper and you put it on top, and you're nah, this is definitely forgery, guys. I'm sorry, this guy's gonna lose his license. You screwed up. You shouldn't have done that. Oh my God, I was just afraid. I'll admit to it. And I said, dude, I can't protect you now because now the Department of Insurance got involved, and the insurance carriers got involved. They have you on freaking recording multiple times. What are you doing? Done, right? Our job as compliance is to watch. Now, it doesn't mean we get it 100%. That's why there's investigation, all this other stuff. I watched this guy. I mean, look, even if you're terminally ill, it's not this the first time he's coming out with the story.
Okay.
25 years ago.
25 years ago.
It's Larry Sinclair's dying wish to get it out to the public that he and Obama had oral sex and smoked crack together. You have to respect that.
He came out with
in
the story.
Washington.
Yeah, so he came out with the story years ago. And, he's coming out with it again. It's not like it's last minute. So even to say he's terminally ill that's more of a reason to say you want your legacy to be, there lies the man that gave a president a blowjob. Like, is that your legacy? So what is it going to say on your tombstone, right? Cracking blowjobs, right? That's your tombstone? Is that what you want your legacy to be?
Yeah.
Walking by, Mom, who is this? What is a blow? You know, you're going to have to kind of go through that. Yeah. So, no, I don't know. I think, there's a part
I mean, by this logic, it's like, then why is Donald Trump so vehemently denying a 10-month affair with a Playboy model? What would be wrong with that? It would be seen as like not an honor, but not something that's disreputable for a man of like his stature, even if it was an extramarital affair, to have been having a liaison with the playmate.
Part of it that's true. And to me, I don't know a lot of presidents. I don't know a lot of men who, accidentally call their wives a man's name 2-3 times. And I don't know a lot of people that make mistakes like that. I just don't. I've never called Jennifer Joe.
Ever.
I've never said, hey, and Joe and I, the other day.
I guess Obama has accidentally referred to Michelle Obama by the incorrect name, and that's supposed to mean that she's trans.
Never done that.
Do you have
who did Barack call
Michael?
Michelle?
He's called Mike. He said,
hold on. He called
Michael, Michelle.
But
many times. Many times he's called
so
him Michael.
for me,
So you want him to be gay?
No, I don't, Adam. That's
for
not
me, all I'm saying is I'm staying skeptical.
And then how defensive Vinny gets when Adam's like, do you want him to be gay? No, I don't, Adam. No.
I'm staying skeptical. And to be quite frankly, like the most pathetic thing to me is that Democrats are embarrassed if he's gay.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. That tells you how much of a hypocrite you are, that you're now defending against a person being gay, where to you it's normal to be gay. Why do you care so much? That's the problem I have. I don't have a problem with all the other details.
I have an issue here, guys. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
And I'm just going to say something. I believe these stories just as much as I believe the stories about Donald Trump. Let me explain. So, by the way, I'm not an Obama guy. How often do you hear me defend Obama? I said I like Bill Clinton and I like Joe Manchin and
You voted for Obama, though.
Yeah. So what does that mean? That I have to
Support,
love
you're an
him?
Obama guy.
No, we're not going to play this game.
It's not a game.
You also voted for Obama.
I didn't vote for Obama.
Okay.
I never.
Let me stick up for my man.
The real allegations come out. Was Vinny at one point an Obama supporter and voter?
Vinny, though, they call him a conspiracy theorist.
That's true.
But the mainstream media, they went over P-tapes, mainstream. Stormy McDonald's, mainstream.
Thank you.
So
my point is this. I'm skeptical as hell.
Stormy McDonald's, this guy with the jokes, man. Just, he's on top of it.
When I hear, Trump has a love affair with his daughter, Ivanka, there's people like, oh, he probably bangs his daughter. I'm like,
There's a massive contingent of Dems that are invested in Obama being 100% straight. No, but I do think that there is a sizable chunk that are interested in factual claims being asserted about their president.
dude,
Yeah, that's too far.
this is not a thing.
Right.
Okay. Oh, he goes into these modeling competitions for girls who are under 18, and
Okay, there is so much weird shit that Trump has said and done about, like, with respect to his daughter.
Nah, I don't really think so.
Like, even if you don't want to, if you're not comfortable making the leap that means he like sexually abused her or whatever, fine. But you cannot deny that the comments that he's made towards her, that the photos they have together are weird.
I do think that Trump has cheated on his wife umpteen times and has banged hot porn star chicks like Stormy Daniels and models like Karen McDougal. I actually think that's true. Okay. But the point is, not every story you hear is actually true.
That's your pushback?
No, what I'm saying is this. I don't think that Democrats are basically being like, how dare you?
They are, though. No, they are.
No. I just think they're like, here's another ridiculous story
No, they are.
that they want to push, and the guy's married for the last 20 years.
No, that's kind of like,
Adam,
let me
to be
give
fair,
let me give the
Right,
opposite side.
you read all
Let
this stuff, Adam.
me
They're losing their
let me
mind.
give the complete opposite argument. Let me give the complete opposite argument. This is kind of like
Like this. Hold on.
There are a lot of aspects of Donald Trump's personal life that have made headlines during the course of his administration. But his ways of displaying affinity for eldest daughter Ivanka Trump may be the most unusual. Unlike his other children, Donald Trump has given Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner, official positions in the West Wing, which means the scrutiny surrounding their personal history is even
It was
more
published 7 years ago and has 4 million views on Nikki Swift, which is definitely like a tabloid type channel, but the clips that they source are probably legit.
heightened. Not only are there several photos of them together in positions that are not typical for a father and a daughter, but Donald Trump has also publicly spoken of her in terms that many find to be totally inappropriate. Here are just some of the times Donald Trump acted inappropriately when it came to how he treated Ivanka. Hands on dad. In July 2016, Ivanka Trump introduced her father at the Republican National Convention. But while she talked about policy, what a lot of people seem to remember from her appearance is her father's reaction to her. After she finished speaking, he joined her on the stage and thanked her with a loose hug and double G kiss. That might have
Yeah, this one I'm thinking of. Hold on.
You have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Oh, that was Hulk Hogan creepy.
So, no, I know. So I'll just go into a very simple and boring answer. How about real estate, right?
Real estate. You can use the same answers.
Why did he say that?
Have been harmless enough, but then he reached down and patted her hips and behind as an awkward send-off, which instantly set the social media world ablaze with criticism and questions about why he might feel so free to reach for that particular area of his daughter's body. Like lover, like daughter. There have been a lot of women whose prior personal dealings with Donald Trump have spent
Like affairs and stuff like that, the Wendy Williams thing. Just like bizarre.
Word comes out that Ron DeSantis running for president. Rumor gets out the first woman he had sex with is his wife, Casey. He lost his virginity.
Oh, wait. I want to get back to the Eric Trump shit, but I don't think it goes really down, like far down the rabbit hole at this point. But yeah, Adam, the voice of reason on that one.
To the bottom of it. And I think the other thing is out of respect for their mutual friend, because Charlie was everybody. I mean, I was watching this press conference as Cash was up there almost crying, knowing Charlie as well as he did. You know, you want to talk about all
I don't think that he was almost crying.
Worlds coming together as one. Like, these were all your friends. Like, you know, Charlie was my friend who was killed. Cash was up there with my friend who's now investigating and trying to get to the bottom of his friend that was killed. We were all in this fight together, right? I mean, you know, Cash was one of those people that never left our side. You asked the question before, like, who is a person who was there and never left in 2020, 2021 when times got bad? Cash. You know who else? Longino. And so, no, I trust that those guys are going to do a great job with this.
Last question on this.
I love how, like, they're just, I mean, not that this was not already obvious, but they're just openly admitting, like, yeah, the reason why he was selected is because he's personal friends of my father's.
Before we move on, Hunter, does that look like an entry wound?
Guys, it's a high caliber rifle to the neck, right? I mean, I think you hear a lot of people, you know, he was an expert marksman. No, he's not. It's 200-yard shot with a high power rifle, scoped rifle. You know, anybody who's capable of shooting is going to be practically touching bullets at that range, and no one's shooting for the right side of the neck. That's just the honest. But
yeah, I don't know why people thought that this kid was like a trained sniper or whatever, because why would you ever go for like a neck wound and not center mass?
I mean, that's obviously
like he got lucky that like it was he got lucky in the sense that he was able to take him out with one shot, which is his objective. But like that wasn't the ideal way to do that.
And we lost a great man that day. I lost a great friend that day, and you know the nation lost a person who, man, did he make transformational change.
He's one of a kind.
Yeah. I remember him coming into Trump work. This was 10 years ago, and he sat down at a conference table with me, right? And he goes, I am literally going to change the student body of every college in this country. I'm going to stack them with conservatives. We are going to. And you're sitting there as a guy who does real estate projects. We hear of some BS every single day, and you're saying, this is pretty lofty. I mean, you're going to change the hearts and minds of, you know, the youth of the United States. And he was hell-bent on doing it. And man, did this guy accomplish exactly what he told me 10 years ago he was going to accomplish. He was an amazing person. And I think Erica, she's a rock. I think she's going to do a hell of a job.
And we agree. Charlie Kirk was one of a kind. We're at the event. I'm on stage. Tony Robbins.
So you think that a woman is going to do a good job as a CEO of a multi-million-dollar corporation? Interesting.
This is up there. First shot takes place where he has no idea what's going on. He's in the middle of his speech. There's nearly
but I mean, like his own wife is a girl boss because Lara Trump briefly was made like head of the RNC and has also conducted interviews with Donald Trump on Fox News.
1,000 people. Some of you guys were in the room where that took place. And then all of a sudden I go up. At this point, the report, I don't know if you remember, one of the reports came in that said, there's a pulse, he's going to make it. That was kind of on Twitter, that was going viral. Like, oh my God, this is good. And then Vinny comes and tells, we're like, wait a minute, you got to be kidding me. No. And we have to, Tom comes up, gives a prayer. But Charlie was one of one. And a lot of people felt it by how many people show up to the memorial. You got 65,000 people within a week show up. They said nearly a couple 100,000 people came to the city. People are trying to go in. There's 3 hours before the show starts. They're already sending people home. The overflow room is packed. And there was a moment because everything in that place was very emotional when people are speaking. But your brother changed the game.
Okay, but like Donald Trump and like half the administration was there. Tulsi Gabbard was there. RFK Jr. was there. Donald Trump himself was there. Like I'm trying to think who else spoke. Like Tucker Carlson spoke. Benny Johnson spoke. Like this idea that like that wasn't just a massive political rally. Like they weren't just coming out for Charlie Kirk. They were coming out because of all those people.
And that whole, and I know you know where I'm going with this. And he gets up and he says, yeah, I'm not a very sentimental guy. I'm not a very emotional guy. You know, I'm more like a meme guy. You know, and sometimes my dad calls me and, you know, he says what he says. Rob, if you have the clip, I don't think we can ever watch this enough because The way he impersonated his dad was, how many guys saw that, what I'm talking about here, right? The way he impersonated him was great. And is this it, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Let's listen to this one more time for like the 50th time. Go ahead.
Who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don.
This is a memorial, and this guy took the opportunity to do a really bad impression of his father.
Relax.
For him to say that.
By the way, you know, that was like the first time Don's ever impersonated him. Don's like my best friend.
Really?
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, I've literally never heard that impersonation before. It's not. You've got these guys who just make that a routine,
Yeah.
right? Like that Don really did pull that out of
Yeah, how would you rate his impersonation?
Why is his... That's even more weird. That it explains why he's not very good, but like that's even more weird that your brother has never done an impression of his dad.
Of your dad.
I thought he did a good job.
I thought he crushed it.
I mean, I was sitting right next to DJT at the time. My hand's practically on his lap like this, like as Don's doing.
Have
this.
you ever tried to impersonate your dad?
I don't think I could get away with it. And not get away with it, but I don't think I have it. I mean, Don had a perfect cadence and tempo. I probably think more like DJT, but man, Don nailed the impersonation. He did a good job with that.
What's Dan's reaction when he sees that? Is he?
Honestly, he loves it.
Yeah.
Listen, there's one thing about my father. He's a funny bastard, right? Like, I mean, he's guys. You know, like to me, like the greatest moments of all the campaigns were in 2016, right? You had these.
You guys, I really want to watch this. This was a series that they did in 2018 called The First Family for Fox Nation, which is Fox's premium like streaming service. That it was supposed to be about every single like member of the Trump family was going to get like their own episode. And I don't think that they ever completed it. And the first one was on Eric Trump. And it's 38 minutes and it's probably amazing. But I don't know that I can watch it without getting fucking clapped on YouTube, especially since I just got that warning.
These campaign managers, and they were coming in, and this campaign, we didn't know what the hell we were doing, but it's starting to kind of solidify. And you know, you have to give him a teleprompter. We have to get your father on teleprompter. Now remember, those in 2016, every speech he gave was like 2.5 hours of just whatever his mind went to at that. You know,
it's true.
You know, and every time it got us in trouble, and it was so good, right? And what was amazing, the New York Times did it best. They had this graph where it's like he started off as like 9% before he entered the race, and then he goes, you know, they're sending rapists and murderers, right? And New York Times, it takes them like 2 days, but they melt down. How dare him? He's so offensive to the Hispanic community. And sure enough, like his polls went up to like 20, right? And you know, 3 weeks later, it's, you know, we had obviously a lot of the terrorist problems and everything. He's talking about a Muslim ban from certain countries, and how dare him say something about him? And then sure enough, guess what? The polls go up another 30 points. And I mean, every single, even Rosie O'Donnell, right? You know, when he has the famous Megyn Kelly thing, you know, you've called women X, Y, and Z. Only Rosie O'Donnell, right? And fucking polls shoot through the roof again, yeah. And it's you know, it's rather amazing. So the guy's got, I mean, he's a stand-up comic in a certain way who feeds off of actually the energy of an audience, and I can tell you he appreciates good humor better than just about anybody. So.
Has he always had a sense? Has it always been like this, even when you guys were kids?
Oh, 100%. I mean, he's funny. He's got big personality. By the way, amazingly analytical, right? I mean, you ask him the sports stat of any baseball player, you know, in the past, any boxer. I told you the story about, you know, growing up with Steinbrenner and all the boxes and everything else, but he will tell you the stats of any golfer, of any boxer, of any baseball player, of any hockey player, of any NBA. I mean, he's amazing. So he's incredibly analytical. He's incredibly funny. You know, he can be so.
Memorizing sports stats means you're incredibly analytical now. Like, this is the First Family preview.
What are some of the memories that you remember?
I'd rollerblade around the offices at Trump Tower, and it was certainly amazing. We have the largest winery on the east coast of the United States.
What's most important for you to pass on to Luke?
I just want him to be a good little boy. See you later. See you later. We knew he could achieve everything that he's achieved in office. Quite frankly, if I didn't think he could, I wouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have gone through that process.
Inspiring.
I love hanging out with you guys.
So micro, but also be so macro at the same time. The greatest marketer of all time just knows how to distill complicated subjects in very, very few words and do it over and over and over and kind of, you know, beat the message into it. I mean, the guy's just remarkable.
Yeah, when Donald Trump just rambles incoherently, that's him distilling a complicated topic or subject so it's approachable for the American people. When Donald Trump literally speaks at like a first grade reading level, that's him attempting to communicate with people in a very, very efficient way.
Was he a good driver? Like, did he take you guys to? Did you ever sit next to him in the car when he's driving? Because you don't see him driving, right?
Oh God.
Was he? You see the blue Lamborghini with Melania, but was he someone that looks like you got something you want to say?
So we're buying. By the way, some of the old Donald Trump pictures are like the best, right? That's a great one. The blue. He has one in a pink shirt that's just truly epic. We're driving down. We're buying a golf course right outside of Philadelphia, and I'll never forget. It's just him and I. And he decides, you know what? Let's drive. I'm going to drive. He has this white Rolls Royce. I'll never forget this car. And we're driving down the Jersey Turnpike. And people are going past us and they're flipping us off, and he's just enjoying the day. The sunroof is down. He's with his son. He's enjoying life. We're probably doing like 55 miles an hour, and like little old ladies are going by us, like flicking us off. And look, they all love me. All of these. I'm like, they're literally flicking you off right now because we're literally we're doing.
We're saying you're number one.
We're doing This is before ball.
You're number one, dog.
And so I'll never forget. We get down to the golf course. We do this whole thing, and we do this whole thing for the members. And he goes, "Come on, let's go get McDonald's." Right? Everybody knows he loves fast food, right? And I go, "You're not driving. There's no." By this point, it's like 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, "There's no freaking way you're driving. At this rate, we're gonna get there at 2 o'clock in the morning, right?" Like, I'm driving. So I drive this big boat of a Rolls Royce through the McDonald's drive-through in the middle of some seedy neighborhood. I drive it back up the Jersey Turnpike. We're flying at this point. We get back, but no, honestly, it's like the one thing he really misses. He always loved. He likes cars, right? But not in like the U-type way. He liked the freedom of being able to drive, and he always jokes about it. He goes, aside from a golf cart, I may never actually be able to drive a vehicle again because of kind of the bubble, but we had a lot of good memories in the car together.
Kind of the bubble? What?
When did that happen? Is it 10 years before him becoming president? Was it Apprentice when he no longer drove? What was the event?
Well, the event was picking up.
Like, what is he referring to?
Service, right? Where you're not technically allowed to drive, and so until then he would drive himself.
Oh, like a security bubble or something like that. Yeah, that's the reason why Donald Trump's not driving anymore. Not because he's fucking elderly and probably can't see.
You go to one of the golf courses. He would, he had tinted windows and he'd drive up there. He really enjoyed it. Like he enjoyed that time by himself or with me or whoever is there. But those days are probably long gone in the madness of our lives, as you can imagine.
I like to make omelets on Saturday morning, and I'm one of the greatest omelet makers in the world. I love making omelets, right? What was his specialty? Did he ever cook for you guys? Was it anything he would do, or?
No, I can't say I ever remember Donald Trump cooking.
Did Donald Trump ever, a guy who didn't even raise his kids, he was in the kitchen making omelets for his family, dude.
Ray Berry Pizza in New York for all you guys, and
why is PBD asking him these questions? He's like, this is actually again. This whole chapter, Donald Trump's role as a father, this is just going to be embarrassing question after embarrassing question for Eric Trump to have to be on the receiving end of because his dad wasn't actually there to raise him. He was raised by nannies.
For all you Northerners,
why did he think that was a good idea to do?
A lot of pizza, a lot of Jackson Hole, a lot of fast food. We loved fast food. He loved steaks. But no, he wasn't exactly the person to go slave over. He was much more comfortable behind one of those desks than he was behind an island in a kitchen.
Yeah, one thing about him, which is when I had him on the podcast, we're talking, we're having a conversation together, and I'm showing him a video about him that at one of the events he got a little bit emotional. And I said, it looks like something happened to you. This is right after, the assassination attempt, where he's up there, he says something, and he takes a pause. I think it's like a good minute he doesn't talk. You guys remember this, when he takes a pause and he kind of just stops, and he's almost, I think it's that one right there, Rob. I don't know if it's not, I don't think it's CPAC. I don't know which one it was.
That one. I'll
Anyways, he's up there, he's giving a speech, and I asked him, I said, here, we've never seen you emotional. It's always been rock solid. What happened here? And then he crosses his arms in a podcast when he's watching himself, and then he gives the answer. But from you, father, son, have you seen him get emotional? Has he had moments where he's been emotional?
Has your father ever exhibited any emotion ever?
About the highs and lows of these campaigns, right? I mean, so Butler happened, his ear gets blown off.
This is so funny. Why is he asking him this question?
It's
like the one instance that I can think is maybe I think it's been reported that Donald Trump died later, when his brother died of a drug overdose or something like that. But other than that, Donald Trump doesn't even laugh. I mean, think about it. Do you ever really see videos of Donald Trump even laughing at people, laughing out loud at people's jokes? And we're asking if he's emotional.
2 days later, on the delegate,
outwardly emotional. Also look up where his wife is buried.
Our home state of Florida. Everybody loves the state of Florida. That made my father the Republican nominee for president of the United States. And they're saying exactly 48 hours earlier.
He's always emotional. I know, but what they're asking is he's asking for a moment of vulnerability.
Lost his head, right? He comes into the arena right after I do that. Right, I'm on the convention floor and I have the mic and the whole family surrounding us and everybody's cheering. The whole arena is going crazy. And he comes in and people are literally sobbing. I mean, people are crying. Everybody's wearing the little white ear patch and kind of solidarity.
His ear
with
got blown off, please. I know, just subtly slipping that in there.
there's like 30,000 ear
He
patches.
wore like a fucking diaper on his ear for like 2 seconds, and then he didn't need to wear it anymore. It wasn't like it was like he was barely injured.
In this arena, but man, I mean,
I'm
there's
not saying it couldn't have been worse, obviously, but like he didn't actually have like his ear blown off.
highs and lows in this whole process. I
It
mean,
didn't even seem like he needed surgery.
one of the the most emotional was when we had the uniform of Corey, from Butler up on the stage. You probably remember that, right? The firefighter who otherwise died, and here's a guy right behind him, firefighter that died in the audience that day. And guys, I can't tell you the highs and lows of all of this, right? The lows in the courthouses, the highs, as Kamala Harris calls him to, concede victory. I was there when she did that. I was there when Hillary Clinton called. That was like one of the greatest calls ever, because you could just hear that like scratchy little voice on the other side of the phone. But I mean, I can't tell you kind of the roller coaster of emotion. And I think after Butler, you probably became a little bit more humble. Maybe you find God in a little bit of a different way. It was pretty eerie when that flag, right at that exact moment, right? I'm not a mushy guy, but when that folded up like a perfect angel right above his head at that exact moment, guys, that's eerie stuff, right?
Wait, what is he? The flag? What? Donald Trump, Butler, Pennsylvania flag. Oh my God. This shit. The flag got tangled up at Butler, Pennsylvania Trump rally, resembling an angel before Trump arrived. Oh my God. These people are the dumbest people.
That's eerie stuff. And, there's no question that the second round, I think he was hit with a level of emotion that he didn't see the first time in 2016.
Oh, did you see it?
I think our whole family saw it. I mean, at that point, we were, in a certain way, we were emotionless. We were kind of battered and beaten. We had a lot of arrows
Like
in
Eric
us, right?
is just trying to keep it to his experience, his perspective. But the original question was like, when has your father ever demonstrated something? And he's basically saying like, he still didn't really outwardly demonstrate emotion, but I did.
The greatest self-protection mechanism, whether you're in business or you're in that world, is being able to kind of turn off emotion. And that's not always great, right? My wife yells at me all the time. The great Laura Trump yells at me all the time for that. At the same time, I think we were so excited and kind of rejuvenated again. But round two, it was tiring. We were all tired. We were all battered. We had given our heart and soul and every bit of our spirit and love and effort and energy toward winning a race, not because it was beneficial to us, but because we truly believed that it was the only way to save this great republic and save this nation and God and our country.
Not because it was beneficial to us. Don't look into the fact that my father's net worth has like doubled since he's taken office. He's literally like a multi-billionaire once again. His net worth is at like $4 billion. When he entered office, it was like less than $2 billion. He may have, I don't think he lost the billionaire status, but he was a little bit over a billionaire, maybe close to $2 billionaire.
Constitution and red, white, and blue and everything that we otherwise adore, which was all going to total shit, by the way. And so I can only tell you how meaningful it was at that moment.
In that moment, I mean, everyone remembers that Butler moment. I mean, forget about it. You said that you're President Trump.
Like, dude, I don't even, again, where were you when you learned that like Donald Trump was shot? I don't remember. Honestly, I don't.
Is your best friend, is your dad, is your role model. Every American, whether, I'm not talking about the crazy people. This guy gets shot in the ear, jumps up, fight. Anyone who's like, oh my God, this guy's the most badass dude ever. Mark Zuckerberg, literally not a fan of Trump, you could say that, right?
Oh my
was like, that was
God.
the most badass thing I've ever seen.
Wow, can you believe that this multi-billionaire that's trying to ingratiate himself with my father was even like giving him his props? Amazing.
As a son, you've seen your dad president, billionaire, this, that. To see your father get shot and then do this, how did that make you feel?
Well, you can't fake that. That much I can tell you, right? I mean, there's a lot of guys. We all see it. Hey, how many tough guys are there in Miami who've taken a little bit too much of the juice, but they're probably not that tough, right?
I know all of them. I know all of them, Eric.
God, I went to an event down here the other night, and I was like, am I the only guy that's not like, not on the juice? And by the way, I can guarantee you that 99.999% of them would not have done that, would not have had the... I got to tell you a great Zuckerberg story. So I don't know. I actually think Zuckerberg's on the team now, and I really mean that. So I was so pissed off at this guy. He spent $400 million in 2020 against us. And you go on Facebook and you type it in, nearest ballot box location Trump, right? And nothing would show up. You do the same for Biden, and literally they would effectively like walk
No idea if that's true.
you to the polls, right? I mean, that's how crazy and that's how rigged the entire platform was. And I saw Zuckerberg at inauguration. He was sitting right behind me. I had never met him at that point.
Like, again, can you believe this? Like, these types of people believe in like laissez-faire capitalism, where you should let the market decide everything. They're talking about a level of intervention where there ought to be it ought to be mandated that there should be like a level playing field when it comes to what, the politics that Facebook promotes. Now, arguably, like, should Facebook's TOS engage in what's known as like viewpoint discrimination? Probably, like, should not really do that. But like this idea that, one, they obviously wouldn't have an issue if the reverse were the case, and for two, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, yeah, a private company regulates this stuff as they see fit. So if they don't want to promote certain candidates, that's their right. In the same way that they were like so happy when the Goya Bean CEO like endorsed Trump.
I turned around, I shook his hand, and he literally took his shoulder. I'll never forget this. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And he kind of like hip checks me. And he goes, "Let's freaking go." And I mean, guys, he meant it. Like, he's like, "Let's freaking go." And like, he was legitimately happy to be there. Now 4 years ago, I don't think he could stand us. And then he got in good shape, by the way. He started doing like jujitsu and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe it was like a testosterone thing or something,
Of
right?
course. He's on the Miami juice.
Yeah. He's on the Miami juice.
Remember that? The beans.
He moved to Miami. He hit the
It was a big deal because like most people, like you can name on like two hands at that point, like how many CEOs were like, of more notable companies were like openly aligning themselves with the Trump admin.
And the HGH and all the good stuff, right? And all of a sudden, man, he literally puts his shoulder into me. And I'm a big guy, right? I'm like 215, 6'5". And he goes, "Let's freaking go. Let's go." And I genuinely mean, I really believe that Zuckerberg is on the team now. And he clearly wasn't. Like, he was probably on the, before. So I just had to mention that based on your little...
That's cool. Well, it goes to show.
It's kind of like you, right?
Well, I've always... Listen.
But like, he is seriously MAGA at this point, right?
And I'm on the juice right now, bro. But maybe with Zuckerberg, there's something to be said. Get out of the computer.
Why do they keep calling it the juice? Did Adam just admit that he's like on gear?
Touch some grass, start kicking some ass like he's doing. He's like doing UFC. He's fighting. He's doing stuff with Lex Friedman. Maybe there's something to be said there when like you stop acting like they say like trigger fingers turn into Twitter fingers. When you get off the tough guy keyboard warrior thing and actually get there and touch some grass and be a man in real life, that's probably when you have that realization like, oh man, like time to be a man and step up.
It's a little bit of actually the problem with social media if you think about it.
He's not on the right stuff. I was gonna say like Adam is not like ripped at all.
Tell you in the last 10 years, I can probably count on my two hands the amount of time people have truly been rude in public, which is probably shocking to everybody, right? And yet you go on Instagram, you go on Facebook, and exactly to your point, you've got these keyboard warriors who are in their mom's basement, and all of a sudden they're enabled because they're hiding behind a screen.
So there's no left-wing violence to worry about. You're literally the son of the president, and you're telling me that like people are polite to you still in person. Doesn't that cut against your whole narrative that like these people want us all dead and they are just ruthlessly violent? And now you're talking about they're just keyboard warriors.
Screen, and they have total anonymity. And if those people weren't behind the screen, you would just never hear from them, right? They wouldn't be emboldened. They wouldn't be that tough guy. And what was Tyson's? Does everyone remember like Tyson's
on the plane? Oh,
do you remember Tyson's famous quote about this, which is like
everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right?
Yeah, but it was something like effectively, right? Yeah, yes, effectively. You're not doing that if you're in front of me because I'm just going to pop you in the face and you'll just never disrespect somebody again, right? I mean, the keyboard warriors, they can sit in their, the basement, they can do that. But what's interesting is out in public, it just doesn't happen. It's a rarity, maybe once a year if somebody's truly rude. And it actually probably shows you the influence of social media on people's mind and frankly.
I mean, yeah, are you shocked? Most people will do anything to avoid conflict. They're not confrontational, not with strangers and not with people that have Secret Service around them and not with people that look like they're part of the Trump family. Like most people are not going to demonstrate like antisocial behaviors or outwardly hostile behaviors.
Even more so their mind, their decorum.
You said something very quickly that was a big event. The first time you guys won, you said Hillary Clinton called and you were sitting right next to him?
Yeah, I have a great picture.
What was that call like? What did it sound like?
I think I have the picture in my book right here. I'll show it to you. I snapped a picture on my phone, and it was Hillary that called him up. And you'll remember Podesta that night?
Oh, God.
So this is a crazy story. Can I talk? So the Jacob Javits Center, my father pretty much built it, right? He got that whole thing approved, got it to the city, and they ended up building it. She wanted to do her, she wanted election night to be at the Javits Center. You know why? Because it has a glass ceiling. She wanted the glass ceiling to fall, right? That was like the whole thing. You know the other place when she ran against Barack Obama that she wanted to have her election night? Old Post Office, which is a hotel that we happened to build on Pennsylvania Avenue. So pretty much, if Trump ever touched a building, Hillary Clinton, if she ever runs again, should stay the hell away from the glass ceilings because it's not working well for her. But you'll remember, so Podesta comes out. And
that forced laughter from PBD, these like pity laughs that he's given. Unless PBD really has that sort of like pathetic taste in humor, which maybe he does given the movies he was recommending earlier. But Hillary Clinton is not even like at odds with Trump. Like she literally said that if Trump manages to pull off like ending the Ukraine war and like standing up to Putin, that she's like, I will nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
And she had clearly lost. And everybody go home. It's going to be a long night. We'll regroup. We're going to come up with a great plan. We'll see you in the morning. And it was like 3 o'clock. And my father's like, listen, we had clearly won. And we had won by a lot. He had won by a lot. And he goes, I'm just going to go out and I'm going to give him my speech. I'm not doing this on her time. I'm going to do it on mine. And they knew that he was just about to go out and go out on stage. And we had no party planned. I mean, we literally took like a room in like the Marriott. We were too superstitious. Everybody was saying we were going to lose. So there's no way we're going to do this in Trump Tower. This is like, this was like home base for us. Like we're too superstitious. We didn't want that kind of negative juju.
Allow Ukraine to retain all of their territory. Yeah, but like the point is that Eric is like completely going after Hillary Clinton, even though Donald Trump wouldn't do it in the Sean Hannity interview, because Sean Hannity was trying to like goad him into making fun of her or like say that she was pandering by doing that, which she absolutely was. But Trump was like, oh, that was very nice of her. Like he wouldn't do it.
On that building, right? And so we did in the Marriott. We didn't even have hors d'oeuvres. We just had like a bar in the corner, and everybody was getting hammered right as they waited for this whole thing to happen. Hillary had millions of balloons. She had the nicest caviar. She had Dom Perignon, right? They were going to celebrate the great victory. The difference is my father was in Michigan. I was with him in Michigan until 2:30 in the morning that morning. She had packed it in like 3 days before, right? She had totally given up, packed it in. They thought they were going to get the victory, and sure enough, she knew he was going to walk out on stage. And so she called him up and conceded. And I snapped this picture.
Baker Mayfield, GOAT, 76. Israel did Kirk. You have no evidence for that. What evidence do you have for that?
On my phone. And I think it's definitely the only picture of her calling my father, but I'll never forget it. And I could just hear her voice on the other side of that cell phone. And man, was that a good day. I mean, man, was that a...
Was it a fair, like, did she say, was it like, hey, Donald, I don't want to make this, like, do you remember the words, what she said?
Yeah, she said, listen, you ran a great race, and I'll never forget. And this was his gracefulness, right? There was no revenge. There was no... In fact, I mean, she deleted 33,000 emails. You'll all remember this. They could have easily imprisoned Hillary Clinton for a lot of bad stuff. And he thought it'd be terrible for the country. And he goes, Hillary, I have to say, you were tough as hell. You were one formidable, opponent. You were tough as hell, and you ran a hell of a race, and I give you a lot of credit. I mean, it was pure grace. And that speech was one of like the most inspirational speeches. If you remember the speech, how positive it was and everything else. And guys, we got to...
Plenty of videos of weeks before Kirk dying saying things about Israel. Yeah, it's not evidence, dude.
November 20th, which was Inauguration Day.
But you can come in and argue with me about it. And explain to me what other information that you have about Charlie Kirk's death that I'm not privy to. I won't ban you, but I will time you out if you don't join this Discord and debate me right now. There. Let's see. You have let's see. Let's see. All right. 5 minutes to do that. Really? Yes, really. Join that link.
12 minutes after my father was inaugurated, that day, the Washington Post came out with a story. This is when the impeachment of Donald Trump begins. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. They couldn't even wait that long. And that's when the walls start closing in, and that's when they went after him like he was an absolute... And obviously me, I became this most subpoenaed person in American history for doing absolutely nothing wrong.
This is the second time you said
he was
this.
so
like the
grateful
most
to her.
subpoenaed person in like American history or whatever.
And by the way, there's a great debate whether or not he should have been, to tell you the truth. I could argue, man, they didn't bestow any grace on him. They decided to try and take him out in every way, shape, or form, including creating these Russia narratives that were just nonsense. And I'll never... Yeah, that's the article. The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun.
Minutes later. Wow.
January 20th.
Jeez.
12:27. I'm so sorry. I said it was 12 minutes. It was 27 minutes after inauguration.
We'll give you some grace on the timing.
Thank you for the 14 minutes of grace.
And did you also say that you were there when Kamala made the call?
Yeah, we were at the convention center in Palm Beach, Florida, our new home state. We had to leave New York because honestly they were coming after us like we were dogs, and it just wasn't worth it anymore. We were one of the ones that just picked up and left. But I was
they're so
there
persecuted. It's really unfair.
right next to him when he got the second call from her, and that was another great moment. I mean, we had fought so hard through the 2020 through 2024 period. They'd put us through everything, and that was a great moment.
Was that also graceful?
It was graceful. Listen, I mean, it was such an embarrassing defeat. I have to say that. Now she won't say that in her book, right? The
closest race of all time.
By the way, have you heard the new name for this book? I can't even trademark it.
Your dad literally won't even admit that he lost the 2020 election. You, in this very podcast episode, will not admit that he lost. Who is the sore loser here?
But it's so good, the 107 days of sobriety as opposed to the 100. Have you heard about this whole thing? But
welcome to my book tour, 2 drink minimum.
But in her book, she talks about how it was the closest race in political history. I'm sitting there, it's like, what about like Bush?
Can she say that?
No, she can't say that. He won the popular vote. He won every swing state. He won Miami-Dade by 11 points. He won every state in the country tacked to the left. I'm sorry, to the right. You know, he won 11 counties in California that had never been won by a conservative before. He won all of them. Like, it wasn't the closest race. It was quite frankly an ass kicking. Like, there wasn't a close race.
Did you see the conversation that Stephen A. Smith had on The View about the mandate? Did you hear that? Remember that part?
It's one of those things where it's like Democrats overstate the extent to which it was close, and Republicans overstate the extent to which it was like a landslide.
When she goes, Trump keeps calling it a mandate.
Okay, now what? Go in the waiting room. I'll drag you in.
Like, this isn't a mandate. It's close. And Stephen A. Smith goes, excuse me. And he basically said everything. This is a mandate. Yeah. 7 swing states, every congressional district, bing, 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 bing. And he voted for Kamala. Stephen A. Smith, respect to you, Stephen A. But it was not close whatsoever.
I don't know if he voted for Kamala. Did he say he voted for Kamala?
I don't know.
No, I think he
You'll
said...
ban me anyways. If you are a lefty, you definitely will. I'm literally offering to debate you right now, or like tell me what you have about, what information you have that Israel took out Charlie Kirk.
He said something, if I'm not mistaken. It's
Did he
not
sit
Trump.
that one out?
Yeah, he may have not voted for Trump. I know Cuomo said he didn't vote for Trump.
At least the guy had the fortitude to actually call out the Democrats for being lunatics on certain issues, right? And maybe he didn't get there. At least I give him a little credit for trying to have a little intellectual honesty in the whole conversation in a time where no one was having intellectual honesty.
Yeah, I also said I would time you out. I wouldn't even ban you. I said I would time you out. Perfect. Hold on. Finally, you guys, we have somebody who joined. Give me a second. They had 1 minute and 42 seconds to spare. Can you hear me? Okay. This is say your name. Say what your what information, and also tell me what information that you have that Israel took out Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to say my name, but I told you Israel, I think, is responsible for what happened to Charlie Kirk. And the reason being is because the videos I saw of him talking more recently in the past few weeks about his visit to Israel, meeting with Netanyahu. Somebody said, now this isn't confirmed, somebody said he was offered $150 million for his organization.
Who said that?
Now, I don't remember where I heard it, so I'm saying I'm not going to say it's verified. I can't say it's verified.
You already said in my chat that Israel took out Charlie Kirk. One, that's not even, I know what article you're referring to. You're referring to Max Blumenthal's article in the Gray Zone. He never claimed that. There's not even a number attached to that, to the offer. What it was is that Benjamin Netanyahu offered to, allegedly, to connect Charlie Kirk with donors that would be willing to infuse a significant amount of cash into TPUSA. Explain to me how this is evidence that Israel would take him out, even though you're literally admitting to me that he was offering to fund Turning Point USA not long before his death.
Yeah, he was offering to fund it, and he turned it down. I mean, that's probably what happened. But I'm also just saying that the videos I saw
hold on.
of him
so because he
criticizing
turns
Israel,
it down, how does that follow from there that you have evidence that Israel is behind his murder?
We do know, for one thing, that Kirk was pro-Israel for quite a long time. He's a moderate, conservative type who's
He's
very
not a moderate.
pro-Israel. Well, I don't know. You probably think he's a right-wing extremist. I don't care. Really don't care.
You're the one who said he was a moderate. What moderate positions did he hold?
What moderate positions do you hold? Who cares?
You made the claim, so you have to substantiate it. You just said Charlie Kirk is just a moderate, average Republican dude. So I'm asking you for a single position of his that is politically moderate.
Which one? I don't know.
On
There's a lot
anything,
of them.
dude. Literally just a single position of his that is moderate.
The economy? I don't know.
What does the position, the economy, what does that
his
mean?
position in Israel would have been considered moderate, wouldn't it? Because that's pretty much a moderate thing that everybody seems to agree on.
How do you mean?
I mean, unless you're against Israel, and it's fine if you are, but the whole point I'm trying to make is, what do you think about Palestine? You free Palestine, right? Are you free Palestine or not?
Yeah, why?
I'm here. I'm not hearing you.
Wait,
what are you going to
hold
free
on.
him from?
Hold on.
What are we going to free Palestine from?
My
What's
internet
going
dropped
on?
out. Hold on.
Hmm.
Okay, I think we're back.
I'm actually trying to agree with people on the left.
Okay, there you go. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. There you go. What's your point?
The fact of it is, most people on the left don't care about Palestine. They say free Palestine. They don't give a damn for what's going on over there. They don't care. They're being paid.
Do you consider Democrats to be on the left?
Some of them, yeah. Well, a lot of them probably. Yeah, Democrats.
Okay, well, only 8% of Democrats, when polled according to a Gallup poll that was taken this summer and back in July, support Israel's actions in Gaza right now. So you want to take it back when you say that the majority of the left in this country is not being sincere when they say that they support Gaza over Israel, or that they're highly critical of these actions?
Wait, you say 8% of Democrats?
Only 8% of Democrats say they are in support of Israel's actions in Gaza right now. Only 8%. It's a fringe position at this point, and as far as Democratic voters.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean,
okay, but you just said that the majority of people on the left don't actually care about being pro-Palestine, so.
Well, I would say that the protesters that I see screaming free Palestine and people in their position don't really seem to talk much about Israel. All they'd say is free Palestine. I mean,
I've literally heard the opposite complaints, and literally on the program that I'm watching, all they do is complain that these kids, to the extent they don't even care and that they're just interested in being anti-Semitic. But I broadly agree with your characterization for different reasons, that they're interested in Palestinian rights and dignity, and not exclusively just shitting on Israel.
Yeah, but the problem is Israel's the one causing the problems. What are you going to free Palestine from? It doesn't make any sense to go around.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, they don't want to criticize Israel. That's my point.
No, they don't. There is no shortage of criticism of Israel at this point on the left. It's not even true.
Put on like they did on the campuses back in the days where they were protesting free Palestine on the college campuses. Look to find out who was funding all that stuff.
George Soros, right?
What were we originally?
No. Who's funding these protests? You're telling me that a bunch of rich kids at Columbia and NYU can't afford to camp out at with $20 tents from Amazon? You're telling me that all of this is fake, even though you already acknowledge that the left in America is broadly critical of Israel and supports Palestine genuinely. You're saying that they refuse to call out Israel. These people identify themselves as anti-Zionist, and then on top of the fact, you just said, who is funding these protests again? Who?
I don't know. It could be AIPAC. It could be Soros. It could be.
Why would AIPAC fund free Palestine protests?
The whole point of it is, why would they put themselves out there in a position where they could get arrested?
Why would AIPAC fund a free Palestine protest?
Because they want to divide people. It's very simple. This country is Israel or Palestine, left or right.
Why would they want to divide people when there used to be bipartisan consensus with respect to the United States supporting Israel, not just among politicians, but among the base and voters as well? And now that's dwindled because of their actions in Gaza. So why would they contribute to that?
Your talking points. Now, the people that are out there that were protesting on the campuses, they were out there, in my opinion at least, being paid. And why? Why do you say that? Okay, to divide people. When the right sees them acting like buffoons, thinking they have a right to go out there and do what they're doing, which they don't, they're going to get more support to Israel. It's just like recently when the Charlie Kirk thing happened and people started talking about Israel, all of a sudden Muslims in Michigan are attacking a church. It's all part of a game, of a plan. It's all organized to divide people. It's all
but you have no evidence of this. Nonsense. This is like Jews control the world. Why won't you just say that if that's what you think?
No, I don't think Jews control the world at all. But I think that Jews have a huge influence on our American politicians, and they're actually the problem. It's not really Israel. You could say Russia and China is the problem as well.
Why did you disagree with me that you said you don't think Jews control the world? You just think that they control the world. That is what you think.
No, Israel is one thing. Jews are another. Jews control the entertainment industry by far, easily, but I didn't say they controlled the world.
Okay, so Jews control the United States, Jews control Hollywood, but you're not saying that there's a global conspiracy or cabal of Jews that control everything. You know it goes the opposite way, right? That the United States dictates Israel's agenda, not vice versa?
Any kind of influence Israel has on the United States is done through our politicians. Wouldn't you agree? I mean,
Yeah.
if there is, okay, and then why do we send them billions of dollars when they're genociding Palestinians? Why would we want to do that?
Because
And
we
why do
use Israel as a
why
fucking
do
military base
Democrats
in the Middle
vote
East. I'm not
for
saying
it?
that it's smart. I'm not
Why
saying
do
that there's a
Democrats
geopolitical
vote
advantage
for
to it.
it
I'm
at
telling
this
you what the
time?
realist arguments are and the fact that most politicians are
Yeah.
bought by J Street or the pro-Israel lobby.
You strayed from what I originally said in the beginning, which was
What you
why
originally
I think
said in
Israel-
the beginning is that that Israel was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. You have no evidence for that other than the fact that he allegedly turned down a deal that you admitted you don't have any proof of.
Well, that and other videos where he's criticizing Israel and he's saying essentially they're committing genocide on the Palestinian people.
Charlie Kirk was a
Right.
fanatical Christian Zionist who was trying to find different ways to advocate for Israel because he could see that younger conservatives were becoming increasingly more critical of it. So it was untenable for him to just be an open Christian Zionist, lest he wants to lose his base to Nick Fuentes. So he was trying to find different ways to advocate for the same shit. He was like through and through a committed Christian Zionist till the day that he was murdered. There is no evidence otherwise.
Isn't that funny though that he was until he was murdered? I mean, that's kind of interesting, right?
You
He changes
stop
his
being
mind,
able to advocate for
and then
things
he's
once you're
dead.
killed. Correct.
But the thing is, he was up until before he got murdered. Then he started questioning, and then he got killed. But if you look at his security team, people are already asking questions about that. His security team is, well, very pro-Israel. His people that worked with him for a long time, some of them are funded by certain organizations as well.
So you're telling me that Charlie Kirk, who spent his entire online career defending, to the extent that Israel was even mentioned, defending Bibi Netanyahu, defending this Israel, blaming Hamas for all the death and destruction that's occurred since October 7th, but that because he made a single criticism, and he's surrounded by pro-Israel people, so people that he chose to surround himself with, because he had some complaints about Israel that he was taken out by the Mossad and the Jews.
Well,
This
why
is
do you
just
think
stupid.
these
You know that,
people
right?
are
You know that's like
assassinated?
really
Why do you
stupid
think these-
to think
Why
and
do you
say.
think these people are assassinated when they are part of a movement and decide to leave it?
He
when they
didn't
say
leave. You have
no.
no evidence that he left a movement. Have you ever? Who did you support in the last political election? Who did you support in the last presidential election?
Supported nobody. Voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, so you voted for Donald Trump. If you criticize Donald Trump, does that mean that you are against Donald Trump suddenly, or that you're an enemy of Donald Trump?
No, not at
Okay,
all.
well, why would it? Okay, so if you acknowledge that, why would it follow that because Charlie Kirk was critical of Israel in very, very specific ways towards the end? That means that he had turned against Israel, become an enemy of the state, and was taken out.
Hey, that's up to Israel to decide. It's not me.
You have no.
I think
You're
it's
already.
okay
You're
for-
assuming your
I
conclusion.
think
You have
it's-
no evidence that they're behind this at
I
all.
think it's okay for him to be critical of Israel. That was great. But the thing of it is, it's kind of coincides with what had happened to him. And there's also other things. I mean, you've seen the videos where he talks and what he says.
Those videos are just that. They are evidence of him talking and being critical of Israel. That's like saying that because you have examples of PBD or these online MAGA influencers criticizing Trump, that they're enemies of Trump. Charlie Kirk has made criticisms of MAGA. That doesn't mean that he's anti-MAGA.
Who killed him then? Who killed him?
Tyler Robinson, allegedly. There's no other suspects.
Yeah, allegedly. So
Yeah,
will you
everything is
believe
alleged until
Tyler
it's borne out in a
Robinson?
court of law. You know that, right?
Tyler Robinson, or do you believe it is Israel?
I
If you had to
believe right
choose.
now it's allegedly Tyler Robinson, and that's who
Allegedly.
the
Oh,
United
okay,
States
okay, there we go.
government is pursuing.
Well, I think it's allegedly Israel.
Wait. So if the United States government, again, headed by the guy that you voted for, even if you don't support him, you still voted for him, his FBI is being manipulated by the Jews and Israel and Bibi Netanyahu to go after some
It's
other
not
guy.
the Jews. It's the Israeli government. Don't paint it as the Jews. It's the Israeli government that is behind all of this.
You
Netanyahu
literally
and
said
the
that
Israeli
you're
government.
doing the just asking
Israeli
question things,
intelligence.
and you have no evidence for any of this. And
Israeli
you're immediately
intelligence.
resorting to saying
You're
that
just
they control Hollywood and the world. What?
Trying to paint me anti-Semitic as if you would paint me as racist or sexist.
I'm not
or
painting you as
homophobic or
anything.
any of that other
Anybody, when you say things like Jews run Hollywood and they control
I
the
didn't-
world, and
yeah, I said they run-
Israeli Jews
No, I didn't
specifically,
say
you're
they
already
control
playing with
the world.
anti-Semitic tropes that aren't
You
even
like to
true.
put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I said they control Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't control the world. It has a big influence in
I
the
said,
United
no.
States.
I'm responding to your accusation that I'm trying to pigeonhole you as anti-Semitic when I'm saying you're literally touching on classic anti-Semitic tropes that Jews control Hollywood, which they don't.
I don't care what you're saying as far as that goes. It means nothing to me.
Then why were you complaining about it if you don't
are
care?
in control of Hollywood. I didn't say they control the world. There's a difference.
I know, but you're saying that I was pigeonholing you as
influence over our
anti-Semitic, and I'm
politicians.
literally pointing out that you were saying anti-Semitic things, and that I don't, regardless of whether or not I characterized you that way, people were going to hear you as being anti-Semitic.
Don't understand that. I don't care if it's anti-Semitic. You guys can
Then
care.
why are you getting defensive about me calling you an anti-Semite if you don't actually care?
I'm not getting defensive about it, really. I think it's ridiculous. So you can call me anti-Semitic.
Thank
but
you, I
I'm
will.
trying to tell you is I didn't say Jews control the world. I'm talking about Israel controlling politicians in the United States of America. And they have a big influence over the right in the United States of America.
So does
And they have a
Kofi.
big
How do you
influence over the
explain
left
Christian
as well.
Zionism?
What about Christian Zionism? I'm not even religious. What about Christian Zionism?
You know Kofi, right? You've only talked about AIPAC and like J Street and Israel. I don't even think you mentioned J Street. You only talked about AIPAC and like Israel controlling politicians. You realize like the United States ambassador to Israel is Mike Huckabee, who's a fanatical Christian Zionist. So regardless of whether or not he gets money from the pro-Israel lobby, he would have the ideological positions that he does. He would advocate for the things that he does because of his religious beliefs.
So you would believe, even though you're free Palestine, that Tyler Robinson is more likely the person who killed Charlie Kirk than somebody that had ties to Israel. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct. You have no evidence
Okay.
for what you've said. The only thing that you've pointed to is the fact that is videos of Charlie Kirk being critical slightly of Israel before his death. You already said the story about Bibi
I would
Netanyahu
say
offering
no.
getting people. You missed. You had the claim wrong.
No.
You said he was offered $150 million by Bibi Netanyahu. There's no evidence of that. What there is alleged allegations of or rumors of is that Charlie Kirk turned down an offer from Bibi Netanyahu, who's offering to connect him with donors that were going to infuse cash into Turning Point USA, not give him money personally. And the other thing is like Tyler
Well,
Robinson is in custody.
Turning
His
Point,
father
yes.
turned him in. They actually have FBI reports. Whether you can be skeptical or critical of those FBI reports, but I actually have evidence for who I think is behind that shooting. You don't have anything. You just have, but Charlie Kirk was critical for like 2 seconds, even though his entire career is him shilling for Israel, defending Israel, and being pro-Israel.
Well, I have more than just that video evidence, too. I have evidence of who actually shot him.
Who?
It was a guy on his security team, green shirt in the front. Everyone's seen the videos. People know.
So a
when
guy
it
on his
leads to
security
him-
team,
when it leads to him,
right
and they
next to
find out
him, who was pro-Israel, killed Charlie Kirk, and everybody's been hoodwinked, including the FBI, including Cash Patel, like all these people who you voted for, by the way.
Yeah. Well, no, these people know. They know. They don't care, but they know. The left doesn't care. The right doesn't care. You, frankly, you don't really care. You don't.
You don't care about anything that you say because you just say whatever you want. Because you have a conclusion, you work backwards from it. You're convinced that it's Israel. There's nothing.
I'm
What
trying to
could I
get
even
you to
say to you that could
understand who's
disprove
behind
this
it.
when you don't even have any evidence for what you're saying?
Any evidence? What is your evidence? What is your evidence?
For what?
Tell me your evidence. Well,
the fact
if
that
you
the
think
FBI
that,
released photos of the alleged shooter, and then his father recognized him and then turned him in, and then they found messages between himself and his roommate where he said, "Yeah, I did it." And again, you can be skeptical of those messages, but there's no other person of interest in this.
well, I mean, I think Tyler Robinson was there. I think he was in on it, but I don't think he was responsible for it. I think he knew about it. And I did it. Yeah, I mean, if he wants people to think that he did it, nobody's believing the official story. No one I've talked to, both left and right, nobody believes it. It's all a bunch of nonsense. Now, to
Yeah, but that
speculate on
doesn't mean
Israel,
that they agree with you that they think Israel is behind it when there's no
Okay.
evidence of that.
yeah, fine. But I've showed this to people, and I've showed them who the shooter is. Now, I think there's connections to Israel with his
And they believed
insecurities
you.
and people that he worked with. Not all of them. Not
Okay, so
everybody.
they don't believe the FBI and they don't believe you. So who do they think did it or what? Even though you have irrefutable proof that it's the security guard. If you have such compelling proof and they're already skeptical of what the FBI is putting out and that it's this kid, why don't they believe you?
Who's they? Why don't
the
they?
people that you literally said you have shown evidence that it's the security guard? Why don't they believe you?
Actually, everyone that I've shown it to thinks it's possible. They're not saying it. They believe it or they don't believe it. They are thinking that it's very suspicious. So I think that we are at a point right now where we're trying to still determine what had happened. But what I was telling you earlier, I think Israel did it. That's what I believe. Now, you could say, okay, well, you're not bringing any evidence, but I really don't see any evidence coming from your side whatsoever. You've been talking about free Palestine, yet you don't want to say
I'm not talking about free Palestine. You're the one who asked me if I'm generally pro-Palestine, and I said yes. And then you're saying that I talked about it a lot because I answered a question that you asked me earlier in this. You know how stupid that is, right?
Well, you're going at me saying that I'm trying to say I'm anti-Semitic. Sure, what if I am? It doesn't matter. Okay, if I am, I am. The fact of the matter is that you don't say anything about Israel when what's going on with Palestine is there is an obvious connection.
How would you even know that? I saw that you were a first-time chatter, right? Were you a first-time? Do you even watch my stream? Do you think that I haven't been critical of Israel? I happen to believe that Israel is currently committing a genocide.
I don't watch your stream. I don't watch people who are stupid. I only watched you because you're attractive.
You only watch big brains. Got it.
Yeah, no, I don't care what side you're on. You obviously seem like you're left and you hate Republicans and you've been programmed to, whatever. I don't care. But like I said, if I'm anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Semitic. But I'm pointing out to you Israel, and you're also against what's going on in Palestine, which I'm against it too. But yet you don't want to say anything really about Israel doing something wrong. Now,
you just said you don't watch Gaza, me, and that to the extent that you did, it was only because of my look. So why are you saying that I'm not critical of Israel when you have no idea what my positions are on literally anything until you start talking to me? And even then, you're not interested in that.
Well, now you're saying that there's no possible way, debate me, that you have any evidence that Israel did it.
You don't have evidence. All you've been saying is, I think this, I think that. Video of Charlie Kirk saying mean thing about Israel, therefore Israel behind it. But you saying I think is not actually evidence for your claim.
Do you see what Israel is doing to Palestine? If you can see that, then you could probably see that there's other things that they are doing as well. You can call me anti-Semitic, but if you're free Palestine, I might as well call you anti-Semitic as well.
Why did I call you anti-Semitic?
You already did.
Why? No, I'm asking you. I'm asking a test if your brain works. Why did I call you anti-Semitic? Why did I characterize you that way? Do you remember why? I was very clear.
Well, you said because I said Jews control the world, which I never said.
Yeah, you alluded to a Jewish cabal that controls the world, and then you said, no, I'm just saying that they control Hollywood and that they control the United States.
Yes, I say that they control the United States politicians.
Okay, so they control is the United States not the richest country in the world with the largest military? So do you realize that if you're saying that Israel and Jews control all of the United States politicians, they basically dominate the entire world? Do you not realize that?
If they control the United States politicians, then yes, they dominate a lot of the world, not all.
Okay, so what is your issue with me saying that you clearly believe that Jews control the world in Hollywood?
The world. I never said that, though. I don't think they control. Okay,
we're not going to agree on this, even though everything that you're saying literally leads to that conclusion. Do you watch Nick Fuentes?
If you can control Hollywood in the United States, and I'm not saying Israel, Jews are controlling Hollywood and media and the entertainment industry. You could say that, but you can also say Israel has influence over our politicians. Now, that doesn't mean that either one of them controls the entire world. You're creating a straw man here of me being some anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. And it's just not true.
You are a conspiracy theorist. You say that Israel is behind the murder of Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence. You're by definition a conspiracy theorist.
Okay, well, you can call me whatever you want to call me.
Thank you, I will. Who do you watch? No, stop. Who do you watch? Do you watch Nick Fuentes?
Sometimes.
Okay, do you watch Candace Owens?
Candace Owens is distracting people she's saying, oh, I'm going to find the truth, but she's really just going about it the wrong entire way to distract people. Nobody's really talking about his security, and that's what I see as the issue. In fact, all the
PBD is
videos
talking
I
about the
found
security.
from a certain man got his Instagram vanished. Former pro wrestler Val Venus had his Instagram taken down as soon as he started posting information about the Charlie Kirk shooter. The guy that I
Who
saw
is this?
in the front row shoot Charlie Kirk.
How do you spell his name? Val what?
Val Venus on Instagram, but his Instagram is VALVENUS.
Okay.
It's on Insta. Well, he was on Instagram. He's not there anymore, but he still has a Twitter.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Or you can go to, you can also go to, if you want to find out, you can go to Top Shelf Anarchy on YouTube.
What the hell is this? This is where you get your news?
Where do you get your news from?
From Reuters, the AP, the New York Times, trusted institutions. Yes, I know. Very funny that I get it from accredited journalism outlets.
Oh, yes. Very credible. Very credible.
As opposed
source.
to Top Shelf Anarchy, I'm missing out by not subscribing to this less than 10K subscribed YouTube channel that apparently has the truth.
No. The thing of it is, I don't know if it's the truth, but I'm saying there is evidence there of who shot him. Top Shelf Anarchy isn't supposed to be some big media outlet that lies to you constantly like all of them do.
So you
Top
think
Shelf
that they
Anarchy
have
is-
never told a
Stop,
lie
he's just
or
posting
repeated
videos.
misinformation on this channel? You think that they're
Why don't
only
you
truthful?
show the video on your channel? Why don't you show the videos on your channel?
Gladly. What video?
Any of those that he has up regarding the Charlie Kirk shooting with the guy in the green shirt. Any of those. I'll let them
There's
decide for
literally
themselves.
a video from 3 weeks ago, and then before it's 2 years ago. What video are you even referring to?
Well, obviously the one from 3 weeks ago. The
Is
ones
this just
regarding
you?
the Charlie Kirk
Is this your
assassination.
channel?
No, that's not my channel.
What's your channel?
You want to check his X, Val Venus on X. You can go look him up. I don't know what he's posted on there because I can't get on X. I'm banned from X.
You could just make a new account, but whatever. Okay, so what is this? What does he have that proves what exactly?
There's a video he's showing of the man that shot Charlie Kirk in the front of the audience, who was security, supposedly supposed to
What are
be
your
doing
feelings
his
on
job.
crypto, really quick?
Don't care.
Don't care? You don't think that it's shady at all that this guy pushes like crypto scams to his audience? Crypto coins?
Don't care. It's not my concern.
Do you
I
think
don't
that
know
this
what
makes him
how
more
much-
credible or less credible?
You just called them crypto scams, but where's your evidence of him scamming anybody?
Okay, we're not doing the crypto thing. Got it. You don't care about crypto and you still trust this guy. What did he say? Like if I search like Instagram, what? Like he was banned because he talked about Charlie Kirk? And not be
I trust this guy. I trust this guy because he's extremely limited government. He's an anarchist type person. He smokes weed, which I'm against, but I don't care too much about that. But he's Christian. He's a very based individual, and he doesn't care what people think about him.
He's
It's
based.
obvious.
How old
Yes,
are you?
He's always been a conspiracy theorist. So this is his thing. This is what he does.
Okay, he's based and he's a conspiracy theorist. Why were you offended that I called you a conspiracy theorist earlier, even though you just characterized Val Venus as based and a conservative, like a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, conspiracy theorist. Well, you tried to paint me as a conspiracy theorist,
But
but
you
I mean,
just
this
said it's
guy's
based
been
to be a
doing-
conspiracy theorist, so what do you even care if I call you that? You're fine with
Well,
it.
actually, I don't see conspiracy theorist as a bad thing, but your audience probably does. You're trying to paint me as one.
Gee,
so
wonder
this-
why.
this-
Wonder why. And of course you don't think it's a bad thing that you like to proudly and openly state that you accept things without evidence.
Well, there has to be some sort of evidence. I see evidence. I'm talking about the evidence in those videos. But I'm also talking about what Charlie Kirk said. I mean, if you were to talk about some evidence in a courtroom, if a woman says that she was assaulted by a man, should we just believe her, or does there have to be actual evidence?
There has to be evidence, but you do realize that a lot of that's tried in a civil court, and that if you can get somebody to corroborate your claim, you will have proven your case in a civil court. As far as it being a criminal matter, then you would need more
But don't you
evidence, like a
believe and
rape
believe
kit and
all
stuff like
women?
that. You do realize that
Don't
the
you believe
phrase
in believe all women?
do you realize that the phrase "believe all women" doesn't literally mean accept things without evidence. It means take women seriously when they make claims of sexual assaults or
It
allegations.
says it's believe all women. That's pretty much what it
like,
says.
I know
Wow,
I can
believe
hear
all
how
women.
old you are, dude. You don't have to do this like stupid interpretation of like what that phrase means. It's a slogan that if you hold under the microscope and try to interpret in that way, it means believe all women. I'm telling you, literally anybody who says that does not mean it in the way that you're
Well, if
saying.
you're gonna
You
make
know
the
that you're just
argument
trying
that-
to straw man it. And I thought you didn't like straw men, so I'm
you're-
telling you right now that what that
if
phrase
you-
really what it's closer to meaning is saying take women seriously, not
wait, you
literally
run out
believe
of
them
breath.
with no evidence.
Okay. So we're supposed to just do you believe that somebody can say and accuse someone of something and you would take that
Yes,
in
I
as
believe
actual evidence?
if they could
Would
corroborate
you
it, yeah.
consider that evidence?
That would be
If they can
testimony,
corroborate
yes.
it, but what kind of physical proof would they need? Would they need some kind of physical proof, or would they just need other women coming forth and saying the same thing?
Why are we
as if
talking
they
about
wouldn't be
evidentiary
conspiring?
standards as it relates to sexual
Okay.
assault? What is the point here again?
Okay, the point of it is Charlie Kirk said things that made me think that that's enough evidence at least to question what is going on. I don't have physical evidence about any of that stuff that he said, but he said basically they're committing genocide. And that was over the line.
Charlie Kirk
That
did
was
not
too much.
ever say that they were committing genocide. Do you have a clip of that?
Yes, he did.
Where?
Well, I'm sorry. I'll tell you. I'll correct myself. Ethnically cleansing Gaza. There you go. He said that. You can look up all this information yourself.
Yeah, that is the open
don't
stated plan of Israel. That is what they intend to do. Like an ethnic transfer. They don't hide that. So if he was saying that,
And
that is
Charlie Kirk-
completely compatible with being
Yes.
pro-Israel. Right before his death, do you know that he was also joking about stupid Muslims killing Jews on October 7th, and also talking about there's no buildings in Gaza left to throw gay people off the roofs of because they've all been blown up by Israel. Do you realize that?
I don't know anything about that.
You want
I
to
guess
watch
I
it
didn't
with me?
follow
I can pull
Kirk.
it up.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure. Oh, Instagram news account. Well, at least he's okay.
Okay.
But the whole point of it is,
Wait.
he
Open
said
up my
those
stream
things.
in the call.
When did he say these things?
Open up the stream in the call. We're gonna watch the clip and then we can talk about that.
I'm watching the stream.
Okay.
I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't.
That's funny. They don't have any tall buildings left.
When you mess with the bull, you get the
But I
horn.
mean, yes.
Is that too
When
soon?
did he
I'm
say
sorry.
this?
Dude, stop yapping. Listen.
Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Yeah.
He's all really sad. I like that. I like that.
Where was I?
Okay, real funny, truly epic, based even.
Yeah,
okay,
but
like
I mean,
what's
he
the
said
like?
those things.
Okay, he said, yeah. Do you think that somebody who talks about stupid Muslims is also going to go on to avow the genocide of these people, killing Jews, which is how he characterizes October 7th?
He basically did in a video. He said changed his mind because he saw something. Apparently, there's some evidence that he has now. Well, of course, he was
Not of a
pro-Israel
genocide.
before.
The thing that you said he only talked about ethnic cleansing, but they openly talk about that. They're talking like Trump is out here talking about Gaza building a Gaza Riviera with Israel.
Okay.
Oh, also, you're
Ethnic-
laughing at these clips. Are you suddenly
What-
pro-Israel?
No,
What point of that's
I'm
funny
not
or what?
laughing at the stupid Muslim part, but I am thinking that his joke about throwing people off roofs when you don't have any is pretty funny and ironic. But the thing of it
Yeah,
is,
it's really funny to joke about the genocide of people that are impoverished and captive.
who's that?
The Palestinians. I thought you cared about them, or you said that you did, even though it's very obvious that your only issue with the extent to which you care about this is because you don't like Jews.
because I don't like Jews. Well, I used to be very pro-Israel, just like Kirk. And I realized...
And then you saw the truth because of, who
and
was
I
it again? Top
realized
Shelf Anarchy?
No.
Top Shelf Anarchy, and also Val Venus on Instagram.
I realized a long time ago that it's all created for division. It's Israel or Palestine, like left or right. Get people to fight over certain things. I've always been an isolationist when it comes to foreign affairs, foreign policy. I've never cared. So I didn't care about Israel or Palestine until I started seeing videos of the Palestinians being exterminated, essentially. And then I started to care. And then I started to... Who does that, by the way? Who kills the Palestinians? Who does that?
Yeah, the extermination. You were just laughing about their extermination. You know that, right?
Who kills the Palestinians?
Israel and America, and most of the West supports this. Why?
There you go. And if they kill Palestinians, wouldn't you think somebody that decides to speak out against them, who was once a big supporter of theirs, would get whacked just like that?
When you say speak out against them, you are referring to him briefly talking to Megyn Kelly, who is also a far-right Christian Zionist, who is very pro-Israel, who's also made criticisms of Israel. I'm wondering why they haven't taken her out, because she has one of the biggest platforms and podcasts in conservative media.
Same thing about Tucker Carlson and saying stuff about, is he a Zionist as well? He might be. I don't know, but he's saying a lot of things about Israel. And when you don't say a lot of things about Israel when you're supposed to be on their team, it doesn't look very good. I don't even know why
you do realize that you can make a criticism of something in a very small way, and that doesn't mean you're against that thing suddenly. It's not going to negate the fact that he's spent years talking about how openly pro-Israel he is and how much of a Zionist he is.
No one on the right has said anything like that about Israel so openly, so publicly, and has that much influence on people like Kirk had.
No one on the right has said what exactly? You just said that Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly are talking about these things. He's not tapping into one old anti-Semitic tropes is not novel, new, crazy. And even if I grant you that they're just making criticisms of Israel, that's also not new on the right.
So the people that are killing the Palestinians,
David Duke is like a far right, like former Grand Wizard of the KKK. He also had criticisms of Israel, dude.
Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, so the people that are killing Palestinians, if I criticize them, I'm anti-Semitic. I gotcha. Sure. Nice one. You're cute,
is Nick Fuentes on the right?
So I'll give you that. I don't really know what Nick Fuentes is. I think
you said you watch him sometimes.
I think sometimes he's on he is right-leaning to a certain extent as far as domestic policy, but foreign policy he seems left-leaning. So I do align with him.
Are you a leftist? You said you're an isolationist. You know there's a difference between being a leftist and being an isolationist, right?
Oh, I'm not a leftist by far. As far as foreign policy goes, I'm extremely conservative.
In what way?
And actually, I would probably be for Islam. In fact, when they say that Islam's going to take over the United States, I can kind of see that happening because we're tired of the LGBTQ bullshit. We're tired of women going crazy and trying to control everything in this country. I can see very much has headed towards that. I don't want
what women are in control of this country now that you're talking about, like Tulsi Gabbard or what? We've never had a female president.
We've had,
and the vast majority of like millionaires and billionaires are all men.
In this country than we ever have before, and all of this shit is happening. Anyways, whatever. Call me. You can call me sexist now. That's okay. I'll take that as a compliment. You can call me anti-Semitic. It's a compliment. You can call me racist. We haven't touched on that. It's a compliment. What shall we do? Islamophobic? Actually, so I kind of agree with Islam on certain things, and I think they take it too far. So what are we going to call me to dismiss me now? All I said was, I think Israel did him. I think Israel killed him. The evidence I believe
That's
I
all
have.
You said. Why don't they kill Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes is like literally a Holocaust denier, is far more critical of Israel than Charlie Kirk ever was. Why don't they kill him?
Well, for one, he didn't go down there. He wasn't friendly with Israel. He wasn't a part of the team. Guess who else left?
Yeah,
the
he
team?
was hostile.
Martin?
Exactly.
Guess
He made
who
these
else
criticisms, even though you were just
left the
saying
team?
Charlie Kirk is saying things that no one on the right says, even though Nick Fuentes is far right and makes all of these criticisms and more.
John F. Kennedy left the team. Martin Luther King left the team. Malcolm X left the team.
Was there anyone
Charlie
in
Kirk
America that was not
left the
killed
team.
by Israel to you?
I'm not saying they were all killed by Israel. What I'm saying is they were a part of
Right.
something, and they decided to get away from it. And they had to tie up loose ends. Whoever they had to get away from or wanted to leave, whacked them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Israel was responsible, but I think Israel is responsible in this case. And yes, because of the security and everything that I know about Kirk and what he believed in, and he's Israel being a Zionist or whatever, he decided to leave, and that wasn't accepted. Now, I don't know why you're arguing against this, because
You do
if we
realize
go
that
after-
allegedly
Look,
turning down being connected with donors to fund TPUSA is not the same thing as betraying Israel or leaving the team, right?
Do you want to free Palestine? I'm not going to answer your question. Do you want to free Palestine? I do. And the best way to free Palestine
is
to
from
go
the
after
Jews, right?
Israel. No, is to go after Israel. I didn't say Jews. You're saying Israel's Jews. I'm not. I'm saying Israel. We don't fund them anymore, if we don't send them any money, they're likely to, if we cut our relationship with them, if we get our politicians free from their control, hey, Palestine will likely be free like you want. I used to not care about it. You seem to care about it more than I do, and I'm telling you a way to actually free Palestine, yet you don't care.
I support those things, but for different reasons than you do.
Okay, well, whatever. Anyways, yes, Israel killed Kirk, and hopefully we will find out. At least I believe it.
Yeah,
I
why
say it
why
because
did you vote for
I
Donald
believe
Trump then if this is so important to you? You know his biggest ally in the world is Bibi Netanyahu, and he's like a massive Zionist. Whether he personally is or not, I don't care. If you look at all of his policies in the first term and the
No,
second
you're not
term, it's just
wrong.
giving Israel everything they want.
You're not wrong at all. But the same can be said for anybody else running against him. This Kamala Harris, Joe Biden was a horrible president. It was a joke. He was an entire joke for 4 years. That's why Trump won again. And besides, somebody tried to kill
How do you
Trump.
explain why he lost in 2020?
How do you explain? Wait, who lost? Trump?
Yeah, he lost to Joe Biden, who you're saying is a joke and an embarrassment.
Yes. The only reason he got it is because he stole the election. And you can laugh,
got
but
it.
how good of a president was he? He would probably
On
was so
domestic
bad. that
affairs, he was good. Obviously, he supported genocide. I supported his withdrawal of Afghanistan.
Yes. Sure. All of that stuff, right? Getting people killed, getting our troops killed in his withdrawal of Afghanistan.
You know that he
getting
was
several-
following through on the plan that Trump negotiated, the Doha deal, right?
Why is this about Trump?
Oh my God, can you answer that? Can you acknowledge that the
because
plan
I
that Joe
voted
Biden
for
was
him?
following through on was the one that Donald Trump initiated and then didn't finish? And so rather than renegotiate the Doha deal to try to extract better concessions or whatever, he just followed through with it
Yes.
and withdrew it? Okay, so
He
you want to stop
followed
bitching
through
about
with it
American
horribly.
personnel
He
being killed?
screwed up. He screwed up. There was a plan in place, and he followed through with it. But he did about everything he could do wrong, and it was
Okay,
intentional.
what could he have done better?
It
What
got
would you
people
have done
killed.
better?
Listen, I'm not going to argue with you on whatever you bring up next.
Okay.
In fact, I'm probably done. And I will tell you this. You are not wrong about everything that you're talking about. But I just think it's really odd for you to be a pro-Palestine person and not be thinking that it's possible that Israel killed Charlie Kirk for saying certain things that most
Is
conservatives
this really your
do
closing
not
argument? You say you're pro-Palestine, yet you don't think Israel is behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Checkmate.
No, I'm not saying it's a checkmate, but I just find it very, very odd that you would be, free Palestine.
If
And
I
I've
saw
told you
evidence,
ways
I would accept
to
it,
free
but an
Pal-
extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence, and the most that you have is a clip of Charlie Kirk complaining about Israel briefly on a podcast with Megyn Kelly, and that's supposed to,
No,
and
there
you're
were
saying that
several
that's
acts-
supposed to...
there were several
oh,
different
also the
videos.
security guard. My bad. Security guard as
Well,
well.
also, yes, the security guard, but like I said,
Yeah, which got this guy's
all this-
account suspended because of, definitely not because he's posting gore on Instagram. if you're posting a photo of somebody getting shot in the fucking neck or a video of it.
Actually no gore in any of his videos that were taken, any of his videos that he put up. There was absolutely no gore. It showed somebody getting shot, but there was no gore. He didn't show the entry wound. I saw the entry wound. There was no exit wound, by the way, which a high-powered rifle wouldn't be able to do. I mean, a high-powered rifle would have gone right through it, especially the one they're claiming. He was shot by a palm pistol. The guy up front, it was a palm pistol, shot him. You could tell there was something in between his hand. He used it to shoot Charlie Kirk with it. He used point shooting, a technique that CIA uses, and he was using a palm pistol and a frangible round that breaks up when it hits bone.
Okay, and this is somehow not gore. Why?
In the neck. This is not gore because you don't see any gore in any of that stuff.
Okay.
All you see is a violent act.
All you see is a man getting shot in the neck.
Yeah, okay, there's violence, but there's no gore. There's absolutely no gore whatsoever.
Do you think Instagram, not Israel, Instagram is going to allow people to upload videos of a man getting killed on their platform?
I don't know. I mean, they allowed it for a little while and then they took it down, took his whole thing down. I just
don't you think that has more to do with the fact that people are broadcasting violence and like a snuff film, basically, as opposed to like trying to cover up the truth?
Not really, because there wasn't a lot of violence shown. There was obviously Kirk was being shown killed.
A man getting shot and killed in the neck and having like blood spurting out of his neck in some of the videos is not a violent video.
None of the videos he put up has blood showing from his neck. None of them. None of those videos.
I have seen those videos. I've literally seen up close videos of him being shot. You can see it. It immediately spurts out of his neck.
That's nothing that Val Venus posted. You're making the argument of why his Instagram account was taken down. Well, I think it was taken down because he was getting people to pay attention.
Okay, you do realize something can be in violation of Instagram's terms of service surrounding violent content, even if it doesn't show blood like that, right?
I guess that's possible. I mean, that's a good reason why they could take it down. I'm sure they would right away for that. Yeah, I understand that, but he's also got a video on YouTube.
You were suggesting that it was because they want to cover the truth.
He's showing the same videos on YouTube. They're not taking it down, and I'm surprised they haven't. But YouTube hasn't taken any of these videos down. You can see them right now. You can see that he's focusing on the man that is the shooter more than he's focusing on Charlie Kirk. There's no actual blood or anything like that in these videos at all. He's trying to
YouTube is a completely separate platform with different terms of service, and they age gate the content. Like, if I tried to watch that video that contains stuff like this, I would need to sign in and prove that I'm 18. Instagram doesn't have features like that. They just ban it. But that wouldn't mean it's not a violent video or a gory video. It just means that they allow it on their platform with some restrictions.
Okay.
Okay, well, you were saying these are not violent. You were like, if it's available on this platform, that's a completely separate platform. Why isn't it available on this one? And I'm telling you why.
Well, I think that Instagram took it down for multiple reasons. And yes, they probably had terms of service violated. But, you could say whatever you want to say about it. That's fine.
You're conceding it then. That's my only point. That, like, him being nuked for this has far more to do with the fact that you can't post videos of people getting shot, even if you're saying it's not that gory or it's only a little bit of violence, and not expect action to be taken on your account. Which they're even giving him the option to appeal. It literally shows
shows. Show his videos from YouTube. Show his videos from YouTube.
No, I'm also live on Twitch. I can't show a video of somebody getting shot in the fucking neck on Twitch. I'll get banned.
YouTube allows it.
I'm live on Twitch as well. I can't show it on either.
Well, YouTube has it on there.
Okay,
YouTube
but those people don't care about risking their channels and shit like that. They don't make money exclusively through this. I'm not going to show it.
Well, if you can't see it, if you can't show it, I encourage
I have already shown it. There's a video on my VOD, like in one of my previous videos, that shows it from like a backed up distance, and it turned. My stream was demonetized. Then I had to. It was restricted to only like 18 plus, and then on top of it, like it was like shadow banned or whatever because I'm showing that stuff. So no, I'm not going to show it.
Okay, well, you do what you want for your channel. I understand that. But I think if you really want to free Palestine, you might want to be asking some questions about the Israeli government. That's for sure.
Are you done?
Yes, think that one out. Think that one out. Yes, think that one out. Yeah, and hey, I didn't mind coming on here to talk to you because you have been pretty respectful, more than any lefty that I would deal with. But yeah, and I came here basically because could get you some views. People will watch. It's entertaining, right? You're cute. I think you're cute, but I think your politics are probably awful. But you have been respectful. And coming from the left, people that have, would kill people or would celebrate at least the death of someone like myself so vehemently.
As opposed to the right that would never do that. Who wouldn't like
Yes. Let me see the instances of the right doing that.
The right, when John McCain was killed, President Trump said his funeral was very long and boring. You had multiple conservatives dancing on his fucking grave. You had that Jim Garrison guy literally make a cartoon of John McCain saying that he was going to hell. And Trump had already made fun of him when he was alive that by saying like, "Oh, I like army veterans that don't get captured or whatever."
John McCain. I think he said those comments about McCain before McCain died.
I just said that. I literally said that he made those comments before, and then after he died,
John McCain
he was still
a Republican, wasn't he? I mean,
yes, he
they
was.
were laughing at a Democrat. We're very critical of our own side because there's so
how
many
about like Donald Trump's son retweeting a meme that was making fun of the fact that Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul Pelosi was literally like hit, like he had his skull fractured because some guy broke into their house and bashed a hammer into his head.
I appreciate you wanting to continue with this, but assassinating someone in public and cheering for that and enjoying that and taking thrill and happiness from that is very different than joking about Paul Pelosi or whoever you're talking about.
Also, I just showed you a video of Charlie Kirk making fun of people, buildings in Gaza being gone. Is that not making fun of suffering?
The woman in Minnesota that was killed, the politician, they blame the right wingers for that, even though that's not substantial.
Yeah, Vance Bolter had an entire list of Democratic politicians that he was going to kill after Melissa Hortman and the other guy.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
And how many Republicans celebrated her death?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, come on. You're on the losing argument of this. There's the fringe.
No, you're asking me a specific question of how many people celebrated. I don't know, but I'm saying that they either didn't disavow. They're making up lies and saying that the guy was actually a Democrat and he was not on the right, and they like deny it and downplay it. But I'm sure there was fucking people celebrating it. It's the internet.
I'm not saying that I think someone like you, because you've been pretty respectful, would feel like that about somebody like me being killed, but there are a lot of people out there that would feel like that. More so on the far left, and there is definitely a far left.
Who do you think you're talking to,
right,
dude?
Far right
do you think I'm a conservative?
Why would I think you're a conservative?
What? Because you're saying there's people on the far left. I'm saying what political persuasion do you think I am?
You might be far left. I don't know. You're left leaning.
I'm a communist. Sure. I'm literally a communist.
Oh. Yeah, well then why don't we talk about Vladimir Putin? How much do you love Vladimir Putin?
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. All right. Yeah. Have fun watching this stream.
We're not doing this. Okay. You have a good night. It was nice talking.
I will. Thank you. Nice talking to you as well. You guys, what a great debate. Glop Bucket, did you want to come on or not? You have like 5 minutes. And then I want to get back to finishing Eric Trump or whatever. That sure was a debate. Why did he have a Discord account? This guy's like a boomer. Why is he like sitting in Discord servers all day talking about this shit? Senator Mike Lee. I was trying to pull up Senator Mike Lee, like celebrating it apparently, but I couldn't do it. May I please hop on a call? I literally just said that, Glop Bucket. I literally just said that. Oh no, what's going on? Hold on. Oh, look at that. Thank you so much. And the Showcase for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. Is that because of what I just endured? Thank you so much. I do have respect for him for coming on and saying his insane beliefs very, very publicly. Like, obviously, if Charlie Kirk ever spoke a negative word again about Israel, that must naturally follow that Israel took him out. I was shocked that due to Discord, he seems extremely online, but I was still shocked as well. Deserves some subs for that rough and tumble debate. Yeah, very fun. All right. You're on an ad break right now. Okay, Glop, okay, I'm gonna link you my thing and then you can fucking join it. Hold on. You can come in and give me your disagreements later. There, join that. All right, let's finish Eric Trump.
I mean, Jake Tapper. Did anybody see the interview with my wife where he, he's scolding her because she's saying that Biden doesn't have his mental faculties? I mean,
that's right.
How dare you diagnose? Do you have your doctorate degree? Children are going to think you're a bully for saying that a man with a stutter has a. I mean, he's torching her. Hey, pull up.
Don't forget, you're cute. You're cute, but you're a communist. How do you give him any credit? He was a moron. He has no clue. He sounds crazy. I'm giving him credit because I can't tell you how many people I do Discord or ban or Discord or timeout, and they never take me up on it. At least he took me up on it. And now, and that goes to show that literally nobody has an excuse to not take me up on it because that guy's a fucking boomer, clearly. As in, like he clearly sounds like he's in his at least 50s, if not 60s, and he was able to figure it out instantaneously. No excuses. No, I don't have a mic. I don't have a camera. I don't have this. I don't have that. He instantly came in and talked to me and told me his insane beliefs. Yeah, almost everyone falls on the wrong side of Discord or ban, you guys. The bar is in hell, so I'm impressed. Go into the waiting room, Glop Bucket.
Pull up his book, if you don't mind, on that screen. I don't mean to step into Patrick's role, but pull up Jake Tapper's book.
We just saw what.
Yeah, I've never seen people actually accept these challenges. It's fun. It is when they do it, but they usually don't want to do it.
By the way, Stephen A. did vote for Kamala. Stephen A. did vote for Kamala.
So this is Jake Tapper's book, right? I got to read it. Original Sin: President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again. And yet he's on the media scolding Laura Trump because she said that he had a cognitive decline, right? I mean, the problem is they're all phonies, at least for Stephen A. Smith. He had the intellectual honesty to be able to punch back against the Democrats and say that some of their policies were disastrous. Most of DEI.
You know who interviewed him well with the book when he came out? Megyn Kelly. Did you see Megyn Kelly? Have you seen how Megyn Kelly interviewed Jake Tapper? Yeah. Pushing, but you said, no, Jake, but I'm in the business. But you can't say that I'm in the business.
No. Wasn't he your friend or was that Cuomo?
No, Cuomo. That was Cuomo, not Jake Tapper. No, Jake, no. But Cuomo, he's done a lot of stuff here with us. But going back to it, I just looked up right now, because when you write a book, you know this.
Okay, hold on. We're bringing in Glop Bucket. Okay, you're on. I don't like your username. Hello? Glop Bucket, you're live. But you are not talking. Okay, well, I don't know.
Because when you're writing a book, the lawyers, Kamala's book was published by Simon & Schuster. Lawyers are going to question certain things, and they're going to say, you can't say that. You can't say this. You can't say that, right? I mean, that's what they go through. And they say, you may want to change that name. If you do, you have to, hold us harmless. That if they do sue you, it's you, it's not us. There is nothing in there.
Glop Bucket, I have pulled you in already. You're already on the stream. You could start talking. Why are you in chat?
I'm sorry.
Okay. What's your disagreement or what?
I have no idea. What are we talking about?
You asked to come on. Why did you want to come on? I assumed you had a disagreement.
Yeah, I wanted to debate. Man, I like to debate. It's fun. I probably should have watched before, I guess. I'm sorry.
What do you want to debate?
I don't know. I was just going to talk about how I think phones are kind of a problem.
Okay, no, we're not doing this. Wait. I don't bring on anyone to debate just anything. It needs to be related to what I'm talking about, dude.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
So, what are you talking about?
No, we're not doing this. You need to go to a relevant stream or somebody else who does debate streams. All right, see ya.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Bye.
Bye.
Never a dull moment, you guys.
That confirms that this was the closest race of all time, and she's going around on tour saying Rachel Maddow, The View, everybody. Can Trump and the family
streaming in the old folks home? I don't know what's going on today. That person had Discord tag, so they're not super old.
Just dispute that and say, show us proof based on what stat that this was the closest race of all time?
Yeah, she's not gonna. I mean, she goes out and says it, and she doesn't back it up. But isn't that like the whole Democratic playbook? Say whatever the hell you want. Don't back it up by any facts. And just allow the mainstream media to run with it over and over and over until people start believing it. Like, Patrick, like that's their entire playbook as a party, right? That's what they did time and time again. You know, the good news is my father actually got his freedom of speech back because of Elon Musk and X, and he's able to go blast it to hundreds of...
Bucket won that debate. I lost my edge. I did. I was mogged in that one, you guys. Wasn't expecting it.
Millions of people around the world subverting NBC and ABC, people who wouldn't otherwise...
I debate any viewer, so long as you guys have a disagreement. If it's just going to be Parasocial hour where I just want to talk to somebody on a stream, then no, you're not going to last on my stream very long.
Cover that nonsense, you know, and putting it in the phones of every single person out there that it wasn't a close race, and that, you know, it was actually probably one of the greatest landslides ever.
Yeah, but I'm asking a question because one of the best tweets, I don't know who put it, the Souza Gill, I don't know what her first name is, but the Souza Gill tweets it, saying YouTube had to pay your father $25 million, you know, ABC, CBS, 60 Minutes, Stephanopoulos, all this stuff that had to happen, right? It's a way of saying you were wrong, we were right. Goes back to this hand, right? Trump was right about everything. By the way, thank you for this. What would it be like if you guys actually forced her to show data? Because in what area can she go say something like that?
Yeah, you got to realize for a 4-year period of time, there's no channels that would allow that, right? I mean, it's such a big part of my book. They took away our ability to speak.
Wait, he has a book? Eric Trump book. I need therapy. Where do I call in? Straighterade? Yeah, join the Discord. Under Siege? Oh my god, this is just victim of the book. My family's fight to save our nation. He has a memoir, you guys. Simon & Schuster published this book. In his eye-opening memoir, Eric Trump relays surprising and gripping moments throughout his life and career as part of America's most powerful family. From his earliest memories of growing up as part of the Trump family to pivotal roles in the 2016 and 2024 presidential elections, spearheading strategies to combat lawfare, and leading the Trump org, Eric has been deeply invested in all aspects of his family's legacy. As one of his father's original apprentices, Eric has always strived to build on that foundation. As the executive vice president of the Trump org since 2015, Eric has navigated the dual world of politics and business, growing the company while battling unprecedented opposition from the media, Democrats, and ongoing legal challenges. From raids on his childhood home, Mar-a-Lago, to near assassination attempts, from Russiagate to cold and corrupt courtrooms, the fake news media, censorship, and character smears, this wasn't just an attack on a president or even his family, America. America itself was under siege. In this book, Eric offers an unfiltered look at the highs and lows of life in the Trump world, how he took the reins of a multi-billion-dollar empire at 33 years old. Dude, we know how. It's because your dad is Donald Trump. Enlightening stories from real estate to the boardroom of The Celebrity Apprentice and the chaos of the campaign trail. Holy shit. This sounds like this is almost a 300-page book of this shit.
You know how many gag orders we all had on us, imposed by courts to not talk? And then all of a sudden you're taken off of Facebook and you're taken off of Instagram and you're taken off of Twitter. And then you have a mainstream media that is 98% negative. That their coverage has been 98% negative, and yet we somehow still got out the message. So yeah, I mean, if we had the channels, the Democrats had, a Republican would never be beaten ever because we're right on all these issues. The problem is traditionally they had all the channels until people stopped.
Do people still buy books? I thought America was illiterate at this point. They buy them, but they don't read them.
Liking the mainstream media and started loving you and loving Joe Rogan and loving all of our voices. And we finally had a little bit of freedom back because of Truth Social before, obviously, Elon bought X. And then, obviously, we got X back. And then, honestly, they became irrelevant.
Yeah, your dad literally started this whole, and if you see right there, that's the one he's talking about. 25 million YouTube, 25 million Facebook, 10 million Twitter, 15 million ABC, 60 Minutes, 60. That's almost, $90 million. It was, and I know you remember this, Eric, when your dad, Jim Acosta, who's in a basement now talking to a microphone, he doesn't have a job for CNN, he's yapping and yapping. Your dad was 1 week, not even 1 weekend, and your dad goes,
I'm going to listen to my debate with you. It was nice, LOL. You're going to willingly show that to your friend, and you're proud of that?
I'm going to give you a question. You're fake news. That moment broke, like, people at home went, wait, they're lying? Like, it malfunctioned people's brains. And your dad, that moment of your fake news started the whole thing. And now look where we're at.
Think about 60 Minutes. They literally edited.
Absolutely. What a king. You know, Donald never read that book. I'm 100%. I'm not convinced that Donald Trump has read, like, any book, really, in, like, many, many decades. You couldn't even pronounce Acetaminophen the other day.
A bunch of questions to try and make her sound coherent because she couldn't get out a reasonable answer. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, that's why he sued them, and they paid a fortune. You know, I think they gave it to the library or something along those lines. I forget at this point, but I mean, think about a network going in there, and especially 60 Minutes.
Sorry, like if I search TikTok, it like takes me to this Taylor Lorenz video I looked at months ago. I'm trying to find like the video of Trump like failing to pronounce fucking Acetaminophen.
And splicing. This is the same network that said that there was no proof that the FBI spied on the campaign. And then sure enough, a year later, it comes out that the FBI spied on the campaign. I mean, they are the PR arm for the Democratic Party. That's what the mainstream media always was. I mean, are you going to roll this clip? It's like phenomenal stuff.
Go ahead, Rob.
This is Ed Bradley, I believe.
Watch
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We are not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on any.
It wasn't even close.
God, did we dodge a bullet?
Does anybody realize why they settled now and they settled in a disastrous fashion? I mean, and by the way, had they not, DJT would have had like a field day with this for the rest of eternity. I mean,
DJT. Look at this video.
The FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. The FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of
insane.
Well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. The FDA.
Sounding it out.
do you remember her economic speech where she goes up there and she goes, you know, I'm going to put a stop to, you're going to love this because you're a math guy like me. I'm going to put a stop to price gate.
You're going to love this because you're a math guy like me. Yeah, I look at Eric Trump and I just think, this dude knows STEM.
Gauging. I'm sitting there saying, listen, I run one of the biggest real estate companies in the world. Like, what the hell is price gauging? Like, I've heard of price gouging before, but I've never heard of price gauging. Like, you know, listen, guys, we've got a $32.5 trillion economy. It's going to go up a lot under Donald Trump because of the economy soaring. I mean, China's got a $22 trillion economy, and literally you could have had somebody potentially run that economy who couldn't say the word gouging. I mean, it's like unthinkable. I mean,
60 Minutes when you were talking about, when you were talking about 60 Minutes, I remember Leslie Stahl, when DJT was appropriately trying to correct her, Donald, this is 60 Minutes. Yeah. And that was the statement that was exactly wrong. So they never apologized, right? They never apologized, but they wrote a check. And this is what was stunning to me, that none of them have come back around with any sort of, they're never going to apologize, but they're not even slightly conciliatory. How is the administration, and you're an advisor to your dad, how are you managing the media now from the inside? We see the outside, but how are you managing it from the inside?
It's amazing. Like, you know, in the White House.
Why would they apologize?
In the press room, which is kind of a smaller room than you think. It looks actually bigger on TV. They always had assigned seating. So NBC was right up front, ABC was right up front, and they would, I mean, you try and get independent journalists in there, and they would lose their minds. They had this like little union. DJT totally rearranged this whole thing, right? I mean, it's now all of a sudden.
Yeah, now Tim Pool is there. Thank God.
Got Benny Johnson in there. You've got all these people. You've got, and by the way, those guys have bigger followers than, you know, the CNN. Like they have substantially more views. You have,
yeah, no shit. They have followers, dude. They don't have any journalistic accreditation or the ability to remain composed. Like, they're influencers. That's not why they should be in there.
Substantially more views than, you know, this thing will get substantially more views than CNN will on any given night, times probably 10. And so all of a sudden he kind of broke up.
Yeah, literally mentioning like literally every, like Tim Pool, like Benny Johnson, these people that were like paid off by Tenet.
This little union in there, but that's what he was dealing with the entire time. That Leslie Stahl interview was absolutely insane, right? I mean,
and the condescension. Donald,
you got
this is 60 minutes.
Annoying.
You're right, Tom. Do you have that, Rob? I mean, to speak as if like you're lecturing your son. Yeah, is this it, Rob?
I believe so.
Can we just see it? Just the way the.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is it.
So the biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something?
Leslie.
You know, this is 60 Minutes.
Really?
And we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't put on things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify
It's been totally verified.
No.
It's been, just go down and get the papers.
Love this diva. Just no.
They spied on my campaign, they got caught.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie, and you know that, but you just don't want to put it on the air.
As a matter of fact, I don't know that.
Okay.
So.
By the way, and then when Joe Biden goes on, do you remember what they asked him?
Ice cream. What's your favorite ice cream?
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? And by the way, he hardly got out an articulate answer. It was like the craziest thing ever. Like,
he said chicken.
So here's
That's right. Chicken. Favorite ice cream.
Oh
Chicken.
my God, this is like as painful as that fucking scene in The Sopranos where Tony realizes that they all just like laugh at his jokes to kiss his ass.
By the way, this is the kind of moments that your legacy is stuck by this, right? Leslie Stahl, who has been known, and now the legacy is going to be, well, you can't say something like that. He was right. Going back to it. Anytime you're winning, and you said something, I don't know if you guys caught one thing that very important as you're listening, and even the first time you and I spoke, and speaking of Laura, which, by the way, she's a flipping rock star. When we had Laura on last time, she's a rock star. That's why I said the two together. I was talking to a couple of your friends in the back where you want to have 20 kids and you guys having a conversation. I think maybe we need to do that.
Hey, I want to have 20 kids. If anybody can convince Laura to have 20 kids, you're on it. All right, you're good. All right.
So here's a question I got for you. You said something. You said our family, we're a little bit superstitious. We didn't want to do anything. We just had guys that are drinking this, and that. But we're like, let's see what's going to happen. Are we going to win? We're not going to. We're not supposed to win. That morning, the chance of Hillary Clinton winning was 90%. Everybody was saying Hillary's going to win at 90%. But now you guys are winning a lot. Now, so when you're winning a lot and you're watching all the games, they try to get your dad to have to spend all the money in Mar-a-Lago, which is only an $18 million property. We remember that conversation, right? Every time I go to Mar-a-Lago, I'm like, each acre is $18 million, let alone the property, water, tennis, all this stuff, right?
Court,
Right, so which tennis court, right? So then you see, they try to take the money. They try to get the mugshot, backfired. It actually helped. They try to embarrass with, character assassination, all this stuff from the past, and former people coming up, Michael Cohen, all these guys are coming up. Now you win. So now that you sit there, you guys are like, well, do you think they're going to sit on their laurels and not do nothing about it? Data just came out the other day. Democratic Party has the lowest approval rating. One came out 6 weeks ago. Another one just came out this week. Every week, mainstream media you were showing it earlier today. The lowest it's ever been. Not the lowest it is. It's the lowest it's ever been. Do you guys sit there and wonder if they're going to just sit on the sidelines and let you guys keep winning? Or are you sitting there saying, what game are they going to try to play next?
Now, as a guy who was under siege, they're vindictive as hell. They're gonna play plenty of games. They're going to play every game they can. The problem is we made them voiceless. We made them powerless. The American people, hey, listen, in life, how many times can you cry wolf?
Dude, I wish, again, that the Democratic Party that they describe actually fucking existed.
How many times can you cry wolf before everybody catches on? The reality is all Americans catch on. So now they try and throw nonsense against the wall. I'd use a different word, but they try and throw it against the wall, and it's not sticking. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think that's one of the things that's going to unleash the handcuffs on my father. He did a phenomenal job first term, but he had to fight the first impeachment, the second impeachment. I mean, look what they did to Kavanaugh. Look what they did to our family. I mean, we were fighting all of that at the same time. Now, all of a sudden, the handcuffs are off, and he can just go do what he does best, without a media that totally controls the world, right? Without a Democratic Party that's effective. And you're right, they have the lowest effective.
Without a media that totally controls the world.
The lowest approval rating. You're all business owners in here. We all screw things up. But isn't it our responsibility to have a little bit of inward reflection and say, you know what, I was probably wrong with that. I was probably wrong. Americans probably don't want fentanyl coming over our borders and killing all of our kids. I was wrong about the immigration issue. Maybe we should actually agree.
Remember when Democrats ran on that? Remember when they ran on the pro-fentanyl coming over the border and killing people's kids?
Build a wall. If they did that, they would be a much more powerful party, right? I mean, people can appreciate somebody who does, who tacks a little bit if they went off course. The problem is every single day they go further down. I mean, you look at Pritzker in Chicago. I don't want the National Guard. He's got 15 people that are murdered every Saturday night, and yet...
Kind of right. Blame Trump with an effective message. Other than that was a bad move. I mean, honestly, that's what Republicans do. The difference is that they commit to it, and they're way more forceful about it. But Democrats hold themselves to some standards and won't just outright... They won't be nearly as inflammatory. They won't just outright just be hyperbolic in the way that they would need to be able to compete with the extent to which the right engages in polemics against Dems. Because what are Republicans really offering you? Not much.
He doesn't want the same great job that they did in Washington, D.C. to happen in Chicago. I mean, think of the lunacy of that, right? And so the problem with the Democrats is they have no inward reflection. And frankly, most of them are career politicians. They've never had jobs. They've never signed the front of the check. They've been government employees their entire adult lives. I mean, Biden is he was in government for 56 years. I'm a 41-year-old guy. That means the guy was in politics 15 years.
Rizmaster Eric Trump.
Longer than I'm alive. Does anybody not find a problem with this? It's and I've got gray in my beard. It's nuts.
Yeah, you said Pritzker. Pritzker is somebody that Tom thinks is going to be the leading guy for 2028. Perfect. Maybe we need to
perfect. Honestly, perfect.
Maybe we need to.
The machine wants him.
I got an idea, Tom. I mean, because based on the research that we're having with the people in Miami that he was talking about, referencing earlier, what if we send Brecka to Illinois to give him some TRT? Maybe he's gonna. Can you see
He'll
Pritzker
instantly turn into a conservative, right? That's how it works. Yeah. By the way, if your testosterone is, I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Fuck you! I wasn't being serious. You never know.
If your testosterone is under 300, you're definitely a Democrat. If your testosterone is over 300,
that's a good way of looking at it.
Oh my God! Yeah, all the men on this fucking show right now, high T males.
I'm talking about men here. Don't get mad at me to the women in the room. If your testosterone's above 300, you're definitely a conservative.
Brecka, if you're watching this, You may want to have your team reach out to Pritzker.
You mentioned like everything that they threw at him that didn't work, but there's one thing that seems to be lingering, right? That's this whole, you're a fascist. And that obviously is what potentially got Charlie Kirk killed. I mean, listen, the hardest thing to do is be like, I was wrong. And I've done that repeatedly. We won't revisit that. But the Democratic Party needs to do that. But they're doubling down on this fascist thing. From the Russia collusion to the impeachment to the list goes on and on and on. I remember being at Mar-a-Lago and there was an event. We were all there. And there was the same time that there was the Madison Square Garden thing. It's a Nazi rally and Adolf Hitler speaking. And then I'm at Mar-a-Lago. It's like they're singing Hatikva, which is like the Jewish theme song. Like I'm like, you guys couldn't be further from the truth.
The Jewish theme song?
But they're still clinging to this fascist thing. How do we get that out of the narrative? Because he's the least fascist person ever because they agree in free speech. They agree with debate.
I mean, identity politics is like their only game.
Wow, what a great defense. How do we get away from this fascist thing? He's the least fascist person ever.
Game, guys. I mean, like it's like the only thing they know how to play. I mean, my father flew 7 B-2 bombers to the other side of Earth, blew the hell out of Iran in defense of Israel, and yet they'll still call you anti-Semitic. I mean,
it's crazy.
I've got an Orthodox Jew sister, right? And she's one of my best friends in the world. Her husband married me. All my, so many of my best friends are Jewish, and yet I'm anti-Semitic according to them. Like it's insane. We're a family that's probably done more to defend Israel and faith and
How could I be anti-Semitic? I love Israel. I know Jewish people.
Jewish faith in this country than anybody. Yet my father is, I mean, they did this with the African American vote, right? And the African American community will never vote for this racist. It's really, isn't that interesting? All of a sudden they get the.
This is such a petty dig, Clearwatch. I like how PBD is using a straw right after talking about manly tropes. It can be masculine to use a straw, you guys, right?
Mugshot, and all these communities are saying, no, this is crap. The exact same thing that they're doing to Donald Trump is what they've done to my community, for years and years and years. They call my father a sexist. That was another good one. My father's the only person who's ever had a female campaign manager, and we won both times. So we had Kellyanne Conway, his campaign. So the greatest sexist in the world, Donald Trump, according to these people, right, had Kellyanne Conway run his first campaign. We won. And then had Susie Wiles run his second campaign. We won, but yet Donald Trump says, I mean, the problem, guys, is these guys only know identity politics, and it didn't work. I mean, look at Miami-Dade. I don't want to bring up the statistic, but we won Miami-Dade by 11 points, right? We won Hispanics. We won every demographic of people who tacked massively because they're not putting up with the crap anymore. They don't believe it. They don't buy it. And again, the mainstream media almost can't espouse it anymore because... Okay,
let's just go to every other city in the United States, dude. You're all excited about Miami-Dade County. Awesome. Let's go to every other city and see which direction they lean.
It's just fundamentally...
And of course, if the cities were to ever flip red, suddenly these people would love the cities.
Not true.
And part of the reason you won Miami-Dade is because you used to have this former Democrat that lives there, and now he's very MAGA, and he's just screaming from the rooftops that Trump's the guy. And he's sitting next to you right now, bro. So thank you for the shout out, Miami-Dade.
By the way, the converts are actually the best, to tell you the truth. Does that make sense? Like, I actually love the people who didn't like you at the beginning, and then they kind of came around. Like, I almost like them more than the people that were always on the train, because it means that they have like enough self-discipline and smarts to be able to... Exactly where we were talking about with entrepreneurs
this
before.
Is too much for Adam.
Yeah,
don't do this,
we don't
please.
start ripping on me.
You hang out with him 30 more minutes, you're going to say, no, I've had enough of Adam. We don't want him to go. He's going to show this clip.
Oh my god damn, they just can't help but roast Adam every single fucking episode at this point. He is so hated.
Say, look what Eric said about me.
What a guy.
Patrick, I'm just going to start tearing the hell out of him. I'm going to go back to that. Like,
I'm used to it.
Trumps are far better than tearing you down than building you up, so I'm going to start doing that.
Build that wall, though.
Yeah, but going back to it, I don't think, I'm sitting there thinking about what surprises they're going to have. I think they're going to keep playing the games, and I think some stuff's going to be happening. I don't know what it is. I was watching today the discussion with Taiwan with the 50-50, and Taiwan realizing how Howard Lutnick is negotiating and saying, no, we're going to doing this. No, we want your protection, but also at the same time, we want to be able to keep the 90% time you were talking about kind of earlier, right, when you're giving that number. But I think you're pushing, and it's going to get to a point where Russia today gave a very nice condolences. I don't know if you saw that about Charlie Kirk. Very, very nice. Putin came out and said a few words. Now, Putin...
Is this true? Putin said something about Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk statements... Oh, weird. Charlie Kirk assassination, disgusting atrocity. Oh, wait, no. This is just headlines. I thought I had a video of it. Russian President Vladimir Putin condemned the assassination of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk on Thursday, calling last month's shooting in Utah a disgusting atrocity. This disgusting atrocity, and even more so, live, Putin said at a forum held by the Valdai Discussion Club in Sochi, Russia. In fact, we all saw it, but I don't know. That's really disgusting. It looked horrible. I, first of all, of course, offer my condolences to the family of Mr. Kirk and all of his loved ones, the Russian leader continued. We sympathize and empathize, especially since he defended those traditional values. So Putin was a Charlie Kirk enjoyer. He added that the fatal shooting is a sign of a deep rift in society, according to Reuters. In the United States, I don't think there's any need to escalate the situation externally because the country's political leadership is trying to restore order domestically, Putin said. Kirk, the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization that promoted conservative values in schools, died September 10th after being shot during a campus visit to Utah Valley University. Videos of the incident circulated online, but were eventually restricted or taken down following outcry from several Republican officials. President Trump, who considered Kirk a key ally, and administration officials spoke out against speech that seemingly praised the assassination. The move raised concerns, blah, blah, blah. Though Putin acknowledged that Trump's administration's attempt to, quote-unquote, restore order following Kirk's death, he also criticized the president during the forum for casting doubt on the Kremlin's power amid its war with Ukraine. Russia has not been fighting the armed forces of Ukraine or Ukraine itself these past years, but effectively the entire NATO bloc, Putin said, according to a transcript of his forum remarks. Yet, if we are combating the entire NATO alliance, advancing thus with unwavering confidence and are deemed a paper tiger, what does that make NATO itself, he said later. Putin also warned that the U.S. sending long-range missiles to Kiev could put the U.S.-Russia relationship at risk. Oh no.
Putin's cornered.
Not the U.S.-Russia relationship.
Where he's willing to meet with Zelensky. Zelensky is talking to the UN or the EU to get them to buy oil from U.S. instead of buying oil from Russia. So Putin's not going to like that. And then China is sitting there saying, wait a minute, you're hanging out with Taiwan, but at the same time, we kind of would like to attack them eventually. Maybe not under you, Donald Trump. Kind of maybe later on we want to do something.
What is Adam's role now? He was supposed to handle the heavier / intellectual topics as an expert type voice. No, he was to me like the DEI Democrat, honestly. Like he was not, I don't think, like, I think that Tom is supposed to be the like policy expert, is like the resident boomer on the panel that's there to tell you what's what, even though Tom consistently knows nothing about what they're talking about and is distracted.
To these guys.
But at this point, Adam has turned into a punching bag because the transformation is complete. He was supposed to be kind of like the lone liberal voice, the like pathetic, simpering Democrat that needs to be shown what's what. And now he's just diehard MAGA, so there's no transformation left. There's no transformation left to occur, so it's just boring at this point. And now they just rag on him.
Too much control, right? And it's not like it's frictionless. India's a little bit uncomfortable. You know what's going to happen with India. Canada's making its comments. You know all this stuff that's going on right now. But if they try to do something, have you thought, maybe yourself, have you thought about saying, if they do try to play games, what angles would they take to come after us? Who? Would it be the grid? Pick them. So China, Iran, a Democratic Party within the states, within the party, rhinos, people that were, because Eric, you guys didn't just beat people. You humiliated people. So when you win like that, you have enemies for the rest of your life. They're just plotting to see what they're going to be doing next. Sure. What do you think they'll be doing to you?
Oh, listen, I mean, I said it before. You asked a question, do you think it's over? And I said, no, I think they're vindictive as hell, and I think they'll probably never stop because it's the only way they know how to play, right? I mean, when discourse is lost, what do? They resort to violence.
Adam was supposed to be the lone liberal voice, yeah.
They've done that.
He was like the centrist guy.
Time and time again. And so, no, it's incredibly worrisome. Do I worry about our grid? Yes, I worry about our grid. Do I worry about political adversaries? Yes, I worry about political adversaries. At the same time, we have the strongest military in the world right now. I mean, we spent, what, $9 trillion in Afghanistan? Between Afghanistan and Iraq, that wasn't helping us. My father's hell-bent on building the greatest military this country's ever seen. You see Pete Hegseth. I mean, what a great job this guy's doing.
There is unprecedented military expansion that Trump is committing us to. What the fuck does he think is going on with the Venezuela? Like, we need to liberate Venezuela from all of this gang that may not even exist, the Sons of the Sun or whatever it's called. Then there's the Pentagon contract that was signed for that. There is rebuilding Gaza and the Gaza Riviera. There's the Armenia-Azerbaijan thing where we have said for the next 99 years we're going to be overseeing the construction of a strait or something like that. Like, he is just further entrenching these situations.
Before, you had the worst military recruiting in the history
and then also all of these funds being directed towards border patrol.
The country. 2 months later, you had the best.
all the fucking $20 billion to Argentina.
And you saw that speech the other day that he gave, which was amazing. It's if you're a general and you can't do a pull-up, leave the armed forces. Do me a favor, get in shape. I don't want to see these guts anymore. I don't want to see X, Y, and Z.
Do you think this dude can do a pull-up?
No, I think they're taking the protection incredibly seriously. And I think my father needed to make these people uncomfortable. I mean, we were getting ripped off like you wouldn't believe. We paid 4.6% of our GDP to NATO. And you had countries like Germany, economies like Germany that were paying nothing. Yeah, well, why are we protecting Europe? Why are we the only people writing the check? Why are we the only people protecting South Korea from North Korea? Why were we doing that? Why could Taiwan have tariffs on the United States yet?
Gee, wonder why we're like the main ally of South Korea from North Korea. Wonder why that is. Truly
we're
a
the one thing that
mystery.
probably stopped China from invading them, right? I mean, why are we doing any of this? Why are we the police force for the entire world and we get nothing back? We have a hurricane that hits South Florida, right? Does anybody write us a check? Does anybody send people in to try and help us? Yet every other country in the world gets devastated by natural disasters, and who's the first one there? America, the Red Cross, etc. We're the most philanthropic country in the world, and it's always ignored and is never appreciated. And Donald Trump is changing that every single day.
That's a beautiful thing. Let me tell you, for somebody like
You just talked about how you think USAID is like a terrorist org towards the United States. That would have been like where a non-insignificant amount of like aid, to the extent that like the United States even engaged in just kind of like barely any strings attached USAID, would have come from. That program you decried, but now you're pretending like, oh, we do so much philanthropy. Like, dude, the money that we're spending on these countries, that's like exerting soft power. That's not just doing something and not getting anything in return.
For somebody like me, if you're in a company and somebody's representing to lead that company, you want that person to be tough, strong, know how to negotiate, know how to, be the...
Shaquille O'Neal famously said in a book after his rookie season, I can't do a single pull-up. I weigh 320 pounds. Why do I need to do a pull-up while I'm spinning and dunking on four guys? Not enough people are saying this. It's a very useless activity, in my opinion.
Diplomatic, yet at the same time, to be gentle when needed and to be BMF when needed. And he's got a balance of it. And right now, it's a very interesting thing because I don't know who's going to say no right now.
But can I give you the greatest example of this? Do you remember Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong Un, North Korea? Right? Man, these guys hated each other at the beginning. Little Rocket Man's like, I've got a bomb, and like.
Remember when your dad was like escalating tensions on fucking Twitter?
Other points like the Diet Coke button, like it's like a big red button on the desk of the White House. He's like, yeah, I've got a red button. Mine actually works with the greatest nuclear arsenal ever. Like don't play with me, Little Rocket Man. And they're sparring back and forth. And then all of a sudden, my father's in South Korea, and he invites my father, and my father goes walking across that line. They shake hands, and they became like, I don't want to say friends. I don't know. Let's call friends. Whatever there's absolute,
Okay, what would you call that then?
Respect between the two of them. Barack Obama was saying that we were going to go to nuclear war with North Korea, and my father's walking across the DMZ line, shaking hands, laughing with the guy, and they have rapport. Like which is more powerful? Like, isn't that nice? Isn't that peace through strength? We never had strength before. I mean, Obama would go to China, land Air Force One. They wouldn't even bring a set of stairs.
Obama clearly had an adversarial relationship with North Korea, so much so that he was not willing to directly negotiate for the release of Otto Warmbier, who is that American college student that ended up getting stuck there, and then he went there on a tourist trip, and then he violated their like La Majesté laws by trying to take down some sort of propaganda poster in like a hotel that he was in at that time or something like that. And so Obama decided to negotiate through Sweden, because Sweden has an embassy in North Korea, we don't, and was trying to negotiate the release of that student through there, and then it ended up happening through Trump. But that's because Obama had an adversarial relationship with North Korea.
Like, you'd have to go through like the kid stairs on the bottom of the plane. Yeah, you see my father go over to Saudi Arabia, you see him go over to China, and they've got the greatest processions you've ever seen, where he comes off the plane and you've got the 5,000 horses and the swordsmen and everything else. Like, isn't that the pedestal that we want the United States of America to be on? And so, you need...
That poor kid came back brain dead. Well, he fell brain dead, and he was brain dead for like 17 months, but they didn't disclose his condition. Then North Korea said that he had botulism, but then when they took him back to when he was brought back here, they didn't find any evidence of botulism, but they also didn't find any like evidence of like blunt force trauma or whatever. I don't know why he fell into that vegetative state, but yeah, he like came after all of that. He like comes home, and then his parents unplugged him a few days later.
Peace through strength, and these people need to get kicked. And by the way, when they're ripping us
I know a guy who was in a frat with that dude at UVA. Oh, weird. Small world.
Off, guess what? Fine, we're going to put 100% tariffs on you. We're the largest economy by far in the world at $32 trillion. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to pay 100% tariff. Otherwise, knock off your nonsense. And by the way, in the process, you're going to buy 200 Boeings, because we're going to take care of American companies versus allowing that business to go to to Europe, to Airbus or one of those. Like, isn't it nice to have somebody that's actually sitting out there and standing up for U.S. economy, U.S. countries? It's so refreshing, especially as a business guy. For me, it's so refreshing.
How do you process this?
Yeah, no one advocates for the United States anymore.
Yourself,
We're really getting the raw end of the deal.
I want to know what's next, because I'm excited. I love the lithium deal that he went out, and then we got the lithium deal. So we got rare earth minerals. And then America understood what was going on in Greenland, understood why minerals had to be part of the Ukraine deal, and then goes, oh, this is stuff we don't have that we need. We're not just going to have money going on a one-way street. I'd like to know, like, what's next. Obviously, the wars, the wonderful announcement today has to come true. Everybody's got to mind themselves on it. We got to finish the Ukraine war. There's things to do. I'm looking forward to what's next. I love the first rate cut. I love things like that. What's below the surface that we can't see that's coming that we're going to love?
Good question.
From business perspective? Let's start with, I mean, if you're talking about from business perspective, I mean, I think everybody's overlooking bonus depreciation, right? I mean, how many people have small business out here? Yeah. Like, based on the fact that you can write off all improvements, how many people?
This is what it was. I knew I wasn't fucking making this up. Trump taunts North Korea. My nuclear button is much bigger, more powerful. This was reported on January 3rd, 2018. President Donald Trump on Tuesday taunted North Korea leader Kim Jong Un, warning Kim about U.S. nuclear capabilities as tensions worsen between the two nations. North Korean leader Kim Jong Un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I too have a nuclear button, but it is a much bigger and more powerful one than his, and my button works, Trump tweeted. The evening message followed more than a dozen others Trump had sent throughout the day on issues ranging from the New York Times' coverage of his admin to conflict in the Middle East. Kim said Monday and his annual New Year's Day address that the entire mainland of the U.S. is within range of our nuclear weapons, and the nuclear button is always on the desk of my office. They should accurately be aware that this is not a threat but a reality. In the address, Kim also expressed a desire for a peaceful resolution with South Korea, a break from the aggressive language used to threaten the United States. Trump, as part of his Tuesday morning tweet storm, said the potentially warm gesture to South Korea from Kim is perhaps good news, perhaps not, and referred to sanctions and other pressures on North Korea. There were some fun memes made after the story broke. Trump and him naked in bed and nicks his dicks. Yeah, images. Can I even show that on Twitch? Oh, this is when Sarah Huckabee Sanders was the press secretary. What did she say? Continues to regard North Korea as a global threat and seeks an international solution while keeping all of our options on the table. Trump has repeatedly made statements about North Korea via Twitter. The president said it was a waste of time for Secretary of State Rex Tillerson to negotiate with North Korea, referring to Kim in the tweet as Little Rocket Man shortly after the U.S. diplomat said he hoped to de-escalate the standoff through talks. After a North Korean statement insulted Trump by calling him a dotard, the U.S. president tweeted that he would never call the North Korean leader short and fat. Dude, he's such a queenie bitch. Why would Kim Jong Un insult me by calling me old when I would never call him short and fat? Oh well, I try so hard to be his friend, and maybe someday that will happen. Dude, everyone in the fucking replies. Why is Jermaine Clement here? I like how you say you'd never call him short and fat while calling him short and fat. Also, you're fucking insane. You tell him, girl boss. And then David Beckman, please tell us your account was hacked and Barron posted this. This is pre-chorus money.
People are going to make improvements to their business. You know, congratulations. I don't know when this opened, but like, you know, it's 100% tax deductible. You know how many contractors' jobs you're going to put into action in the country? You're going to rebuild this country based on allowing entrepreneurs, allowing businesses to be able to write off their capital expenditures. Like, that's a beautiful thing for this nation, and that's going to.
Canadian hairdo Americans, dumbasses deadass think. I thought you said dumbass. Deadass think that Kim is just going to ult the U.S. for literally no reason other than he hates freedom. I don't think it's as simple as that, but they do think that North Korea is like a bigger nuclear threat than I think that they really pose.
That's massive.
It's massive.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the repatriation of money that came back into the U.S. in the last administration. You know how many trillions of dollars you had parked overseas and you couldn't bring it back into the U.S. based on tax rates? And so guess what? You know who's benefacting? Ireland. All the money was in Ireland. All the money was parked in the Cayman Islands. And all of a sudden he opens it up. You know how many hundreds of billions of dollars came back into the U.S. for that? You know, dropping tax rate, allowing
to track Apple. We called Apple out on this podcast years ago and pointed out how many devices do you actually make, but how much money have you got stashed in Ireland? And nobody knew about it.
Totally. And he's the one that said, listen, we're going to do a tax holiday for a 6-month period of time. So all that money from all around the world can come back. Hey, cryptocurrency, right? That's another great example of it. You know how many trillions of dollars in US-backed stablecoins are going to be printed and held by people around the world? It's a beautiful thing. That props up the US dollar indefinitely.
Wait, what?
For a 6-month period of time. So all that money from all around the world can come back. Hey, cryptocurrency, right? That's another great example of it. You know how many trillions of dollars in US-backed stablecoins are going to be printed and held by people around the world?
Oh my God.
It's a beautiful thing. That props up the US
dollar. I mean, this is really why he's here, is to push this shit. This like scam coins and stuff.
Dollar indefinitely. So,
but stay with that. Maybe go a little bit more with Bitcoin, because just earlier, I think a few weeks back, you said Bitcoin's going to $1 million.
I think Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million. I just popped up a company called American Bitcoin. We're traded on the NASDAQ. It's I think it's great. We mine Bitcoin for roughly 50% of spot price on Bitcoin right now. Maybe a little bit less based on the run that it had. Exactly 1 week ago, I go, Bitcoin is going to go parabolic in fourth quarter, and it's up like 12% since I said that. So my call was awfully good. But no, I think Bitcoin is the greatest single asset, of this decade. It's gone up 70% year over year, for the last 10-year period of time. Every family.
Dude, this reminds me. Did y'all see this? Why did he say this? What to know about Trump's pitch for $2,000 stimulus checks from tariff revenue? President Trump has again floated the idea of giving Americans stimulus checks based on revenue from his tariffs. Trump is continuing to promote the revenue from tariffs as they receive pushback from the courts. Trump said on One American News television network in an interview that aired on Thursday that he is considering offering Americans checks from the revenue worth somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000. We're going to do something. We're looking at something. Number one, we're paying down debt because people have allowed the debt to go crazy. We'll pay back debt, but also we might make a distribution to the people, almost like a dividend to the people of America. Like, I'm here for it, but why this isn't happening? Tariffs are projected to generate more than $400 billion a year in revenue, Axios' Neil Irwin reported this week. As of June, the U.S. had already collected more than $100 billion in customs revenue since Trump took office, Axios reported this summer. Most of that, $81.5 billion in total, is from tariffs imposed since January 20th. The tariffs will lower deficits by a combined $4 trillion over the next decade, the Congressional Budget Office said in August, a substantial increase from its last projection from just June. New tariffs are still being put into effect. Collections aren't fully matching what's been imposed, and a pending Supreme Court case could end up gutting the program. So he had talked about like a $5,000 one. Trump had floated the idea of new stimulus checks before. In July, the president suggested that the government might consider tariff rebate checks as well. Could you imagine if Joe Biden had said this? They would literally think he was doing communism. They're basically giving us back a fraction of the extra fees we've been paying through the tariff cost increases. Correct, yes. Problem? What's confusing about this? Like, I'm going to steal your wallet, and then for the low price of $20, I'll sell it back to you. He and Elon Musk, at the time still involved with the White House, said they were considering the idea of a $5,000 dividend check based on Doge savings, which, like, they didn't save any money from Doge.
In the world wants it. Every Fortune 500 company is starting to custody it. Every sovereign wealth fund is buying it. I am very long Bitcoin, and so much of that came from being debanked by every major financial institution in the country: Capital One, Bank of America, Chase. I fell in love with cryptocurrency because it gives people financial.
I don't. Why do they keep claiming debanking? Trump was saying this as well, but he says like, "Oh, they won't give me a loan; they're debanking me."
Freedom.
How do you feel about Doge? How do you feel about XRP, Ripple? How do you feel about Ethereum? Where are you with the other three?
Know all of them extremely well. Know Brad very well at XRP, and he's done a great job. Know Ethereum very well. I'm one of the guys who was early on this year saying buy Ethereum as it's crashing, and Ethereum's come ripping back. I mean, I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. I'm a big fan of Ethereum. Bitcoin is digital gold. Ethereum is definitely the oil by which all financial systems are going to run on, and they've done tremendously well. And I think honestly, cryptocurrency, all the altcoins, I think are going to do well. As Bitcoin rips, those are going to follow. But I'm telling you, if you look at our financial system, it doesn't make any sense that it could take you 120 days to get a mortgage in this country, right? I mean, I banked with a certain bank for 25 years. I got a mortgage when I moved down to Florida just because under my father was like 2% interest rates. You'd be stupid not to, right? And
Whoa,
so
you're telling me that the son of a billionaire was able to get a mortgage very easily? No way.
I get this mortgage. I went through 120 days of Know Your Customer with a bank that I had banked with for 25 years. Like, try sending out a wire. Every single one of you deal with it. Try sending out a wire on a Friday afternoon at 4:30. Zero chance, right? Crypto is...
Don't you just hate when that happens, when you're trying to wire money of all of your money at like 4:30 p.m. on a Friday? You just hate that problem?
Better, faster, cheaper, more transparent. It is the financial revolution in this country. There's no question about it. I would bet everything I have on the fact, in a certain way have, right? But I'd bet everything I have on the fact that, if you look at the financial market...
Son of a president and a billionaire. The most oppressed. Will no one think of this intersection?
They're going to be dominated by cryptocurrency, in 5 years. We are on the 1 yard line. Cryptocurrency is growing faster than the internet grew in the 90s, and I am all in on Bitcoin. I am all in on Ethereum, I think it saves the U.S. economy, to tell you the truth. I really do.
More than real estate?
Listen, you know me. I'm real estate guy. I love.
I'm not going to go that far.
No, I think it's the single greatest hedge to real estate, though. Like if I want to go sell a Trump Tower,
wow.
If you want to go sell the Yankees, right, in Yankee Stadium,
yep,
right. You know how many buyers could buy the Yankees in the world? I don't know, 5, 10,
not that
50,
many.
Not that many.
Right.
Either could buy or would be right. I mean, you could. So real estate. If I want to go sell Trump Tower, how many buyers? It would take me a year and a half to do it. You'd be limited in terms of, you'd have every broker, every this, every title company in there. You'd have every bank in there. Everybody would be trying to get their fingers in something that they have nothing to do with. You can transact $500 million worth of Bitcoin, having a glass of wine with your wife on a Saturday night. Like, meaning the point is, the reason it's the greatest hedge to real estate is one is liquid, one is 24 hours a day, one is global, one isn't tied to any geographic location, right? One is secured by power, but it versus real estate where it's, if you have Madami coming into a city, congratulations, you can't move your asset, right? If it's a very valuable
economy running on crypto that neglects cybersecurity is great. The insane thing is that, hold on, if I put sheet Trump admin, Chip Steele, the New York Times, play this. Yeah, Anatomy of Two. We covered this briefly. Pisco and I on Just Press Play. But Anatomy of Two giant deals. The UAE got chips. The Trump team got crypto riches. A lucrative transaction involving the Trump family's cryptocurrency firm and an agreement giving the Emiratis access to AI chips were connected in ways that had previously not been reported. This was on September 15th of this year. This summer, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East envoy, paid a visit to the coast of Sardinia, a stretch of the Mediterranean Sea crowded with super yachts. On one of those extravagant vessels, Mr. Witkoff sat down with a member of the ultra-rich ruling family of the United Arab Emirates. He was meeting Sheikh Tahnoun bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a trim figure in dark glasses who controls $1.5 trillion of the Emirati Sovereign Wealth Fund. It was the latest engagement in a consequential alliance. Over the past few months, Mr. Witkoff and Sheikh Tahnoun had become both diplomatic allies and business partners, testing the limits of ethics rules while enriching the president, his family, and his inner circle, according to an investigation by the New York Times. At the heart of their relationship are two multi-billion-dollar deals. One involved a crypto company founded by the Witkoff and the Trump families that benefited both financially. The other involved a sale of valuable computer chips that benefited the Emiratis economically. While there's no evidence that one deal was explicitly offered in return for the other, the confluence of the two agreements is itself extraordinary. Taken together, they blurred the lines between personal and government business and raised questions about whether U.S. interests were served. This is insane because this was literally what they were accusing Hunter Biden and Joe Biden of doing with the Burisma shit, just openly doing that. So again, this sheik invests $2 billion in Binance, a crypto exchange using digital coins from World Liberty Financial, which is a crypto company owned and operated by Witkoff and the Trump families. He also secured access to valuable AI chips in the agreement with the White House. In discussions with David Sachs, who's like the crypto czar, made a position that Trump just added to the cabinet, and Steve Witkoff. So Steve Witkoff advocated to give the Emiratis access to the chips at the same time that his and Mr. Trump's family business was landing the crypto investment, despite an ethics rule intended to prohibit officials from participating in matters that could benefit themselves or their relatives. So where does he say? And he hasn't divested. We really need to take a page out of His Highness's and the Emiratis book. Zach Witkoff, who's Steve Witkoff's son, said at the Dubai conference, they are just an amazing example of how you can lead with innovation while also maintaining your family values. And the family values here are just fucking making money and lining your pockets. So
if the real estate market is crashing, congratulations, you can't move an asset. If commercial real estate isn't doing well, guess what? You're stuck. Either you convert, which takes you 5 years, or you're otherwise stuck. I really do believe crypto is the greatest hedge to real estate, and that's why we're so bullish.
I love it. That's great. Last question before we wrap up. There's this guy in your family who I think is like 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". I don't know if you met him before or not. He's kind of a big deal, this tall guy, Barron Trump, who's got a very good sense of humor, very witty. And story came out yesterday. I don't know if I'm sure you saw the story. So yesterday's story comes out. Have you guys seen the story about Barron Trump yesterday or no? So he goes on a date.
Weird that that's his brother.
And it's all over the place. Barron Trump shuts down a whole floor of Trump Tower for a date. And every Vanity Fair reached out to the White House for some news. They don't want to tell, nobody what the girl's name is. What dating advice have you given to your brother? What can you tell us that's somewhat comfortable sharing with the public here?
Oh God, you don't want to know the dating advice that I gave Barron?
We want it.
There's no way that they talk regularly.
By the way, first of all, I love the kid, and he's an amazing guy. He's above his years, and he's a great friend, and also loves the cryptocurrency stuff. He's God, I can't tell. I'm gonna get myself in so much trouble.
Come on, Eric. No one's watching this.
I go Barron.
It's yet another example of a personal question that PBD is asking because he likes to run a show like an episode of The Young and the Restless. He just cares about this shit. But he's obviously struggling to reach for an answer because they don't talk as much as he's trying to suggest.
100 people here. It's not like it's gonna.
You might want to go to Florida State. If you really want to have fun.
That's what I'm talking about.
I could see you going to SMU, Barron. I could go see you going to University of Arizona. I'm not sure if you're a current college choice right now. I think you'd have a lot of fun at one of these other schools. You'd probably be legendary. You'd be like Would Barron Trump be like quarterback status at like,
Barron Trump,
like Georgia or like
Quarterback
Texas
status,
or something along those lines? Bro, he might be better than so.
He's like Van Wilder on steroids in Florida.
He doesn't need TRT.
He can do whatever he wants.
So honestly, shutting down a floor of Trump Tower is like PG-13 versus where my mind would have been at his age in terms of the dating scene. But joke aside, honestly, Barron's a great kid. His head's
weird,
clearly on his shoulders, and he's a good man. I'm proud of him, and it wasn't an easy fight for him either, right? I mean, you're in the most delicate years of your life.
So true.
Watching the wars against your father. I mean, I was partaking in those wars, but it was a little bit different, right? We had the backbone to do it, but
God damn it, they're about to lionize Barron as a man's man and running for president, aren't they? I mean, like there was a conspiracy on the Q boards, like the QAnon boards, several years ago that Barron Trump had secretly been named like the chess grandmaster of the world, and for some reason this couldn't be publicly known. So there are already like Barron believers among the Trump cohort.
Barron was watching a lot of nastiness from a sideline where he couldn't really effectuate change, and believe me, that's difficult.
No question about it. So last question about Barron. So it's this is Vinny's question. It's inauguration, right?
Inauguration.
Because we all want to know what happened. Maybe you asked the question.
Well, I was going to say because Eric, like if anybody that was watching, we were there. I don't know if the media was showing it, but Eric, you're there. Everybody's on stage. I remember like these beautiful white couches. Everybody's up there. The applause and the reaction that he just every time he would stand up, girls, everybody would go crazy. But there was a clip that I saw that I had to show Pat and the boys earlier, and I remember it when it happened. Your dad's giving a speech. Now he's the president. They're about to leave. He leans in, and you can see Joe Biden's face. He's probably like, I'm gonna get ice cream after. He's happy. Barron leans in, Eric, and he whispers something. I don't know what he says. This girl's gonna give like a play-by-play. Then he leaves, and it looks like Melania says like.
Let's see first. Okay, I watch this clip first. We'll get some commentary from Eric. Go ahead.
So when he leans into Biden here, he says it's on. Okay, and then when he goes up to Melania, she says,
"What is the context of this?"
Try to be nice. See?
Look at the look, folks.
Look at this look.
Look at the look.
But she doesn't really know what he had said to him, and then he turns back and looks back at Biden.
I don't get what's going on.
Like Eric, I don't know if she's doing play-by-play, but is that kind of ballpark? Like where was he at?
Listen, he's got a lot of our genetics in it. There's no question about it, right? He's a wise ass. He's a good kid, nice kid, big heart. But yeah, he definitely has a little bit of that in him. But honestly, I don't know, and I should actually ask him, right? Because Barron really does have a good heart. He's a good kid, and he's respectful. So half of me says that he didn't. At the same time, it's like too good not to be true, right? Does that make sense? Like I want to believe it was that and so much more.
Let's
and so,
FaceTime him right now.
Lip reading analysis and like body language analysis on like such an inconsequential interaction.
We should. I'll do that on the way home. I'll give you the exact. Answer.
There's actually video. I don't know if you've seen this or not. This was a long time ago, where Barron is a kid. I just found it. Barron's a kid, and he's probably a year old. I think
like my suitcase. Are we really gonna? Why are we going through like Barron's baby book?
This is it. Somehow I found this. Rob, I'm going to send this to you. And your father is talking about Barron, and he gives him a compliment. He says he's strong. He's this, and he says he's vicious, right? Compliment of.
Oh, really?
You've never seen it?
I've never seen
Rob,
it.
can you play this clip? Play this clip. This is
for a 1-year-old.
This is 18 years ago, give or take. I'm trying to because he's 19 now. So
oh my God.
Watch this clip here. Go ahead. It's a pre-president. Go start from the beginning.
He's smart.
Watch this.
That's Barron. He's strong. He's smart.
No, I didn't hear that he said 1 year old.
He's tough. He's vicious. He's violent. He's all of the ingredients you need to be an entrepreneur, and most importantly, hopefully, he's smart.
What do you want to bet this is like one of the only times that Trump held this baby?
Because smart is really the ingredient. So, Barron, good luck.
Good luck.
Now get out of there and make something of your life, kid.
Good luck to you.
By the way, that's like the greatest Donald Trump compliment, right? He's tough as hell. He's vicious as hell, right? That's by the way, he's right. I mean, Barron is. I mean, he's a really, really good kid, and he's coming to his own in like a.
I wonder if he expected this. So weird that they spent so much time asking him about Barron.
Beautiful way, but it pisses me off.
Like a kid who I don't even know that he's like spoken publicly.
Can I like fill everybody? I became like the family. So I'm 6'5", right? I'm not exactly a small guy. I have power over everyone. I became like the family midget after Barron, right? He was 15 years old. I go back to back with the kid, and he's literally got me by like a quarter of an inch. And I'm saying this sucks. Like I used to be the tall guy in the family, and now I'm the runt. So when you get overtaken by a 15-year-old,
How tall is he?
And by the way, he's not standing on the second step, right? Like, I just want you to see in that picture right there. He's
6'8"?
No, he's a legit 6'8".
Wow. And he's 18? He's still growing. He's not done.
Yeah, a little bit older.
What's his sport? Does he play basketball? What does he do?
So he loved soccer until he realized that there's never been a 6'9" soccer player ever. he might have loved basketball until he realized he still couldn't jump, right? So it's like I don't know. I think he'll use his brains.
Yeah, where Mar-a-Lago and Bo's like. We're gonna. Barron wants to go play soccer. I'm like, Barron plays. Oh yeah, he loves playing soccer. So him and Bo went and played
For
soccer.
people that are very, very against college or whatever, there has been a lot of emphasis on how smart Barron is and the fact that he's a college student, but no pushback on the fact that he's obtaining a degree in the first place.
But anyways, I want to challenge the audience that's watching this. Let's see. Rob, can we put this clip at the end of all the short clips because I want us to do a case study together and see how we're gonna do. Tom, I know you like case studies. So we're looking at this book right now. If you're watching this and you're
so
loving
gay coded, it's hilarious. These are masculine high T men.
The podcast, this will be at the end of every single one of the clips. We would like to see if we can do something. Okay, collect. Thank you so much. I would like you, if you're watching this, to go support Eric Trump. We're going to put the link below. Buy a copy, maybe buy 2, maybe buy 5 and gift it to somebody. I would love nothing more. Go a little bit.
Buy the book of the billionaire, the son of the billionaire.
Lower up on the ranking. Go a little bit more lower on the hardcover. Lower. I think it is ranked right now 30. Let's put it at the end of every single flipping clip. And zoom in right there, Rob. You just passed it to the left right there. It's number 30. Let's, in the next 24 hours, help this book become number 1 on all of Amazon. If you can buy 10, order 10. Let's send a statement. The book comes out October 14th, 4 days before my birthday. It's coming out. So having said that.
So it hasn't come out yet. It comes out on October 14th.
Gang, I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. To all the people that are here from the boardroom, members, platinum, everybody that's here. I hope you
just realized it's October 7th.
guys had a good time as well. To all the people here, make some noise for this. Eric.
We're doing cigars next time, my friend.
There's no question about it. It's been a pleasure having you on again.
Oh
I'm looking forward to seeing
We'll
you
LARP as Tony Soprano next time, you guys, okay?
You guys are great things, man. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you. Make some noise, everybody.
What was the reaction to this? Oh, only a live chat replays or a comment section? Oh, here it is. This was golden. Thank you, America, for adopting a child in need from Guatemala. Me, now that I'm grown, I'm proud to call America my home and the home of my children. I promise to always fight to make this country a better place for the people before me and the people after me. God bless America. I love you with all my heart. Weird. Ironic. Rob needs a raise. He is always on top of it. PBD, always when they at him. Absolutely love this time with you all. I respect Eric for not commenting on the situation because I think there's a lot they need to leave for the hearing at the trial. So it's not being tried by the public, even though we're all used to getting all this information and answers. Oh, I guess with respect to like Charlie Kirk's killer. Charlie will be remembered forever. We can clearly see the impact of his legacy. Yeah, like getting Jimmy Kimmel pulled off the air. California Republican here. Love your podcast. God bless President Trump. I remember when PBD started podcasting, he refused to touch politics with a 10-foot pole. Glad he changed his mind. Cursed. What he used to do was like, he used to like interview like mobsters that had flipped or whatever. If you like look at the Valuetainment and like PBD channel, that's like mostly where all of the views were. Hold on. I think, if it's the channel that I think.
He said he never called.
Like, Andrew Tate. These are newer ones. Where are the older ones? Maybe it's the Valuetainment Network I'm thinking of. But damn, he had a lot of views even then. Oh, weird. Okay, let's see. Give me a second. How long have we been going? Who's awake? All right. You guys, just a reminder, we have Just Press Play tomorrow. Just thought you should know. And, yeah. If you enjoyed that insane debate, if you enjoyed watching any of the content with me tonight, please go ahead and follow me on Twitch so that you can know when I go live, which is Monday through Friday for the most part at varying times. If you want to watch or if you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, that would help me as well. Like the stream, it pushes it out to other people. If you want to follow me, I'm at Straighterade _on everything. If you want to support me, you can give subs throughout the chat. You can buy a sub yourself. You can use your Amazon Prime sub. You can also follow the donation links pinned in my YouTube description box. I might have already said that. My brain is fried. It's 2 a.m. Kobe interview, put him on the map. Would you probably paid him for? What is your next fight with Pisco? Maybe tomorrow. I don't know what time, but we are doing Just Press Play at some point tomorrow. But in the meantime, YouTube, Kid Not Kid. That's where you're headed. And Twitch, you guys are going to go to... Let's go to Riverboat Jack. Oh, wait, actually. No, wait, let's go to Mason. No, wait, let's go to no, I'm listening to myself. Let's see. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. Spending your night with me. Go tell Mason that I say hi. Go tell Kid Not Ken I say hi. And I will see you guys tomorrow at some point for Just Press Play. Bye.